Quadra kill. Headshot. Double kill. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill. kill. Headshot. Double kill. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill. Double kill. Headshots. Double kill. Headshots. Double kill. Multi-kill.
back to CFSI 2023. It's the EUMENA's division, and guess what, Simon? We are on the final day to decide who takes all the money home. It's me, Bench, and of course today with me is going to be who? Simon.
It is Simon.
It is Simon.
We've had 2 quality days so far. We've had some back and forths. We've seen unKnights go from basically a neutral up to like a 2nd or 3rd gear. They did okay. Can they knock it up into the faster gears? Today they are going to be up first. We've seen 3BL go 0 and 3. We've seen GV basically dominate everyone. Anubis looking really good. So today is going to be an absolutely stonking day of Crossfire.
So basically, you and I had the chance to cast the Americas division, and then now I'm here with EUMENA. So the main difference I feel is that this region seems to be stacked. And by stacked, I mean is everyone pretty much has the skill level almost near equivalent to each other. Just that little tad bit difference makes all that difference for them. But we have cleared the first 2 days of the group stages, and now we are left with the very final day. unKnights will go against 3BL Esports as playoff match number 1, as they were coming out of leaderboard on the bottom side. As if any one of the teams win there, they will get to face against Anubis in match number 2. And winner of that playoff match number 2 will have the chance to face off GV Esports for the number 1 spot.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy gauntlet to climb. Whoever wins that first match will have 2 matches to win if they want to take the whole thing home with them. But we've seen quite a lot of 2-0s this weekend, but quite a few of those 2-0s were exceptionally close, especially with this first team, which will be unKnights. They didn't lose hard. They lost, but they didn't lose hard. And then they went on and beat 3BL. So this is just confirmation today's matchups. The winner of the first match will go up against Anubis, which will be a stonking match. And then GV, last place. Because they came out on top of everyone, they are the true final boss of this weekend.
But at the same time, GV has to be worried. I mean, they did win 2-0, kind of a clean sheet against Anubis yesterday. The rounds speak difference. I mean, it could have been anyone's game. Anubis could have came on top if they just had those couple rounds in, but looks like we are ready to introduce our contenders for playoff match number 1. It's going to be unKnights versus 3BL. The roster on unKnights, I mean, their roster absolutely stacked. And you observed teams in this match was able to climb out of the gauntlet. Let's see if unKnights can do so. Their roster: Pietro, MKZ, Beck, HCZ, and HDZ, the party of Z's. Are we at the zoo now, Simon?
Oh, was that the only Z word you could think of? It's full of zygotes, mate. No, but these guys...
That was a good one, wasn't it?
These guys have been exceptional. They've burst onto the scene, and they've been doing pretty well. They've been putting up results where you wouldn't expect them to. And this is the 2nd split in a row that they've made. First split, everyone was like, yo, they're new. They're not going to do very well. Like, this time round, there is a lot of respect, especially laid at the feet of Pietro, the guy who is seemingly doing everything for his team. Yes, he has had a bit of a slow split, but his plays allow the rest of the team to do what they do best. And just confirmation there, they did lose 2-0 to GV, then 2-1 against Anubis, and then they beat 3BL yesterday 2-1. So we have a repeat of yesterday's match.
Absolutely, Simon. I mean, Pietro absolutely doing that role of a crack player, if you were to refer that back to football. But wasn't going to say soccer. But it looks like going against them is going to be 3BL Esports: Penguin, Alucard, Horus, Totson, and JWoww. I mean, even though unKnights had that win against 3BL yesterday, coming into today, things may seem different because now 3BL should have been all dialed in to take the gear right back, clutch it up, and push in the engine.
Well, yeah, today is the day, isn't it? This is where 3BL thrive. I don't want to say they purposely sandbag, but during the last split as well, they had a horrible run of form in the group stages.
Oh, he's giving us a kiss.
That's an angle I didn't want to see today.
Good spirit, though. Good spirit.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
But what I'm saying
Not the
is,
kiss, though.
last split 3BL, they came on and said, yeah, we were hiding strats, but we didn't think it'd be this bad. Then they went on a gauntlet. They got 2nd place overall. Can they do it again? It did look yesterday as if some of the matches against unKnights especially, they were maybe pulling a punch or two.
They definitely had the caliber. They definitely showed that caliber. Just wasn't there to finalize the kill. But like you said, it does really come down to managing between whether you want to climb the leaderboard in the group stage, or if you want to hide your strats and just completely dunk it, and then you come to the final day and start climbing out of that gauntlet. You can do either or you can do kind of half and half and just mark yourself in the third spot or fourth spot. But looks like they wanted to finish this one as last. Let's see if they're able to climb up the leaderboard. The stats on Alucard seems pretty good though.
Yeah, he is the star player on this team at the moment, and HDZ as well on the opposite side. Both teams have great players. They're just a little bit inconsistent so far this split. They haven't been nailing every shot that we usually see, especially 3BL. Like, historically, they're one of the stronger teams, but they came out fourth. So, how much damage to the mental was done during the group stages, and we can see the maps here. We do have sub-base in Eagle Eye. Oh,
Mexico!
we're going to Mexico!
Bring it back home, Simon, because I was waiting for this moment all week long.
That's gonna be a very interesting match there, and we have to play it. That's the thing. Usually we'd see something like Mexico make it through to the third round. Not this time round. We're going to Mexico, map number 2. But Compound, a very safe pick by unKnights. Banning sub-base as well, very, very smart pick. Eagle Eye, I can see why 3BL wouldn't ever want to go there. Interesting that Ankara was banned by 3BL though.
That's worthwhile banning out that Ankara. They did see how unKnights played on that map, but let's go back to Mexico because I was having the superstition, okay, we're going to have at least one Mexico. We had one Eagle Eye, even though whoever wins or loses map number 1, we still get map number 2 regardless of the results of map number 1. So tell us a little bit more about the match key points, because that will be very crucial for
It's
these
a little
teams.
bit difficult to see. But yeah, 3BL, they won the recent playoff match in the first split, and unKnights' GR side is fantastic. I think that's a 55.88% win rate compared to the 35% on the side of 3BL. But yeah, I mean, we're ready to go. It is unKnights versus 3BL, the first match of the final day. And it is Pietro, MKZ, Beck, ACZ, HDZ against Penguin, Horus, Tutson, Alucard, and JWoww. And we are on Compound.
Well, looks like 3BL is going to be playing this map as usual, and then they decide to pull out that card out of their pockets, out of their strat book. That is going to be Mexico. I don't think unKnights even thought about Mexico being played, and then 3BL just marks it in the maps. But we are in map number 1. Early aggression. Horus going to swing out. No, he's actually going to get tapped up by Pietro, but he himself is taken down pretty low, and already only about 30 seconds into the round, 3BL loses a player, and that's going to weaken up their defenses by far. As you can see on the minimap, it's kind of cut off on the top, but they are rotating out from A and sending more players down towards middle, expecting a possible mid-aggression coming through, as we do see 2 players and the C4 just kind of lingering in that mid-connector, just right outside of Watchtower.
Yeah, we are in double pillars, it looks like. That might be the push, and we do have Alucard sitting there with the sniper. Might get a sight. No, he's going to back out, back into the server room. But no, I mean, Horus got the complete drop on Pietro there, and Pietro just outgunned him at the last minute. That kind of puts 3BL in a bad position, but Alucard, oh, he decides to drop. That's not very fun timing for him, as he does not see this coming. Grenades coming out. Now he knows. And is there going to be a rotation? There is. 3BL are scrambling to hold this position. Tutson with the... Oh my goodness, Alucard. Absolutely nuts with this pistol right now. As MKZ and ACZ, they start cleaning up from the back. JWoww, last man standing, has nothing left in the tank. How is he going to breach the servers? How is he going to break the pit? He's not. He gets hit by a grenade, and unKnights take first blood in this match.
Pineapples are thrown left and right, but like I said, Horus tried to wager some risk, go for that information play and gain some information on where possibly unKnights could be. But he went out, which weakened up the defenses, and then Alucard playing with fire, just juggling himself in between the bomb sites, in between the servers. Tried his best, but just wasn't quite there to take all the kills. It was 3-2-1 at the end of the day, and the final kill finalized with the nade. And now we are moving into round number 2. This time around, 3BL is not really thinking about sniffing out too wide. They're just going to be posted backwards. Although we do see a 3-man stack down towards A. But we do also have MKZ and HTZ just kind of thinking about peeking the angle, try to clear this one out. But let's see if MKZ is going to be able to find these shots. I think he did spot the tip of JL, just jump spawning, so he decides to fall back out of that one without losing too much health.
Yeah, but I don't know if he knows how dangerous that position was. There was 4 3BL players there, all just waiting for him to push up. MKZ must have either felt it, or as you're right, he might have just peeked a little bit of helmet there as he backs out. We do now have a rotation from unKnights coming through double pillars, and Horus is going to be there. He's been playing very aggressive so far on this map. We saw straight away in this round, he ran right down to the container and tried to nab people coming into double pillars. Didn't work out for him there. And a bit of a reset here for unKnights as they start taking the middle. They do get HCZ and Beck in that watchtower.
Are going to be sending it right down middle. The smokes and flashes being put out. The C4 also rotating in the server. They have to hold this one down. We do have Horus and Tots on the watch. Tots swings out, get the first frag, entering into the bomb site. That was the Gator going down. Penguin swings out from middle, goes for the headshot with HCZ. But all of a sudden, MKZ will open up the bomb site by himself and make that a triple kill. Now they swing all the way back to a bomb site. And in a blink of an eye, unKnights really well and really good in managing where their positions are, is going to be able to get the bomb planted and take us to post plan. And let's see if Horus and Totson has it to take the retake.
It was very, very clean by MKZ. The guy is just on fire. Does go down to Horus here, but he's done his job. It's up to the rest of the team as HTZ gets a big pick on Horus. And now Totson has to try and retake this. He has to try and defuse the bomb as Beck does think about swinging out. Isn't spotted. Oh, and he gets the drop, but no, Totson is good for it. HTZ, last man, is he going to be able to make it for the bomb before it goes down? No, he does. And HTZ gets Totson. Almost lost it there on the defuse, but held well on unKnights. Now 2 up in this match.
2-0. What a score unKnights is putting out, but we do have to wait if 3BL can just kind of bounce back up. Totson's going to swing out early on the base. He's going to take away more health. Force goes down, and Penguin and Totson find 1 each. Penguin, let's see if he can get more. He's going to find the double, but the pistol just quite not there to place that crosshair onto the final player of HTZ to clear out the site. But it looks like Alucard's going to be finding that kill into MKZ, leaving HTZ all alone to the clutch. 19 HP and a dream. 1v2. I mean, we've seen him do a couple clutches from time to time, but now JWoww is closing in the quarters, and it looks like they're going to be swinging in from any moment. And there we go. JWoww takes the kill, and 3BL bounces back as if nothing happened, but they're still a round low. It's going to be 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. It's a good start from both teams, and this is what both teams needed on the final day. And how aggressive is Horus going to be this time around? He is down by the container already, and he's swinging into double pillars. There is no fear on the side of 3BL today as MKZ goes hunting with the AK. He actually walks and takes out Penguin, but Totson from the back end does get him down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade immediately out the gates between the two teams. Horus still hunting in that middle sector, hoping for HCZ and Pietro maybe to just walk out, because he will catch them pretty much unaware. HCZ is going to turn the corner. Oh, Horus, he does reposition himself behind this box.
I mean, he's dead stuck. I mean, he could get swarmed easily, but he's going to swing up first to find the first kill. But that Rampage isn't going to connect to a Rampage as he gets traded out by HZZ. I mean, if he didn't spring out, he would have died out without getting a single kill, so it paid off eventually.
Oh, Totson almost got the drop on Beck here. And Beck is playing with fire here. He comes out. He actually gets the better of Totson. So now, finally, unKnights have an advantage, but no, instantly taken back. And it's 1-for-1 the whole way through this map. MKZ, HDZ, and HDZ have it all to do against Alucard and JWoww.
HDZ absolutely feeling it right now. 5 kills in for 3 rounds. That's like 1.8 KD, but sorry for my bad math, but looks like they're going to be sending it in towards the bomb site. Luca already on top of heaven. HDZ could be spotted out any moment soon. They're going to be going for that peaky cheeky. 45 seconds remaining. HDZ swings, but Lucard's not going to land that shot. That does allow the C4 to rotate in and get the bomb planted, and now JWoww has to come to arrive for some help. But in the meantime, with about only half a minute, looks like unKnight wants to play this one with patience. They want to bait any rotations out, but this is biting them in the backs as we do see JWoww is going to be sending that flank. I don't think that was valid to waste more time, Simon.
Yeah, I don't know. They definitely do not have enough time to rotate, that's for sure. So this C4 has to go down, and JWoww gets the drop on HDZ. HDZ takes one back, and it has been 1-for-1 the whole way down. As Alucard misses that shot, but HDZ also misses his, but the C4 has to go down. There's 3 seconds. 2, the bomb is down. We're down to another 40 seconds. Alucard up in this room. HDZ knows it, he feels it. Pistols out now. It's pistols at dawn. They're trying to get it done. HDZ gets a drop but needs to reload and walks into danger. Jumps over the cubicle and oh, the control there. HDZ closes it out for unKnights.
What a round ring around the rosy for Alucard, and some way, somehow, that final bullet was meant to be for unKnights to find that kill. Some early nades being exchanged, not taking away much HP, but yeah, going back to what I was just mentioning, I mean, JWoww absolutely had that flank landed, had the kill. I really didn't see the reason for unKnights to bait more time out, but eventually, if you can clutch in a worse situation like that, then so that be, right, Simon?
Yeah.
Like, just let it be. If they can win still, any bad mistakes can turn into good things.
Yeah, and I mean, the dancing over the cubicles was fun to watch. I mean, HDZ almost had it anyway with the... he's at the poke, he's at the poke. Nah, he's not going to get anything. But yeah, he almost had it, but had to reload his pistol, so then had to start dancing over the top of the cubicles. Can't wait to see that again. Hopefully it makes the highlight real, but we still have a long way to go, and there's still a lot of highlights for these teams to make, as we do have everyone sitting up in the middle, and pushing into the watchtower is HDZ and Beck. They're going to hold this center part, so it looks as though they might actually be trying to push A, but we do see the swing coming towards B, coming towards servers. They're going to run into Horus here, who's in a very aggressive position, just sprays down, can't see anything, gets one, but Pietro takes him out as well, and it's Penguin to get the next blood as HDZ trades it back again. It's 3 for 3. These two teams cannot stop trading 1 for 1. It is unbelievable crossfire right now, as Pietro gets the drop on Totson, gives unKnights the advantage here, where Alucard instantly takes Pietro out. He just pokes half a face too much and gets it ripped off. It's 2 against 2.
The C4 is now rotating into the bomb site, but JWoww already has smelled the blood in the water. I mean, he's done it once for the flank, and now he's sending it twice. HDZ spots him out, and now he's going to almond out from the game. And that leaves Alucard all alone. Goes for the AK, which is a proper decision. I mean, it's hard to break through the servers. Now he's going to be diving into the staircase any moment soon. Looks like he wants to find the first headshot to equalize it back to 1-on-1. Bomb timer's ticking, and he has to go for it, but HDZ is so good. 10 kills in him already. 2.0 KD. Only has died once, Simon, out of the 5 rounds.
Yeah, he has been a cornerstone of this unKnights aggression in the first half of Compound. Now we're gonna get closer and closer to the second half. Will he be able to maintain it on the Global Risk side?
Well, I mean, we'll have to figure that out in just a moment. So far, a lot of weight is being pulled by HDZ. I mean, 6 kills are also on MKZL's also. Basically a 2-headed, 2-horse chariots, just chariots kind of, you know, going its way. On the side of 3BL, I mean, it's pretty even, but it looks like they just aren't able to find that last couple frags, get the defuse done. Whenever there's a name duel, I mean, 3BL is going toe-to-toe. It's just that the defense momentum is not kind of coming through, but we're going to be looking at some double pillars rotation right now.
Yeah, is Totson going to be able to get the drop on Pietro? And I think he's going to actually get cornered in here, so 1 or 2 kills would be great for him. He might actually start with Beck. And Beck does go down, but HDZ takes another one, and it is that trade one more time. 1 for 1 the whole way down. Pietro is very injured, though.
The bomb site is open completely as they did send rotation out from servers and have one of the players just watch it from the outside, which is going to be Horus. So if they do send it in, they may catch Horus just jumping into the bomb site, but it looks like they will delay the time, play with the patience. As it looks like the dedication might be just towards servers, as all 4 of unKnights is now gathered up. The jump spot may have been spotted, that's why he's going for the frag grenade. tosses it out. It does hit for a bunch of damage. And now they're going to be sending it in. unKnights, can he find the kills? Horse will find one onto MKZ. Trying to juggle with the positions, gets tapped up by Pietro. Now rest of 3BL trying to rotate back in to hold onto the bomb site. But the flashes and smokes are already put out to the single connector. They have to make the flank. Otherwise, pushing through that smoke is a suicidal mission.
It absolutely is, as HCZ is going to get the bomb planted. Does put you in a very open position, but look at this. The breach is in. Penguin, Alucard, they're good for it. As HCZ gets one, can he continue this? JWoww, no. He takes him out. The defuse is good. And 3BL, they get their second round out of the first 6.
Some way, somehow, 3BL just barely able to catch up, but I mean, there's still 3 more rounds left into the first half. As long as they can pick this all up, we may be able to observe a comeback from 3BL. For now, that's unKnights taking the lead. Early peaks coming out from HD. The AWM gonna miss that one. We just heard the arm shot fire off, as we are going to be looking at 2 players of 3BL, just kind of jump checking the angles outside of A. I mean, we've seen Penguin play that box from time to time, but it looks like he wants to be a bit more aggressive, toss the nade out, and maybe good for a bit. Looks like it did take away some health, 17 to be exact, from MKZ.
Yeah, so now we have a much, much slower compound compared to what we've seen thus far in this match. It has been all guns blazing, and they have decided maybe it's time to pump the brakes a little bit, slow things down, and see if the change in tempo can bring a change in results, especially for 3BL, who couldn't quite keep up when it was the high-intensity map play that we've seen from unKnights. But we have Alucard here, just checking that angle, not really seeing anything at the moment.
Absolutely, Simon. 3BL able to take that round definitely slowed down unKnights, and this is probably what they needed. unKnights as well now playing an approaching. There's a lot more patience. They're going to be sending that utils out towards the middle. They're going to be smoking off those angles. HTZ will open up on towards JWoww. Just Alucard is going to be able to find the refresh. No, he gets tapped out by HTZ, and now Horse gets tapped out. Everything is going wrong for 3BL as Penguin does find a double. Trying to equalize it back down, but he himself is traded out by Beck, leaving Totson all alone to the work. But C4 is already getting planted on towards the A-bomb site, down towards the cubicles. But 6 kills. He has the gunfire in him. He does have the caliber. Positions where unKnights are so well devised. Now he's trying to push in towards heaven. Gets completely flashed and has to fall back out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably happy that it's on A, but probably not happy. Oh, actually, he gets back here. Totson has a little bit left in the tank. HCZ pops over the top of the cubicle, pistol out, and gets another win for unKnights, who are in the driving seat of this one right now, as it's 5-2.
As long as, I mean, theoretically speaking, if 3BL can pick up these 2 rounds coming into the first half, just the final 2 rounds, then Alucard with a good angle is going to whiff this one again. Looks like he's not talented so far, and the swing from NKZ gets absolutely punished, as Penguin's going to be taken down to about 20 HP here, and he has to fall back out of this one. Then mid-take from Windows, just not worth it for unKnights. Ends up losing a player, takes Pietro down to about half HP as well. And the C4 decides to rotate back towards spawn and possibly in towards double pillars. And so far, if I'm not wrong, unKnights had better of actually being able to clear out double pillars, whereas 3BL was only able to hold it down for like 1 round out of the 6 or 7 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The gunplay is completely dialed in on unKnights, who've just been accurate to a fault. But yeah, I mean, it can go any way, right? But this is a much, much slower map than we've seen so far. And the 1-for-1 trade, again, it's 4 against 4 right now. Pietro has taken a little bit, but Beck might go down here. Totson is going to retreat back a little bit. Does he know the rest of unKnights are here?
He does have the smoke and the flash to kind of delay the push that may come through his way. But it looks like unKnights is not interested in going right in towards servers, as they do start sniffing down towards middle. Although Beck himself is taken down pretty low. Does slow their push down, as they're going to be readying their utils up. They are going to be smoking off that connector out towards A. And let's see what they're willing to do. This could be selling a fake, as we do have all 3 players in double pillars. And Totson may have bought that fake. No, JWoww taps up Pietro in the meantime. So the fake is not sold, and now the rest of unKnights has to make this push happen, but HCZ does find the frag onto Totson, and they have the bomb site by themselves.
Yeah, JWoww's rotation around the back might actually completely catch unKnights unaware. He's already got one for his push here, and Beck might find himself in trouble because he doesn't know it's coming. JWoww gets a big pickup there, and now Alucard, Horus, and JWoww have to find a way to break this. It is 3v2, and Alucard goes down. HCZ good on that one. Horus might be next, but JWoww gets HCZ. HCZ has it all to do now. Horus jumps down the top. It's a 1v1. Oh, and HCZ is good for it again. Old reliable HCZ brings it home for unKnights, and it is 6-2 right now.
Some way, somehow, unKnights is being able to crunch themselves into the bomb site. Was able to find that round. And all of a sudden, we do see some aggressive double pillars push from 3 players. That's going to be Totson, Penguin, and Horse. It looks like they're just going to be backing out of this one, as they did not spot any of unKnights trying to sniff their way in towards double pillars. In the meantime, unKnights invests more players down towards middle to C4 as well. One's going to be lingering just there as well. It gets dropped in the rather safer spot, and the rest of unKnights can kind of juggle their spots, the positions, to see if they can find any picks. And now PH was thinking about going through double pillars, which is now nobody's territory. We do have one player, I think, that is Totson, just kind of lingering around. He's the B player for 3BL, so the timer is only going to get ticked down as both of these teams tries to guess what the enemy wants to do.
Yeah, sometimes that 3-man push into double pillars works out perfectly for the global risk, but it only works if Blacklist also decide to push in, and Blacklist did not push in this time. So they are going to smoke off that that connector there, the U-bend, let's say, because it can go to A or B. And JWoww sitting pretty right now. He might actually get a rotation because MKZ is coming. He might actually get the drop. MKZ and ACZ, they're going to walk right into it. No, JWoww actually backs right out, goes to retake the cubicle room. And yeah, he's just holding this position. Is he going to be able to sense this coming, though?
And now, with the flash being thrown, he 100% knows that this is coming. NKZ on the lead to clear out the boxes. One looks like unKnights is going to be playing with even more patience. I thought they were going to be sending that one down the road. One looks like they're going to be playing and burning the time. It's only 30 seconds left on the clock, and now MKZ is thinking about sniffing in towards the bomb site. JWoww is holding it. He does have support of a Alucard, who is kind of couch peeking in towards the entrance. They need to smoke this off, otherwise this could be a problem, as Alucard now starts jumping over to see what's up. MKZ will find JL, Beck will find Penguin. Alucard does get 2 in a quick shot, but MKZ is there to tap him out from the lobby, and now the C4 gets planted. Only 6 seconds remaining, so unKnights burnt the timer down to the very last second. And now it's all down to Horus. 1v3 and a dream. He's going to be going for the pot shots, as he did see tip of the head of MKZ, but MKZ's not willing to peek out. His Beck's going to swing around from the backside. Secure up the round. It's going to be 7-2. The first half is going to be wrapped up in unKnights' favor.
Yeah. What can you say about that? unKnights have just played that phenomenally. They've controlled they've controlled the pace to the point where 3BL just couldn't really get going there. They always seem to be stuttering. It always seemed to be stalled. Every engagement they were maybe half a second late too. And yes, the 1-for-1 trades are all kinds of fun, right? That's what you need. A 1-for-1 trade is good. However, they constantly then got pushed down on and were losing 2 or 3 after that, and then it's all over.
I mean, you start have to pulling it before it's too late. When there's not enough rounds left into the half, you start gotta climb. You start gotta gather those rounds into your pocket. Otherwise, it will be 7-2 for the first half. We are getting the lobby remade, so sorry for that quick delay. But we are readying up to go right back into the game for the second half. I'm really excited that after Compound, we get to see Mexico. If unKnights is able to win this one in their favor, we get to see Mexico. 3BL picked it, I believe.
Yeah.
If 3BL does pick up their map choice, then we get to see map number 3 of Port. So, we get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 3BL have something cooked up for Mexico, because nobody really picks that unless you have a very solid game plan, because it is such an awkward map, let's say.
awkward but fun. Let's put it that way.
All right. I disagree on the last part of that sentence.
There's that element of fun and element of surprise.
I disagree with the last part of that sentence. I don't think it's a good map, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those maps where on a professional level, it really does feel like one team is against the wall the whole time. The other team is in the driving seat the whole time until the switch.
Until the switch, indeed, but it looks like we're ready to jump right back in towards the second half of the first map. It's Compound. We are going to be switching sides as 3BL is on the blacklist side and unKnights is going to be on the global risk. And we're going to be looking at some early push down towards double pillars. Once again, unKnights returning their favor as Alucard just decides to back out of double pillars and join his teammates down towards middle. And unKnights now, they start having to rotating out from there. Add some more defense down towards middle, down towards the A bomb site. And we're going to be looking at Penguin spraying MKZ out from the lobby. That does open up the bomb site. We need PH to rotate in. Otherwise, it will be a clean plant. 3-2 split, as we do have Alucard and Horus kind of on the flank angle. Rather, 3BL decides to readjust and go back to the resetting position. Alucard on top of the push tower there. He may have a good angle onto one of the players, and Penguin through the smoke out of nowhere will find the headshot to HDZ. Pietro in a spray down, can't find much. Has to back out as well.
Yeah, I mean, through the box, no ways as he actually picks up one with JWoww, gets one back, and Totson closes him out as well, and it's a 3 versus 1. JWoww, Alucard, and Totson. They get the bomb planted in the server pit, and HCZ now has to do a one-man retake of one of the hardest spots to take. And he cannot do it as Alucard expertly lines him up, takes him out, and 3BL, they get the first one on this half.
7-3. 4 more rounds for 3BL, then they can tie it back up. But this time around, they're not. unKnights is not going to be going out a little too aggressive. Only 2 players are trying to clear out double pillars. The rest is kind of chilling by the bomb sites at middle. So 3BL this time around, if they decide to go for the same strat, then it may end up in all wrongs. As we do have MKZ just holding on to the same box last time, thinking that he may be able to sell this one off this time. The flashbang is out, and MKZ just got dead in the corner, gets caught out by JWoww once again. And all of a sudden, it leaves Pietro to do all the work. HD did arrive for some support. The arm shot is good enough to find one, but Penguin will tap him out to the lobby. Now it's going to be down to a 4v3, with the counter ticking down to minute 30. The C4 is not rotating in just yet, and that kind of hints to us that 3BL is thinking about just juggling around with that bit.
Yeah, Beck picks up a big double kill as ACC got the wraparound, and he takes out Horus completely unaware, but Alucard does take down HCZ. So just like that, it is a 2v1 situation. Alucard has the pistol, has the sniper, has to try and make things work, as we do see Pietro and Beck cleverly, I would say, trying to hold down the servers, because you never want to breach through that again.
It's going to be a really hard breach. But 1v2, and Alucard has done it time after time, and he's trying to do this one once again. He needs to get the round for his team. But we're going to be looking at the double stack from unKnights out towards these servers. And Alucard has to start sniffing in towards the bomb sites. But looks like he's willing to just kind of burn the timer down, see if he can bait any rotations, while unKnights are going to be holding it strong. Which is smart. They don't have to do a 1-1 split and give chance to Alucard. They can just double stack it. If the bomb gets planted, then it's not servers, then they can just bum rush the other bomb site together and get the trade kill. But Pietro, I thought Alucard had an angle, but looks like Pietro just found the better of it. Taps the head, and now unKnights will find their 8th round.
Yeah, unKnights' information denial that time round was absolutely stellar. Alucard had no idea where they were. He just couldn't get anything done. They were holding patiently.
Oh, you could see
just
the
outside
frustration
double pillar. Yeah,
in his movements.
Yeah, you could see how he was just nervous as well. Like, if I turn a corner, I get popped, and that's what happened. He ended up popping at the wrong time, but we do see here Beck is in another aggressive position here. He might actually get the drop on Horus, who's coming through, and the rest of unKnights are going ham at this, but Beck and HCZ are down. HCZ is the only one to get a kill so far as JWoww takes him off the board, and it's a 3 against 4. Pietro, MKZ, and HDZ are pretty low in this one.
HDZ gonna start swinging in towards middle. Does he realize Alucard's on top of that watchtower as more nades are flying mid? Looks like unKnights thinks about just having that default hold. 3v4, hard one with low HP. But if they can find a couple frags in, it should be good. MKZ swings out, has to fall back. He doesn't want to risk anything as well. Minute 20 left on the clock in the flashbang. From heaven, from nowhere actually. I think it just completely blinded him through the connector. Now one of the players through is going to get him whited out as we're reaching the minute mark, and the C4 is rotating in closer to double pillars.
Yeah, so 3BL look as though they might actually try to take servers here, and it is defended to some degree, but again, they are very, very low, and they are making their way through. Pietro and HDZ have to try and hold this, just the two of them, because their comrade MKZ is on the other side of the map. Is HDZ going to be able to get this first frag?
They have a good angle onto the things.
Pietro gets one, but he gets taken down. HDZ does get Tutson off, though. So now the rotation from MKZ just has to hold. No, he cannot. So MKZ now has to do it all on his own, and he cannot as JWoww gets it through the box. And that is a win for 3BL.
8-4 on the scoreboard, and really good take, really good defense. Just it had to come down to that man difference that unKnights was able to lose out on. And eventually, it was a round given towards 3BL. Just 4 more rounds to go once again, as they did lose that last round. It did push up that border a little bit further away. As now we're going to be looking at a mid-take coming out from 3BL. They really like this. It does pressure unKnights to play a bit more passive, because if you lose control of middle, then you have to watch 2 angles when you're in the bomb site holding it down. You have to watch the connector, and you have to watch the actual long side of the bomb site as well. So it does pressure the goal risk to an extent. And all of a sudden, 3BL is going to be sending it down towards pillars. Let's see if Beck decides to swing out. And looks like he's going to have to fall back out of this one, smoking that one off.
Jumps out the window, but Alucard gets HDZ right through those doors, and that's a big pickup in this one. As Beck, you would have thought would have been the first one down. He was the front man of the defense, but he is still up and running, full of resources. He's still up 100%.
3BL is using the map fully. They're going to be using every single corner and every single angle, as they have full control over towards the middle, and they have Totson kind of sniffing in towards the A-bomb side as well. MKZ seems to have rotated in, and if he doesn't check the boxes, Totson waiting and lurking. He's going to punish him for that. And Lucard on top of Watchtower, he heard the spray down from Pietro. He has an angle, he's thinking about peeking that, he's thinking about it. JWoww actually takes Pietro down, and HCZ gets taken out by JWoww as well. And looks like mid is completely breached, as Beck's gonna swing up from backside. With that spray down, he does find the kill, but now his position is absolutely known by everyone, and JWoww will find a third of his own. It will be 3 rounds being picked up by 3BL. It looks like the rounds are going to be 8-5. 8-5? 8-5. No, 8-5, yeah. I was kind of going back to myself. Is it 8-4, 8-5? It's 8-5.
How many times do we have to know the score, bench? Anyway, we're back in this one. It is round number 14. And again, the pace of this one is just so much slower than the start of the first of this, right? Like, the first half of this was all guns blazing. Now there's a lot more patience from both teams. You're right, holding the middle does give them a massive advantage. It allows them to rotate left or right towards A or B. But there's no counter pressure from unKnights. They're now happy to maybe just take on that pressure. They can absorb it slightly, but they do have to start getting the frags down, like, immediately. They have to get those entry frags against 3BL.
Let's see if they're able to do so. Right now, MKZ sitting on 0 kills coming into the remake. 0 and 4 onto him. The players and do have some kills in them, so let's see if unKnights can find those frags into their pockets. Gonna be looking at 3BL just kind of lingering outside of double pillars. Now have Alucard rotating in as well. The smoke is still there, I believe. There's still a couple more seconds to it until it dissipates. HCZ puts up test here. We'll find first, almost sprays down the second, as Horse is gonna be leaving that one with a kill without getting damaged. MKZ with a big swing will spot out the C4 as well, and all of a sudden it's gonna be 3BL stuck in nowhere, as Totson does find Pietro, but the bomb is down. They have to get that recovered. Totson goes down to Beck in the bomb site. MKZ it out too.
Got the drop on Alucard there. Wonderfully played. He went all the way down to spawn. Even though he knew the C4 was in the middle, he went down to spawn, popped up through double pillars, And now they can just isolate Horus from this C4 and close out the round due to time if Horus cannot push. So where's he going to go? He's going to see if he can get down the middle, but that's dangerous as he is going to be very, very exposed. And HTZ cleans that up and brings another win home for unKnights.
It's going to be 9-5. It will be the map point being picked up by unKnights. 4 rounds remaining into the second half, as in the rounds that could be possibly played. So let's see if 3BL can make it to overtime. Otherwise, we'll be looking and going right into Mexico.
Indeed, as HTZ's going on a bit of an adventure here. He's very far forward in double pillars, and he might actually get the drop on someone like Horus if he decides to push through that building. He's looking at it. Actually, all of unKnights, HTZ, Beck, and I think that's Pietro as well, are all around there. No, it's HTZ. Yeah, HTZ, Pietro, and HTZ.
Yeah, this is what you need to do if you lose mid-control as global risk. You need to start pushing out one angle and get some ground back, but it looks like a mid-push is going to be coming for the side of 3BL. They're just thinking about pushing this one. The C4 is way out in the front, so they decide to pull it back a little.
Becky's going to get the wrap, but JWoww is looking in that direction. Oh no, JWoww turns around and Beck gets the drop. Unfortunate timing for JWoww there. He was looking, he was expecting that to happen. And then he just turns around to get eyes on the rest of his team and gets absolutely punished for it. As MKZ, sneaking around the back, gets another one.
3BL is now dead stuck. They lost control out towards A. They lost control out towards B, and now they're dead stuck in middle. And so far, Penguin is trying to gain some ground. More so find the kill onto PH to open things up. So they are closing in deeper to the spawn. HTZ gets tapped out, and a kill coming through for Alucard as well. Down to 2v2, the pistol plays so it gets a double. It's going to be Penguin, leaving Alucard to a 1v1. Beck and servers goes for the pot shots, but the bomb has already been ran off all the way towards A. So it's going to be down to that retake. Beck has to make this one happen if he wants to clean map number 1 out.
They both have snipers, so it's all down to who has the better click, who can get the drop. Oh, Beck. Oh, he just missed it. He just dropped that shot as Alucard turns around the corner, and he gets a big shot there for his team, keeping them on compound. And they have to do it 3 more times.
Alucard teaching Beck how to get the better of him. I mean, Beck, I understand why Beck would have picked up that because Alucard is on full HP and probably on the side of unKnights know that too. Shot 100%. If you do land it, it's 100% kill. So looks like he went for that chance, but Alucard being more superior, it's not going to be easy to take down Horus to begin things with. So unKnights really thinking about closing the map out, and early aggression down towards servers. Let's see if they can take this one down. HTZ will tap out JWoww. Beck will take down Penguin, and the bomb being dropped as well. 3BL at risk. It's going to be 2v5 with Alucard and Totson to do all the work. Totson trying to swing in towards connector. Does find Pietro. That makes things better, but as they see that, he gets tapped out by HTZ, and Alucard put the clutch and the test once more.
Yeah, but MKZ is coming up through the back, so he has to get this done, and he cannot. As HTZ closes it out, and unKnights, they draw first blood in this match.
It's
Good
going
game.
to be 10-6 if my counting is not wrong. But looks like unKnights is going to be taking that victory home for map number 1. Stats should be really good on the 2 players that I pointed out. One guy having 10 kills in round number 5. Like, hello, are you just farming kills left or right?
But I mean, unKnights, they did have the advantage in that first half. Like, they dominated the opening exchanges, but you can see 3BL still having signs of brilliance there. They just have to try and connect it together multiple times to win multiple maps.
And even for this map as well, like, it wasn't completely one-sided. 3BL had some say in their plays as well, so let's see.
Dip, bang.
Oh yeah, that one was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it. Anyway, Alucard there getting some sick snipes. I mean, the sniping play on this map so far from both these teams, well, on this map from both these teams was stellar. They both made big plays. Alucard tried to keep his team in it as much as possible. Just the rest of the team wasn't kind of as cohesive as maybe they need to be. But Ben, you know where we're going next, right?
You know where we're going right next to.
We're going to Mexico after this one, and that one's going to be a very interesting match. As we don't get to see Mexico all too often, and if this is 3BL's secret gift to the world, then I'm all for it, because it can put your opponent off kilter.
But set summary is going to be 10-6. unKnights will be able to pick up the first map. And looks like they want to close the series out. They will have to take themselves to Mexico in a bloodbath. The stats, though, are pretty darn good.
Yeah. unKnights, they're very, very solid. Look at that, HDZ 2.5, everyone else. Pietro, a little bit low, but Pietro is doing quite a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of positioning, in terms of being the entry guy. But then you look at 3BL, and it tells you exactly what you need to know about what went wrong. They just could not get things rolling in the right direction. They were second to a lot of gunfights. When it was a 1-for-1 exchange, they always came off a little bit worse. And yeah, I mean, they got punished for it. unKnights really did dominate that map.
And not only that, unKnights was able to adjust to the tactics of 3BL. Okay, they did lose round number 12 and 13 in a row because 3BL continued to just control down towards middle, see if they can sniff out towards the angles and catch the players on the rotation. Then, after losing 2 rounds, unKnights, absolutely perfect readjustment, will have 3 players push out towards double pillars, clear that one out, and have a player go on the flank, knowing that all of 3BL would be looking towards middle. I mean, JWoww had a chance to spot him out, but at the end of the day, he was looking at the wrong direction. So that eventually paid off for unKnights, and let's see if they're able to do the same in Mexico, because it's a tougher map, I would say, to make those strategic readjustments, because the angles are so damn strong for the side of global risk.
Yeah, I mean, you have so few routes to move through on this map as Blacklist that it's almost as if you're throwing yourself onto the grinder, right? You're constantly just throwing bodies to try and get those advantages, to get maybe that first kill that just breaks the defense. But we will be getting into this one now as we are on board with Pietro straight out the gates. It's going to be 3BL versus unKnights. unKnights 1 up overall. But 3BL, they might have something to say as we're on Mexico and we're under the waterway here. Pietro actually drops at the wrong time, but he is going to get the drop on Penguin. Great shooting there. Oh, he makes it a double with Totson down as well. And that just instantly defangs this push by 3BL.
Lucard trying everything he could do. Can't find a kill as JY goes down. Leaves Horus to the clutch here. 1v4, 1v5 actually. With the C4 being down to the worst spot possible, and because he's going to find that final kill. And unKnights is going to lead out 1-0. And 3BL deciding to go through water this early on. I think they tried to catch unKnights off guard because you usually expect an A push, but apparently they had their eyes on it. And looks like 3BL has to rethink their tactics.
They do indeed, as we're on board again. Penguin looking for the underwater route, but is going to pull back. And Alucard's sitting here, just having a look, having a dig, see what he can find. But there's no real angles for him to exploit on this map. It's a very narrow, very short map. And it's the kind of map that the shotgun might be good at if you are on that side. But shots through the smoke. Horus nails HDZ to the wall as he gets the first kill there.
Down 5v4, but still, Global Risk has all the angles they could defend the bomb site with. Gonna be looking at a underpass push coming through from Alucard and Penguin. You don't want to take underpass alone or a one-sided attack. You need to have players out towards middle to support you. But looks like Pietro did spot Alucard and does put some bullet into him, but Alucard gets to back away without losing much HP as well. Minute 14 left on the clock, and they could absolutely just send the bomb down towards the A catwalk and try to get the split done. That's the usual go-to for most of the pro teams here. But so far, they're just still thinking about swinging out towards underpass, but unKnights is going to be reading that like a book and has a player looking right through underpass as the timer now is ticking down towards the 50-second mark.
Yeah, the time is ticking down, and I just don't think they're going to have enough to break through the unKnights defense, but they do have a full 5-man team. HDZ is the only one to die so far in this. Information is just getting denied on both teams. Pietro tags, I think it was JWoww there. Oh no, it was Alucard. I think he tagged him there pretty heavily and forced that to come back. As Pietro is looking into this, and we have a big push. Pietro actually takes down Penguin. That's a big pickup straight off the bat as Alucard gets Pietro down finally. So it's 3 against 3. Totson is very low though.
Yeah, he is a pixel HP indeed, and the bomb does get planted. So now 3BL definitely has a chance to hold this one down. unKnights is going to be sending their retake. We do have a flank from one of the players. That's going to be MKZ, I believe. But he himself is going to be pretty low. He has to go after once these two players start peeking out, as they're going to be sending it right now. Beck on the lead will find the headshot to Totson, and forcing the swing out gets tapped out by Beck once again. Leaves JWoww all alone to do all the work down. Super low HCZ has a pistol out, gets the bullet there. The bomb gets defused, and unKnights is going to find their second round.
They are indeed. They're looking very, very good on this map. Remember, it is pretty heavily global risk dominated just because there's so few routes and everything is very narrow. So they do have the ability to defend with next to nothing, as we do see a smoke down here. MKZ is not going to be able to catch anyone up as the rest of the team do join up. Yeah, they're just holding very, very well, and 3BL they have a lot of work to do anyway because they're on blacklist, but they're just not looking good for it right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely tough as a blacklist to get into the bomb site. I mean, they were successful in equalizing everything down to 3-on-3, get the bomb planted. Just that Beck was playing out of his mind, gets a double kill to breach through. I thought it was I thought it was 3BL's round all along, but eventually it did not work out. The setups are now being thrown out for 3BL. It's going to be Horus lead the charge. ATZ is going to be spraying like madman. MKZ is going to find the double through the smoke, and all of a sudden Penguin and Totson completely left all alone. Has to fall back out of this one. I think they still hold on to the C4, so it's not the worst case scenario ever. Totson does find one with the nade, but still a 2v4 is a tough situation for 3BL.
Yeah, Horus found himself in the middle of a bullet sandwich because he was being shot at from every angle possible. So an unfortunate breach there by 3BL, not quite getting it done. Get absolutely read by unKnights, but they are set up on that A-bomb site. Penguin and Totson maybe considering which way to go. A might be the best choice for them, but it's going to be hard whatever they do.
Oh yeah, Simon, it's definitely going to be very tough, but we've seen teams in other regions make a 2v4 happen, but let's see if 3BL has it to do so as well. We do have Totson kind of do have a decent angle in towards the bomb site, but HCZ does jiggle peek and does spot Penguin out at the same time. Both players are spotted out, and now they have to join back up and start breaching into the bomb site. Only 24 seconds remaining. HCZ is going to start jiggle picking spots. Totson gets the spray down. No, it's not there. And 3BL is going to be able to breach themselves right into the bomb site, and somehow it looks like it may just be the round for 3BL. As I say that, Beck's going to spray Penguin off from the lobby, and Totson with 5 HP. What more can he do? He needs to find 2 headshots, or it will be his death. 30 seconds of ticking. Beck will find the kill. That will be the third round being picked up by unKnights, and Beck is sitting at 5 fat kills right now.
Yeah, this seems like Beck's map of choice, isn't it? Because he is just doing so well. He's holding those angles that are so important in Mexico. And he's just getting the better of every exchange. Like, even there, normally we'd see Totson maybe outgun Beck on any other day, but Beck is just playing his mind out. He's playing for his heart, his soul, and his team's survival in this tournament, and it is working wonders for unKnights, who have been good all weekend, even if the results on paper do not show it that way.
Their performance is still there. They actually won a match against 3BL, who are there playing right now yesterday, so they definitely have the caliber for sure. Beck, the guy we were hyping up just a couple seconds ago, is going to be looking down towards that connector once more. Has to fall back out of this one. Couldn't find the tip of the head. Does lose half HP, but he is still good and alive.
He is indeed back. MKZ, they're trying to do what they can to hold this back. It does look as though the push might actually be good this time. No, they're still playing very, very deep, and they're actually kind of cornered in here as Beck is just putting pressure on. HDZ gets Horus, but Beck's positioning there was just closing off so much of the space that 3BL kind of need to posture around in order to make anything work on this map. We do have the C4 moving over towards the B bomb site, but it is just mostly checking angles, and they do pass it off between each other, leave it in the middle. Smokes down.
PH almost getting some bullet to himself. Is quick back up in boxes. Beck gets picked off by JWoww.
Totson
All of
gets
a sudden,
MKZ.
Totson too. Yeah, finding MKZ. That will be 2 players down for unKnights. Flashes are going to delay the push. There's only 45 seconds onto the clock, so they are opting out for an A push, it looks like. Or maybe they could go mid to B. Either or, they have to start making move now. HCZ is going to rotate it in closer towards the B bump site. We do have PH on the hold. We'll find the headshot from Totson. HCZ will also find a bunch of damage towards the Lucard as well, but Lucard's is going to swing right back at it. We'll find the refrag, and PHO being contested towards bomb site. He has to find the headshot. It's going to be a fight of 1 bullet to the head. 19 seconds and ticking, but Alucard's going to find the better of PHO through the gap of the boxes, but HTZ swings in with a pistol and take down Alucard. And that allows, and that buys enough time for JWoww to rotate in towards A, get the bomb planted, and bring it down to 1v1. 37 HP though, it's a little bit lower than that of HTZ, but he has the time to reposition himself with a better slot.
Yeah, it is just 30 seconds left for HDZ to get the defuse off here, and he has to find his opponent because you don't want to leave him alive while you're trying to get that defuse going off. And they're right next to each other right now. They're looking at each other. HDZ spots is trying to get the shot through the box. Oh, what was going on there? He was kind of sitting on that C4 as if it was an egg, trying to hatch his chicken. And JWoww did come out and punish him there.
I think he just tried to find an angle where he can tap the bomb and still have his crosshair towards that alleyway leading down to him. But looks like he just couldn't find the position to actually tap the bomb, so he was looking a little bit deeper. And then, unfortunately for him, JWoww swung out at the right time. So that puts 3BL 1 round in, and sometimes in Mexico, 1 round is all you need on the side of Blacklist, and they still have 5 more rounds to play to get more rounds in.
Absolutely. It is such a difficult map to break when you're on that Blacklist side. And as you're right, you're 100% right. 1 is all you need when you're on Blacklist because you can just trust your team to control the global risk side later on in the match.
Surprisingly, there's no shotguns being played right now.
Yeah.
Oh, as I say that, there's one, right?
HDZ. There's no real snipers on the map, though.
It's hard to use arms in this map. So many close quarter combats, so many close proximities. Arms are a little bit hard, but HDZ is going to start swinging out with the shotgun. MKZ does find one in the meantime. HDZ actually gets one. He wants more. He's going to be pushing up. The C4 is down. Lucard to pick it up. Racers will gets one. Totson adds 1, 2 as well. It's going down C on 3, and Penguin with the pistol play. How did he even spray that down? Beck goes out. Totson is traded out with the shotgun, absolutely put to a good use, and also taps Alucard out almost from the lobby.
Yeah, and it's 1v2. HDZ has the shotgun against Alucard and Penguin. Oh, is he? Oh, he just wasn't quick enough on the trigger. And 3BL take a 2nd in a row. And suddenly, the favor of this map is swinging slightly towards 3BL as they take a 2nd win. Can they make it 3 in a row?
If they do make it 3 in a row, then they can also make it 4 in a row. And if you have 4 rounds as a Blacklist, then the game is pretty much over. I can tell you that right now because Mexico has always been like that. I mean, if teams have devised a strategy, then it could change things and it could be a little bit different, but as per usual, it would most likely be 4 rounds in for Blacklist. That's your win.
Yep, so we're on board with Penguin. He's having a little bit of a peek there, trying to get through the boxes, seeing if anyone's there, but no one is on the side of unKnights, and both teams kind of just feeling this map out now. No one's really having a very aggressive push, just waiting and biding time for a couple of starting pickups. Because all you need really is 1, and then you can just snowball the rest of this map. And we've seen that happen quite a few times already so far. Can 3BL get that initial kill they need to snowball the rest of this one?
It looks like 3BL may be thinking about just going down towards A. Almost all of the players kind of stacked outside of it. We do have one of the players kind of just lingering outside towards Waterway. I think he's just holding it to see if any Glorious wants to push out in his angle. Besides that, it will be a setup coming out towards A, and MKZ completely being whited out, has to fall back in towards the boxes, and the take is on. It looks like it may be transitioned right down towards middle. The nade's going to take away a bit of health, and there's 40 seconds remaining onto the clock, and now let's see if 3BL wants to rotate and make a smarter move.
Yeah. I mean, what can they do? They're kind of zoned out completely right now. They're going to have to get that frag on HDZ if they want to go to B, and he's sitting there pretty happy with his shotgun, to be honest. And he pops out, oh, and that's what they needed to start this one off, but Pietro does get JWoww. Penguin, he picks up a double kill, but does go down to Pietro's double kill as Alucard takes Pietro, and it's Beck against 3. And it looks as though, yeah, 3BL, they're definitely starting to snowball this one, as they're pretty much guaranteed now to take this unless Beck can perform something akin to a miracle.
But he does have 25 seconds and a chance to clutch this one up, but has no utils to use, and now he's going to start clearing the angles out. But the tip and the gap between the boxes does get spotted out. More grenades are now flying his way. Beck swings relentlessly, taken out by Alucard, and 3BL, like I said, is going to take their third round. And now 3BL absolutely dialed in, is going to start feeling the momentum and deliver it into the game.
Yeah, they're making this map look a lot more Blacklist favored than it is considered, as we're on board with MKZ, and they do. unKnights, they are holding this central position pretty well, but they're just not up for the gunfights. After those first 3 rounds, they've kind of took their foot off the gas and allowed 3BL to bring themselves back into it, and that's not what you want on Mexico. You want to be able to dominate the global risk side.
Looks like 3BL wants to clear out the proximities towards the A top. We have Horse leading the charge. Totson was the first one to start clearing, but Horse is now going to be moving in the front side of him, as now they are all the way up on catwalk, but it looks like they don't want to push out just yet. The C4 is still lingering spawn if you do look at the minimap towards the 11 o'clock of your screen. Just a quick reminder, we do have that neat minimap coming up for you guys as well. In the meantime, it may be a mid-push. HDZ swings out, gets tapped up, but MKZ does find the return frag. He wants more. He's going to be swinging that angle, put that pre-fire in, but looks like nobody wants to swing into his crossers. Gets to retreat and get that reload done, but Hudson decides to go in and goes out as well. HCZ will find the kill on the Penguin. That leaves JWoww and Alucard all alone to do some work. Minute left onto the clock. They do have C4, but the bomb sites are completely locked in by unKnights.
B is actually relatively open right now. If they could make a dive for it. Pietro is in the vicinity. He would be able to get there quick enough, but they are going to go for the dive. And I think it's... Oh, it did get noticed, Pietro. I think did see something swinging in the breeze there. And JWoww is going to be able to get the C4 down. So Alucard's got to find a spot where he can make himself just an annoyance to unKnights. This is what he does. He gets one. ACZ takes him out, and now ACZ has to take out JWoww, and he cannot do it. And it's a 1v1. It's MKZ against JWoww.
He has the pistol out. He doesn't want to go for the reload. Doesn't know exactly how close is MKZ. There's enough time for MKZ to start peeking out the corners, but the pistol play will be absolutely legendary. And that spray down with a pistol even is going to find the life and find the round. As now 3BL is going to start leading out 4 rounds in. And this is the stuff that I will usually say in other maps, but if a Blacklist side is leading out 4 rounds in Mexico, there is something wrong. And unKnights, they have to start getting their stuff together because it's not looking good right now.
Maybe unKnights know something we don't, and they're very, very happy losing this many. And when they're on Blacklist, they're going to win 6 in a row.
Could happen.
Could happen. Probably not, but it could.
There's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the good feelings that unKnights would have been having after Compound may just start dissipating now because, yeah, you're right, Mexico is that heavily global risk favored map. It is very hard on the Blacklist, and they're getting absolutely bodied right now on Mexico.
Absolutely, indeed, Simon. Looks like 3BL wants to go for that catwalk push. A is rather clean compared to the hold unKnights was putting out last round. Nobody is in the bomb site. They're just covering the connector angle and the spawn angle. So if they do decide to go for the setup and send it in, then 3BL does stand a pretty good chance in finding another round to themselves. Minute left on the clock. As unKnights now also trying to sniffing closer towards A as well. MKZ gonna be on the responding angle. HDZ's gonna find JL trying to flank out. HDZ make that a double for him, but the bomb site now being contested. Horse will be able to find the final frag onto the player playing onto the bomb site. The bomb soon can be planted. No, it's a downed in Nectar. They have to pick that up and bring it back. Lucard is going to try his best to do a 1v3 Sportsman out. Beck's going to swing out, find a double of his own. And finally, after a long wait, unKnights is going to be able to find their 4th round, as now we remain only a single round into this first half.
Yeah, 4-4 is the score. And unKnights looking now. They're going very aggressive. Oh, actually, 3BL, they just come all guns blazing as well, and everyone's just going at it. But HTZ and Beck, absolutely stunning gunplay. They're just completely shut down whatever 3BL were thinking.
And JL was trying to book it out of there. He takes a bunch of bullets to his back, take him down to about like 1 or 2 HP, falls down and stubs his toe. He goes out to the fall damage. But now we do switch sides. And let's see if unKnights can break through the defense of 3BL, because just a quick reminder, this is 3BL's map pick, and they probably have devised the plans to hold down the aggressions.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how much unKnights as a professional unit have played on this map. 3BL might have played a lot more because they've been around a lot longer, but yeah, unKnights relatively untested on Mexico.
Absolutely true. And unKnights is also thinking about playing this on with patience. They want to bait out rotations and see if they can test the water as well. And literally just go to water even. If they can bait all the players to come in towards A, like 3BL is doing right now. We do have JL running all... No, it's Penguin running all the way back towards the B bomb site. So they have eyes on every corner for now. But if unKnights can bait any movements, then it will do the job. Horse takes a bunch of damage with the nade thrown right behind him. Does lose half HP, but he's still alive.
He is indeed. So where is everyone now? We're still just in this holding pattern that we see on Mexico. Wait until the last like 30, 40 seconds and then just go for an absolutely killer push. So they are just biding their time. There's no information gathering. Smokes are down, covering that little alleyway there. As I think we do have something brewing as MKZ is poking his nose out in front.
HTZ has that support flash out, and that may be the ghost sign once it pops, and they're going to be sending it right down towards middle. Horse will find one, Lucard will find one, but MKZ just so good will clean out that 2-player holding it down. Lucard and Penguin goes down. It's going to be 3 onto 2 on MKZ once more. But decides to go in deeper, closer to the bomb site. The C4 is going to nicely move in towards A, as the rest of 3BL is going to be sending it in closer to B to clear that one out. And now, because HCC just took that shot, they know it's A. Now they're dead stuck in middle because they do not know when MKZ is going to start swinging out.
Yeah, MKZ was just pulling all of 3BL into the wrong places, and it just opened up the whole map for the rest of his team. Tutson actually gets MKZ down, but he is the last man standing. HCZ and HDZ stand in his way, and that's not a pairing you kind of want to go against in a 2v1 situation because they're good. And HDZ finishes that one out, and unKnights draw first blood on that blacklist side.
Too much for Z-Block set Foon, but 6 rounds in for unKnights, and they were able to pick up that first round coming to this blacklist side. So maybe the wild thoughts you were throwing out, Simon, could come true. But they still have 3 more rounds to take it to map point, and those 3 rounds could be very hard to find right now.
They could, but if they're top of 3BL in these gun exchanges that we've seen, like that little Central Plaza section, unKnights look unbeatable. This section here, unKnights look unbeatable in there. They're nailing every shot. Everything is on point, and they're just getting the better of the engagements in this area. For 3BL, that's going to be kind of worrying because that's usually where we have the starting frags go off, is right here, because both teams try to hold this position down.
You're absolutely correct. And 3BL this time around is going to back away from middle and try to strengthen the defenses onto the bomb sites, especially looking down towards A, that is. unKnights is going to be having those support flashes ready as well. Let's see if those flashes are going to be thrown anytime soon because they're going to be readying up down towards middle once again. This might be a go-to exchange, go-to strat for unKnights. With the flash being thrown out, they're going to be sending it, but they're not going to be finding any in. As Pietro actually finds Totten through the smoke towards Connector even. Now they're going to be sending it all the way down towards B. Penguin finds one, gets traded over by Beck, and Lucard does find the kill onto Beck, but he does find the time to fall back and reposition himself. Some way, somehow, Lucard is going to be spraying like a madman. The bomb site is completely taken as HDZ even adds on to damage with an arm shot towards underpass. Does find one more. Lucard goes down, and now he's getting tested by Horse. Can't pass that test. Now it's going to be a 1v2 for him.
Yeah, 1v2 is at 66, and he's going against Pietro and HCZ, who are fully tanked up and ready to go. Pietro here just holding this corner, and they're going to wrap out. Yeah, they're going to swing out, take him down, and unKnights make it another round on the blacklist side for themselves, and they're pulling away from with this. They're just making 3BL look a little shaky.
Not only 3BL to a shaky position, but unKnights making Mexico look only so easy on the blacklist side. Picks up 2 in a row. I was not expecting this at all, honestly speaking.
Well, I mean, both teams have kind of made this map look a lot more even. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Even if it's
clicked.
Even if it's 55-45, they're making it look like a straight down 50-50 on this map. But we do have this holding pattern, and we're going to wait. Oh, nades are good.
It does take away a bit of health. I mean, combined together is about 50, but some hot shots being thrown out through the smoke. It worked out for Pietro last time. He did get the kill onto Penguin, if I'm not wrong. But eventually, this time around, nobody is there. And HCZ will find that nade deep in A, but nobody is covering that angle. JWoww takes a bunch from the nade from Beck, though, as he was holding in deep onto the bomb site through the boxes. Ooh, nice little pixel gap for Beck to spot out anyone pushing into him, but it looks like he is going to decide to back out from that one as well. And this time around, 3BL is going to be burning even more time as the C4 is just barely outside of the spawn right now.
Yeah, I mean, Beck has created so much space for the rest of his team. Like, if you look at it, everyone is trying to hunt him down. It looks like they think a big push is coming this way, but we're going straight through center. Alucard and Penguin pick up 2 big kills on Pietro and HCZ, and just like that, the unKnights push is kind of falling apart as Tutson gets MKZ, JWoww gets Beck, and HCZ has to try and do what he can in a 1v4 situation. Does get a couple of tags on JWoww there. Alucard is low, grenades going out, trying to cover everything here, but he is on the run. He's back in spawn. Where can he go? There's only 30 seconds remaining. He's got to run for the C4 or completely clear out 3BL, and chasing him might just be the wrong decision by 3BL. They could just let this one go out.
Oh yeah, they can definitely let this round run through. There's only 14 seconds. Even if he picks up the C4, they can just hold on to the bomb sites. There's no reason to risk to give him a chance to give him that clutch there, as now he is even flashed to out of vision, and there's no time left. Finally, 3BL is going to be able to find their 5th. That's going to be 7-5, and somehow unKnights, they start to show that they are starting to lose that momentum. That mid push was completely reckless, I feel like. I mean, it was better of a Lucard and Penguin shutting that push down, but some way, somehow, there wasn't enough support flashes and smokes to help the 2 players of unKnights pushing in there.
Yeah, they got a puncture immediately at the start of this race because you're right, they lost 2 big important players, and when you're 2 down on this, it's very hard to try and break through the global risk defense. And they just couldn't get it going. They lasted long. That's a positive. They weren't completely wiped out in these engagements. And generally in this middle section, they have been on top. So we'd expect them now to maybe just try and push the issue and run down middle, which is what they're going to do. Beck eats a ton of damage on a grenade. Pietro is very low, but they're going to easily break this as MKZ picks up a double. Beck gets a single, and Horus and Alucard try to clean up on the back, and it's a 2v2. HZZ and MKZ against Horus and Alucard.
The C4 is down in the worst spot, though, and they have to recover the C4. MKZ down super low. HCZ on the first one to swing out. Almost find the kill. Continues to spray down towards the Lucard, but he goes down. Down to a 1v1. C4 is still pretty strongly held down by a Lucard, and MKZ, he has all the time in the world to make a rotation, find the flank, but the Lucard thinks the same. Goes for the flank. Catch catches MKZ. 3BL's starting to inch in closer for the comeback here. It's going to be 7-6.
Yes, 7-6, round 13. Something I didn't think we'd be seeing, as, you know, 3BL, they did win 4 on that blacklist side. But this has been absolutely intense as MKZ gets the shot through the box onto Alucard there. And that's a big pickup starting us off because it just allows them to get so much more space.
Absolutely, and it looks like they were able to control that ground. Alucard goes down, and the defense is going to be weakened up for a little bit, but not too soft. The map is so close in terms of proximity, so they can always sell in and send in their rotations anytime they want, and the rotation will arrive in about a matter of like 4 seconds, 5 seconds. So, unKnights, after picking up that huge frag, let's see what they're willing to do.
Yeah, where is Pietro going to go? Actually, you might get the drop on Penguin here, who's pushing hard through the waterway. Oh, Pietro's looking for it. He's going to have to check his corners. Penguin's there. Penguin pops out. He swings out. He tags Pietro very, very hard through that box. And then he's going to just get out of there. No, like, going underneath the waterway on Global Risk is very cheeky.
Oh, it's absolutely tough. And Penguin now put to the test here. Does he realize his push? He does find one, almost gets the second. He does go down. And unKnights continue to maintain their man advantage, but JL will say no to that, takes MKZ out. And now thinking about swinging out, it's going to be Tutson towards Catwalk. And once he clears this one out, then 3BL will have a better idea of where unKnights could be. And exactly like that, they'll be sending themselves down towards the underpass. We do have Horus kind of just lingering in between mid and B, so he can always rotate in if more information is passed down by Totson.
Yeah, they're in the waterway. They're going to have to push up. The problem is when you push up here, there's 2 ways you can be shot at, and that's the killing angle that 3BL have made. Beck goes down, and the slaughter continues as JWoww and Horus clean that up, and that is one of the problems when you try to push through water.
unKnights had it all to do. They had almost the round to themselves, but the equalizer from JWoww was too crucial, and then the hold down towards underpass was it. Looks like now they're going to be sending it down towards middle once more, as MKZ is going to start jiggle peeking that angle, as he has made some wonders in this position. But I mean, I would love to see just like a straight up like A rush, you know, A split, you know, through Catwalk and through connector and just send it down, but so far unKnights or 3BL in the past half isn't really willing to do that. So, unfortunate for us, we don't get to see that part of the map.
Yeah, so here we go. MKZ dancing around, just lobbing the grenades. Totson, Penguin, and Horus, they build a nice little defense for themselves as they tag MKZ as he was trying to run away, but he's still somehow up, even though he's the wrong side of a box. And look at this, the trap might just get pulled here.
MKZ tried to run away, gets flashed, and then tried to go behind the box. But rather, I think he was in front of the box, but looks like a water push is coming through from 3BL. HDZ has to hold this one down. He gets one, but gets traded out. Alucard picks up a huge double kill. And unKnights are now in shambles. 3v4 with MKZ down super low. Gonna be a tough ask. But at the same time, you're able to find 1 or 2 frags. That is all that matters to break a bomb site. There's a minute left on the clock, and MKZ starts heading in towards middle.
I mean, they kind of have to. The time is ticking. They do have the C4, so that is one advantage they have, but it's a 2-on-2 defense thing here. And this little shack here, the ammo shack, is so hard to break. Totson holding it, just moving around the metal boxes. Coming shot through. Oh, he gets 1. Can he make it 2? He does. Can he make it 3? He doesn't. JWoww still there, and then it's 3BL's map again.
3 HP. JWoww will pick up that final kill. Now, it does look in pretty much favor towards 3BL. It's going to be 8-7. They just need to pick up 1 more to take it to map point and send us into map number 3. More like chances of sending us into map number 3, but 3BL, after losing map number 1, is dedicated to take their own map choice into their pockets. Going to be looking at a very typical setup that unKnights has been putting out. Just have players down towards middle, have 1 player, which is Pietro, watching out towards water. So that be, as 3BL as well is going to be having 3 eyes right down towards middle as well to hold it down if the push is coming through.
Yeah, we do have very strong grouping on unKnights right now, right down in this corner, and they're kind of getting pressed in even more, and the pressure eventually will have to escape. But Alucard is on the hunt. He's looking through Waterway, expecting something, but there's nothing there, so he's going to make a move over as well. And we might get a massive engagement coming down as they go towards A. Horus looking for an angle, trying to find anything. There's just no information right now. And where's the C4? The C4 is really far back, and we're just having this biding time.
And looks like unKnights, they were trying to sell that they are going to be bum rushing onto the bomb site, but smartly enough, 3BL doesn't bite that and has all the players kind of positioned, and they are going to be investing one more player down towards B, thinking that there could be a rotation from unKnights towards B. But for now, unKnights as well is not really willing to send that underpass push because it was held down miserably in the past couple of times. So the C4 is now going to get picked up by Pietro. He's been called in from watching the underpass. JWoww is going to start swinging out, and that's a great opening for unKnights. HCZ will find the frag and get the drop onto him. And this may hint to us that an A push is coming through. And there's only 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and it looks like they really have to start moving in closer to the proximities. But it's going to be a mid push. MKZ is going to start opening up onto Penguin. Does find the kill. The smoke is there to hold him down, but it looks like he doesn't want to stop. Lucar's going to find some pot shots, take some damage, but most of unKnights are still pretty alive and healthy. The bomb does get planted, and it's going to be a 3-on-4 as Aura swings to the backside, gets a double. So it's Hudson to find the kill, and Lucar will add on to it. Lucar swings in like a madman and will find a double of his own, leaving HZZ all alone. The bomb already being defused. Does he have time to make things happen? No, it's not. As Hudson will find that final headshot. And 3BL, they're sitting on their 9th round of the map point.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good initially for the side of unKnights. Like, things were working out, they had the better, but 3BL just turned it up to a different level and closed out unKnights completely from the rest of that. And at a 1v4, I think, at the end?
1v4, 1v3.
That was nuts.
I mean, either or, 1v3 or 1v4, it's not better, right? So.
Oh.
But now we finally get to see some shotguns coming into play once more. It was HDZ last time in the Saddle risk. It's going to be a Lucard trying to pay back some debts. Instead of pushing out, he is rethinking his position, and looks like he may just go closer in towards middle and just hold on to corner, which is probably the right decision.
Yeah, it is indeed. And we're having just a little bit of movement again. The Mexico standard of waiting until the last 30-40 seconds, but Penguin might walk into Pietro here. Pietro is waiting for it, but Penguin knows. Oh, he just gets the tap perfectly there.
The Peeker's advantage absolutely working wonders for Penguin right now. We'll find their opening and an unKnights with only 1 round away from getting knocked out on map number 2. There's 4 players and a dream, but Penguin goes down to MKZ. The pistol from Lucar is going to finalize that kill, though. 3-on-4 with about a minute left on the clock. The C4 is rotating in closer towards A. Do have 2 players down middle, which is Beck and HCZ. Beck may have an angle. He does find 1 bullet. It's just not there to kill him, but the nade is going to be flying Lucar's way once again. Like I said, he only holds on to C4. He only holds on to shotgun and a pistol, so the long-range ability onto him is not there anymore.
I don't know, sometimes it feels like the pistol is a sniper rifle on its own in the hands of some of these players.
Absolutely true.
All right, so where we go, HDZ gets the bang through the box, takes out Alucard, but Horus picks up Beck on the back, and now to breach the A site. How are they going to set themselves up to be able to defend this well? We do have, peeks around the corner, HDZ gets 1, but cannot make it a double as Totson takes him out. JWoww eats a ton of damage there from the gun of HCZ, but is down and out. And just like that, 3BL, they do close out the map. The global risk advantage there playing out in their favor. And we're going to port.
I mean, the last player of unKnights, he tried to work some wonders. I mean, had he found that kill onto the second last player of 3BL, then he could have repositioned himself behind the corners and bought some time. But eventually, they spent a little too much time. The clock was absolutely ticked down for the final player to rotate in and get that backstab in. So it will be the map going 3BL's way as it was their map pick. And let's take a look at some of the highlights because it's all guns galore.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much just pure gunplay on this map. But again, it's one of those maps where teams generally are very, very patient, wait until the last few seconds, and then try to make the push stick. They did have shotguns out, but yeah, I mean, it was a good map. But we were saying 4 maps on the blacklist side for the side of 3BL is super impressive.
You do not give up. You do not want to give up 4 rounds as a global risk, and some way, somehow, 3BL was able to choose out 4 rounds from unKnights, and unKnights had to pay that debt. As they're going to be losing this map number 2. 10-7 though was pretty close. It wasn't completely one-sided, maybe because unKnights started on the global risk side, but wouldn't have changed much, I believe, even if they started on the other sides. We'll figure that out as we're moving into port for map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, unKnights getting those first 2 rounds was very interesting. When they went on the blacklist, they got those first 2 rounds, and we were thinking, well, is everything we know about this map a lie? Like, but then obviously 3BL turned up. Look at the score, 10-7, and yeah, I mean, it's a Mexico map.
I mean, meta could change over time, and the way we perceive a map being played could change over time too, but for now, it looks like 3BL's gonna find a better use of themselves and take the map. That's gonna be tied 1-1, and the stats on both of these teams are above 1, except a couple players here and there, because it was a shooting gallery. It was almost like a deathmatch, to be fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's Mexico, isn't it?
Mexico all the time.
It does feel like a deathmatch. Port, though, will be the great reset. Both these teams have lost their 1 life in this tournament, and they're down to their last 1 on set 3. It's going to be a match.
Yeah. We are going to be allowing the players to get some food, get some water, and wash up their hands and, you know, feel a little better. So we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break and come back with map number 3. So please stay. Don't go anywhere else. We'll be right back.
Headshot. Double kill. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill.
Welcome back to CFSI 2023. It's the EUMENA division. We are in the midst of unKnights versus 3BL. They were trading punches after punches. It's going to be tied to 1-1 as we are waiting to get into map number 3 of Port.
Yeah, Compound went the way of unKnights, then Mexico went the way of 3BL. And we go down to the third and final map, which is Port. Normally this would be the Black Widow slot, but it did get banned out. Mexico somehow snuck through.
Some way, somehow, yeah. It was a very sneaky peek.
It
And
got
that
picked by 3BL.
Exactly, and that's why it's scary. 3BL, like you said, would usually just dunk the group stages and start pulling out, you know, those trump cards, those spade aces from nowhere. And looks like Mexico was one of them as they were able to successfully take that map into their pockets. And now we're moving into Port. And like I said, it could have been, it's usually that spot for Black Widow.
Yeah.
But it's Port. And maybe, just maybe, it hints to us that 3BL is thinking about clutching it right back up and climb up that leaderboard.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see how the mental states are, because 3BL, they've been here 100,000 times before where they have to climb the gauntlet. They didn't look good day 1, day 2. They come back strong on day 3. unKnights, however, there is the possibility of, especially losing Mexico in the way that they did, could shake the foundations of the team. It could shake their mentality moving forward and affect their performance on Port.
Yeah, tilt is not a slang. It's an actual term used in different sports. I mean, in poker as well, tilt is absolutely treated as one of the virtues you have to control over yourself. So let's see if that mentality factor comes into play. But we are just waiting as we are readying the players up to move into map number 3 of Port. Speaking of Port, I don't think we had unKnights playing on Port, or did they? Not exactly sure. In this invitational, not in the previous ones. But
No, in this invitational, unKnights have not played Port whatsoever.
Exactly, we don't know exactly how they're going to be playing this one
Neither
out.
of 3BL.
Neither of 3BL. Maybe it's just the back of my brain that because 3BL is a rebranded team, I know how the players on the team play Port from my past experiences. So maybe that's why I was just thinking who's going to go for which strat, whatnot. So
You mean back when they were Team Myth?
Yeah. Back in the day, way back in the days.
Back in the day. No, I mean, back into day. No, I mean, yeah, Port. Every team has played millions of games on Port if you've been around on the professional scene for quite some time. unKnights haven't. So they've probably played games, obviously, in the league format where they do get to play Port as well. However, on the final day of a big tournament where you have a gauntlet to climb if you win.
And there's money you can actually visually see.
Yeah, it's a very, very different situation for the team. It's one of those things where you could get nervous, you could get anxious, you could get over the top. Like, we talk about nerves and stuff, but there is also that opposite way where you have so much adrenaline coursing through you, you feel invincible, and you start putting yourself in positions where you just can't win.
But looks like we're ready to kick it right into map number 3. It's going to be Port, brought to you by Smallgate. This is Crossfire Stars Invitational 2023 EUMENA division. Early on already, MKZ's going to start opening fire towards Penguin. Does end up finding the kill. And Totson all the way in that catwalk tries to go in. He knows there's somebody in front of him, so he's going to hold this one down. But MKZ, is he thinking about swinging once again? Or he decides to just hold this one down, and unfortunately, Totson's gonna find the headshot, and that's a go sign for the bomb site. The push is coming. HCZ has to hold this one down. Let's see if he can do so. Flashes are out, and that'll completely wipe him out to non-existence. Back, and HCZ the swing from the backside, take force and toss him down. Luca will add on to the damage. Shewa with the pistol, just too good of a pistol to be there for him. We'll take Pietro out, and somehow the round is gonna be going towards the side of 3BL.
Yeah, that looked as though unKnights had everything wrapped up. They got the boost. They got the kill down on Sideways immediately. And then it all just kind of went wrong.
The rotations were a little too fast, I think.
Yeah, the rotation was fast, and the guns, with the shots were just better. But look at that, MKZ catching Penguin, looking at his toes there. And that's a good first kill, especially when he gets away with nothing being done to him in return.
So it's going to be Penguin 2, MKZ 2, or no, Penguin 0, MKZ 2, and that A connector there. just was able to capitalize on top with that counter boost. But apparently, 3BL pulled magic with a player down, so let's see if they can repeat that to themselves. We do have 2 players just kind of sneaking down towards middle, towards B, and we still have a player watching towards connector and have Totson kind of be that anchor deep in middle. Let's see if he wants to swing, and looks like nobody from unKnights is willing to peek that angle, so he may just have enough ground to have a flank. But in the meantime, of course, he's going to be using that window to shoot some players, but no damage has been dealt. Minute left on the clock, and somehow Beck will find a shot onto Totson, who was lurking out towards middle, and this is the ghost line for 3BL to progress on towards the B bomb site. Like, accurate enough to find that double kill, leaves J-Love all alone, but HCZ came from nowhere in towards spawn, in towards the bomb site, finds the shot, and that will be unKnights tying it up to 1-on-1.
Much cleaner there by unKnights. They made it look all too easy. But B is one of those sites that it's the more comfortable take, but it's still a very, very difficult position to push through.
What a name.
Yeah, I mean, that couldn't have been. It almost hung in the air, didn't it?
It exploded in midair. Penguin and Alucard loses half HP each. Alucard just a little bit less, but at the end of the day, that will hurt a ton for the players of 3BL.
Yeah, well, it looks as though they might be having a little bit of an excursion through Warehouse here, as Horus is the first man up. He's going to get up the high ground here, and then he's just going to chill. As we have Penguin trying to get some vision through the window, and it's actually a bit of a go time here. They're having a very, very aggressive push, just the 2 of them, and they do back out.
I like how Penguin is not afraid, even though he's half HP. He's trying to get an entry frag. To remind you quickly, he's half HP. He's still doing it, so bravery works for him. In the meantime, there's a minute left on the clock, and the C4 is going to start rotating out from A long and in closer towards middle. Maybe it could be another B hit. They tested the water. They saw 2 players, so yeah, let's not go away. We can just go into B, but looks like we have Pietro posted pretty deep into the bomb site, just hiding by the boxes. And the nade is going to be thrown 3BL's way, and now the setups are out. Pietro is going to be taken out. HCZ as well gets tapped out, and JWoww is going to be plowing through the bomb site, gets a double. Now 3BL has the bomb completely planted. The rest of unKnights is rotated for the retake, but Penguin says absolutely no.
MKZ gets the kill, but Horus takes down HDZ, and MKZ has it all to do on his own now. He's going to have to push. He does get 1, but 1 is not 4, and 3BL, they take another one here.
2-1 as 3BL starts leading out. But it's not safe to see that they're in the driving seat. unKnights still has a lot to say about it, but Totson through the smoke. Some way, somehow, we'll find that wallbang headshot even. Take the kill. Beck decides to swing out a little bit aggressively. I like his position, but
Totson saw MKZ before the smoke came out, and then, because he had the knife in his hand.
True.
Saw him pop out and was just like, well, I can get this on the next one. Pushes forward a little bit more and just takes him off out the picture. It's a mistake by MKZ, you want to say, for being that far forward and being that revealed that early on in the map?
And the mishap just continues to shine towards unKnights as they start losing players after players. They have already lost MKZ, which softens up their defense. Going to be down to a 4v5. Going to be seeing a 1-1-2 split. So B is pretty weak. HCZ decided to swing out a little bit wide, get some information, but now he's getting pushed absolutely to nowhere. He's completely flashed, has to fall back. But for 3BL as well, they're just only so happy to gain the ground. The Alucard goes down. Pietro was a little too aggressive, but he gets paid off. HDZ on top of the bomb site will find a shot to Tuzin as well, and he wants more. The flash, though, is going to delay his peak.
Yeah, it was a good shot there by HDZ to close that one off, but you saw it coming, right? 1 for 1, and then someone dropping off of sideways. It nearly always happens when you have an aggressive push in that area. And they are now moving over towards the B site, but HCZ is wise. This is going to go sit by the wall. Just defend it there, but they are going to actually pressure towards A.
back, found a bunch of bullet towards Penguin. He's down super low. I mean, Pietro was aggressive, and that kind of shows the frustration the Knights have. It paid off because they were able to equalize down to 3-on-3. But maybe next time it may not work. But it looks like Penguin's going to be sending it towards B bomb site. HDZ in the middle gets tapped out. Somehow Horus will find the kill onto Beck, and that does leave A bomb site completely open. And now HDZ has to run all the way from B in towards spawn to have that retake possible. Horus is down half. JWoww is down half. It's absolutely doable, but the time is against HZZ.
Yeah, HZZ needs to get the wall bang through on Horus. Oh, and Horus just jumps over the top of the stairs, takes him down mid-air, and that's a big pickup again for 3BL. They're 3-1 up.
3-1 up, and as we are facing round number 5, can 3BL continue to run away, or can unKnights put that leash on 3BL? 2 minutes onto the clock, as it's going to be played pretty passive for both sides. As I say that, HDZ decides to swing a little bit wide. Go for the info game here. But it looks like Horus is managing to not die as he gets caught out. He gets to live another day.
He does, but for how much longer? HDZ has him dialed in. He has the range this time. And everyone's just kind of walking in front of him. He is eventually going to have to pull the trigger, as HDZ is just going to help secure the B site. The rest of 3BL they're chilling back in their own half. They haven't even gone past the bridge yet, so they are just gonna feel this out, see if they can get any information. But unKnights, they're just not giving anything away.
unKnights is playing that info game to themselves as well, not giving away any positions except HTZ. I mean, he himself was on the gathering mission as well, but for now 3BL, they're gonna be rotating in towards the warehouses here, and JWoww may be on the front line. They are readying up their lineups most likely, as we do have Horus jumping on top of Heaven, and he is ready with Penguin to pop out some flashes. It's going to be held down by HCZ and HCZ. Some damage being put out towards Horus, but Horus is not scared. He goes in, goes out. HCZ picks up a huge kill on towards the player, though Beck joins into the fight as Alucard, and Penguin thoughts of finding one of each. And so in a blink of an eye, it's down to 2-on-2, with the bomb site completely cracked open. And they can get the bomb planted as Pietro and MKZ. They have to come for the rotation, and Pietro ready. Comes in for the rotation. MKZ then find a quick headshot to Toxin and leaves Alucard all alone in Pietro's position. Pays off dividends as he did not swing and he waited patiently. As unKnights is now able to pick up their second round. It's going to be 3-2.
Yeah, 3BL didn't even try to plant the bomb there. They went hunting. They had all the time in the world to play with, so they thought they'd have a play. Toxin goes down instantly to Becken. HCC picks up a big kill on Alucard. And just like that, straight out the gates, unKnights come swinging.
Swinging out the gates, swinging those bats. Tots and Alucard goes down. Horus is going to swing on to the bomb side. He's caught out just yet. Penguin in the middle, though, is going to find the kill to Beck, and he's going to swing down to the Horus. Finds will almost make that a double. The spray transfer almost there for him. But now it's down to Penguin to open up the bomb side for his team. Pietro goes down. He's going to swing right back and throw around the corners with the pistol. But MKZ just finds the better of him. JWoww gets the bomb planted into a 1v2 clutch. But let's see if the rest of unKnights can make this retake happen, because JWoww is going to find a neat position behind the boxes, just chilling, waiting to see if anyone comes into his crosshair.
Yeah, if they make this one down Backstreet, it's going to be an interesting retake, because JWoww can just turn around. Do they know he's there? They spot him out. They're laying the fire down. They get him out, and now they just got to defuse that C4. Sorry. It's already been planted. There we go. HCZ is good for it, and he gets the defuse, and we are 3 for 3.
It had to come down to that 1v1. JWoww was able to spray down one. Couldn't quite able to connect it to the last player there. So, it's now tied up to 3-3, and looks like it's an early long push coming out from JWoww. He does have the C4, so he has to be a little bit careful. MKZ getting counter boosted. This could pay off huge dividends. Right now, I don't think 3BL realizes a counter boost is in front of their face. Nobody's watching it right now.
No, but 3BL haven't really utilized that sideways corridor all too much recently, so it might actually be a good time to do it because they feel it's safe. They haven't really showed much in the way, and Totson's having a look.
Having a bit of an adventure, so to speak.
Is he going to get picked out by MKZ? MKZ's crosshairs are dialed in at head height. And he gets Tutson down. That's perfect for MKZ. The boost paying off this time round. And for the first time in about 3 rounds, 3BL have actually tried to use sideways, and they get punished for it.
Hot shots thrown down towards middle, but no damage being exchanged yet. These players use the traces of the bullets to see where the enemy is on the opposite end of the map and try to spray their angle. But unfortunately, nothing connects, and the timer ticks down to the minute mark. With 24 players, 3BL thinking about going towards B, but the C4 is down towards middle. They may always rotate out from B and try to hit A because every single bomb site has 2 players of Glorious. Right down, looks like Horse is going to go for some hot shots as he peeks out with the support flash, but he does decide to fall back. As the timer now is ticking down towards that 45-second mark.
Beck might have something to say about the C4 being in the middle, because he does have eyes down through those doors. And it does look as though they're going to fake a B push here, as Penguin does decide to go up sideways, and then they're going to push up through the middle maybe. As Horus is looking aggressive. JWoww takes a bunch of damage, and Pietro cleans it up from the back. Beck got a lot of the work done there, as Penguin does get HDZ, but HDZ, he takes out Horus, and MKZ picks up Alucard. Penguin, last man standing, has been hunted mercilessly as he runs into Pietro, and that is a win for unKnights.
4-3, Penguin tried his best, flicking his posture 180 degrees to find one more kill, but too many was swarming his way. One hand can't face against 1,000 hands coming his way, so that's going to be 4-3. But Fort is one of those maps where Global Risk can try cheeky stuff and lead out. So whenever they switch sides, as long as they have more than 4 rounds in their pocket, then 3BL should be fine in theory. And unKnights don't want to let that happen. They need to pick up more rounds. I would say 6-3 would be pretty ideal for unKnights, I would say.
I mean, yeah, you're in the driving seat by quite some way, you know. It's the perfect position at the half. But we do have A long completely covered now in this round. The center being contested by both teams. But no one, they are looking towards this B push, 3BL. It's a difficult push to make. They're going to have to breach through the warehouse and into that little yard where that bomb site is. And it is easy to get trapped. There are so many angles to cover, so many boxes to hide behind, the wall at the bottom. They have to try and cover every angle instantly.
But reading this like a book, we have HCZ and HDZ covering the bomb side, but the go side is here. Horus is going to swing out. He did find a couple bullets, and now he's going to find the kill. Penguin and JWoww take a kill. Each toxin goes down to the Beck. The bomb site is now compromised. The bomb can be planted. The rest of unKnights now are trying to rotate in, but the smokes are already put out. The flashes are being thrown. So that buys enough time for 3BL to find a better corner to stick their body into and see if they can swing out in the right time with the flashes. unKnights is going to send in the rotation. Beck is going to be the leading position here. He goes in, finds one somehow, but Horus and JWoww and the Alucard will find the kill each. And that will tie us up at 4-4.
Yeah, so whoever is going to take the lead into the second half, it's going to be a slender one. 3BL looking good for it that time round. Did get the better of the opening exchanges and capitalized on those advantages to bring that round to them.
We'll have to wait and see. Because 3BL very dialed in, but unKnights as well. They showed some good aiming, good dueling performances. Just that bomb site holding wasn't quite there because Horus was just rushing in and basically took all the attention to himself, and then that allowed his team to pick off the 2 players who was holding the bomb site. Then it went like that. Now minute 40 left onto the clock, and the C4 is right in down towards the middle. That's a little bit risky, but as long as he doesn't die, it's fine, and the rest of 3BL decides to clear out warehouse once again. Yeah,
and clearing out this B warehouse is very important with Pietro and HCZ. They're ready for this. They're waiting for someone. They do see Penguin taking those shots at the boxes, so they know someone's nearby. They just don't know how many.
Some nades are being thrown. Horus takes a punch. About 30 HP. Penguin's going to go for some punches through the window. You can penetrate those. It's wooden, but he does find only a single bullet. The nades are still flying. So it looks like unKnights definitely dedicated to hold that B down. MKZ does find the kill to Totson. So rest of 3BL rotates out from B and heads down towards middle. Beck is on the watch.
Yeah, it is looking as though they're going to go for another B, since that's where the C4 is threatening, just completely abandoning the idea of possibly ever pushing A. As Penguin lines up the grenades. Chorus 2, they flash it. ACZ, I think he got flashed here. He is flashed in and out, but it doesn't matter. He gets Horus. Penguin takes ACZ, but Beck takes down Alucard. And the push has kind of fallen apart. There's only two. JWoww and Penguin have a lot to do. Make it. Penguin has a lot to do. And MKZ closes that one out. And unKnights take that slender lead into the half, 5-4.
5-4 indeed, and we're going to be switching sides now. And now unKnights has to break the defense. Could be a hard ask, but based on how they played on their first map of Compound, it might as well be very doable. 2 minutes and ticking. We've seen some early nades being thrown out, and for 3BL, it looks like they're not really willing to do any counter boosts. Rather, they're going to be playing in the more usual positions, having two out into the warehouses, just holding it down. One down towards middle, and one on top of the bomb site, and one kind of lingering between A and middle in case a mid rush happens, and respond to it fairly quickly. First two just rotating in all the way from the bomb sites.
So we do have MKZ looking to cross that sideways, which usually means a bit of an A prod might be coming. Alucard does have the sides back, taking a couple of shots, just pulling the attention of unKnights in different directions. And we might get Penguin having a little bit of a dig straight down here. And if he decides to pop over the top of the bridge, he might actually find purchase, because I don't think unKnights are aware of their surroundings, but they are going to go for this A push.
The C4 absolutely dedicated as well is going to be rotating, and MKZ dropped down. That shows, but Penguin's going to push up pretty wide. Spots on MKZ, almost straight up the second, but Horse the swing to get the kill. But Alucard on top of the bomb site was able to pick up HDZ. Now nades are flying his way. He has to call for help, and indeed the rotation is coming through. HZZ is the test here. Thompson and Alucard finds one piece each. Now we're tied back up at 5-5. Penguin just swings out. He didn't even care. Gets the kill. Forrest was there to help him out too, so they were able to fairly quickly respond to the aggression coming through. Just halt it down early. You know, as a firefighter, you have to put out the fire early on. It looks like they just did that. And unKnights has to rethink about that A push. And maybe this time around, they may switch their steering wheel towards middle or towards B.
They're just feeling this side out. Now that we've had the swap, things have slowed down quite a bit, right? Like, unKnights, they're poking and prodding, seeing what 3BL are bringing to the defense here.
JWoww's going to pop out that nade, not going to hit much. And yeah, you're absolutely correct there, just testing the water. Because how 3BL played in Mexico, unKnights is trying to test the water to see if that 3BL, whether 3BL is playing the default angles, or are they doing something funny like a 4-man stack or like a 3-man stack. And exactly, they have given up one round to gain that information. And so far, not much has been given away because Penguin pushed out and got 2 kills. So, let that be. We're going to be looking at a mid-rotation with a minute left onto the clock.
Yeah, so the posturing over towards B, of course they could always rotate, but look at the aggression here in the middle. As it was a 3-man looking at MKZ. They were taking those pot shots, and they did nail MKZ quite a few times. As Pietro kind of gives away the position here, and there isn't any kind of rotation on the side of 3BL. So Tutson and JWoww, they're going to have to hold this between the two of them, but they actually move out.
Sun is given, unKnights send it in, finds the headshot on Tutson. And somehow JWoww has to swing out and stop the bomb defuse, but the bomb is now planted. JWoww does go down, Penguin does find 1 kill each, and all of a sudden, the retake seems to be on for 3BL. Rest of the players rotate in. Penguin went all the way deep in under bomb site. HD is now being tested. Pietro has to duck into the corner and hide himself, but now rest of 3BL is sending right in. Pietro swings out. Let's find one. It's all down to the hand of Alucard. He does have 2 HP with the rifle. Gets 1. It's going to be 1v1 down towards MKZ. Alucard is going to swing, but MKZ is going to go down. Alucard sees the tip of the head through that window gap. finds that pistol bullet, and because Alucard is the armory, his pistol play is on top of everyone else. Now that allows 3BL to pick up the 6th round. The rounds are going to be 6-5.
I'm pretty sure MKZ tried to get cute with the grenade, bouncing it off the floor, and he unfortunately put himself in a position where Alucard could just swing around the corner and take him out.
Some way, somehow, it just happens to be like that, and already some bullets being put into Penguin. Those pot shots in towards middle is working out for unKnights, although HDZ himself took some bullet as well.
So they are going to push up towards that B side. Totson is waiting. Is he inside this room?
Oh,
No,
he's
no,
just
no, no. He's on
barely
the
outside.
outside. I thought he was being incredibly cheeky there. I thought he was hiding in that corner. Okay, but they do breach. JWoww gets one, but Totson gets two. Make it a triple as unKnights just collapsed under the defensive pressure of 3BL. Totson is on the hunt. He doesn't get it. ACZ makes it a double kill of his own, but Alucard wraps around and gets another kill. That's 3 in a row.
Alucard just bunny hopping and spraying his M4. Good choice, but as long as they win the round, it does not matter. It's going to be 7-5. A last moment from Alucard made me chuckle a bit. I'm sorry for that.
Hey, you don't no need to
That
be
was
sorry.
great. That
You're
was
having
great,
fun.
right? You can't lie, that was great.
It's like you're having fun.
It's all right.
HDZ actually gets tagged through the smoke. Penguin doing the damage. We have maybe an A push coming. It would be an interesting choice to pivot to A.
You're absolutely correct. Because that B push not working out for unKnights, A push seems to be it. PH will be tested here. JWoww and Totson combined will do the kill. Totson stealing the kill away from JWoww, but does save his teammate. Doesn't matter, but the ghost sign seems to not being given. As the C4 and the rest of unKnights is rotating out from the sideways. And it's going to be going down towards B. So it looks like they're really dedicating that B push. They like B a little bit more.
Yeah, but they're going to find Totson and Horus in very aggressive positions once they burst through the smoke. Horus gets one, Beck gets Horus, Totson gets one, but HDZ takes out Totson, and it's an exchange of lives in here. Penguin actually goes down to HDZ, and now it's a 2v2. HDZ goes down, Alucard catches him, trying to retreat there, gets him in the back, as HDZ is now on the hunt. He needs to, he does have he gets one. Can he get Alucard? Alucard will be
flying
lining
away too.
Yeah.
Makes it a little bit tougher.
Alucard's gonna line it up.
1v1 with the clock being ticked down. He does have the C4. He can use this time to see if he can bait a rotation. Really playing this one with patience, but it looks like Alucard's going to be sitting in middle, which is a smart choice. He can go on to any bomb site he wants, as HCZ is going to start moving in closer towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, Alucard's timing there is just a little bit off, as HCZ does get the complete wraparound and is going to go take A. And holding A on your own is a lot easier than holding B on your own, because you do get that high ground advantage up on that A side. He's going to jump the crates, get the bomb down, and now Alucard is in the middle of nowhere. He has to make this push count. He's running towards it, and you can see HCZ has put himself in a weird position. He's not up on the top, but he's in a position where Alucard probably won't check. This isn't a position you'd expect to see someone who is fighting on their own. He's going to crawl around the wall. Going to try and get at Alucard here. HCZ is not playing super defensive, but the time is ticking. They're going to go around each other.
There's not enough time. Alucard has to go bomb site, but the spray down is not there for Alucard. As HCZ is going to pick up the kill. I mean, Alucard wrapped around all the way to take that position away from HCZ, so HCZ just booked it out from the boxes that he was hiding into.
Yeah.
And that allowed Alucard some chances, but eventually, if you're in the midst of jump, but it's some early swing from Penguin's going to pay off with a headshot and a bunch of damage being put out. But at the end of the day, that is traded out by HDZ, so it's going to be down to 4-on-4, but the information has been given away that most of unKnights is out towards A long, and that allows the players of 3BL to kind of gain control towards B, but looks like they're not interested in some way, somehow. I thought they were going to be going into the warehouses once they saw the players of unKnights just in the faces of Penguin, but they're going to be playing this one with patience and just hold on to the bomb sites. Beck is pretty aggressive. And Alucard on top of the bomb site, he had all the chances to take the shot, but Beck does fall out. Does get the chance to run away without losing his life. The timer is now at 1 minute 30-second mark.
Yeah, Beck playing funny games with a sniper doesn't usually work out now, does it? But you're right. MKZ, I think, is a higher priority kill for 3BL than Penguin is for unKnights. So not quite an equivalent exchange here, but it is 1 for 1. Alucard does have eyes down A long. Everyone else is looking around, trying to get something done here.
1 minute left onto the clock, and the C4 lingering in an A does hint to us that it could be a possible A push, A split coming through. It's being held down by Alucard. He did wonders last time, but can he do it this time? The goal side is given, but Alucard does find a quick shot. Force from the sideways will find a kill onto Pietro, and all of a sudden HCZ is going to start climbing the ladder to see what he can do, but he does have to fall back down. The flash is going to blind him out, and somehow 4v2 and a dream. C4 right down there, stuck. Can't do much as the Alucard pistols him down, and it's all down to the hands of HCZ. He gets 1, 2 more as Totson swings out with the pistol. And that will be 3BL picking up their 8th. It's going to be 8-6, and somehow 3BL so close from shutting this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they're very, very close to taking home the win here and bringing themselves to play against Anubis. The Egyptian rivalry between the two teams we might actually get to see again. But, you know, unKnights, they're not out yet. They're still going. And Penguin actually gets Pietro off the board there in that initial exchange. Penguin does take a lot of damage, so Penguin will die to a stiff breeze.
Penguin is like that brother who doesn't care. He doesn't care. He pushes out every round. But here's the thing. He gets the kills. He at least gets 1 kill, buys that information, so that allows 3BL to maneuver a lot easily. And in the blink of an eye, MKZ is going to be swinging right through that smoke. And he's all the way in towards middle. But JWoww is there to provide some defense in a duel now. Through that gap of the window, does find a bunch of damage onto JWoww. So 4v5, but the HP is pretty low on the side of 3BL.
It is indeed an unKnights. They have this position in the warehouse. They're going to start poking. They're going to start prodding. And they're going to have to try and take this B site. They could always try to rotate around A, but they heavily committed onto B at the moment as MKZ is still there all alone, actually, just taking the attention of 3BL. And he still hasn't fully pulled out of this location, has he? He's still wanting to force the issue a little bit. But with HDZ going upside, is he going to go up sideways with the C4?
That is a risky play, but looks like he is not going to. And somehow unKnights is thinking about pushing out towards middle, but Horse is waiting with open arms. Will find one and put a bunch of damage into HDZ as well. JWoww is flanking from the backside, gets the double, and then HDZ is left all alone, scratching his head. What more can I do? Has 26 seconds, first of all. He's all the way in B bomb site, but he does not have the C4. And look at the positions of 3BL. They have the C4 completely covered. And HDZ has to find 4 kills in 15 seconds, and that's a hard ask.
I don't think he's going to do it as 3BL. They push themselves into match point. They are 1 away from taking the win from unKnights here and pushing themselves into the next match. Can they get it done this round? They have a couple of rounds to play with. They have a few match points under their belts, but we have a very aggressive defensive push by 3BL. They're feeling it this time. Pietro, MKZ, the whole of unKnights, they're going to walk in to a death trap here, but MKZ says death trap or not, I'm going to take someone with me, gets Horus down. And 3BL, they pulled out very, very quickly.
And eventually that push was led by Penguin once again, just to point that one out. The brother who doesn't care. But eventually it ends up in a death of a player inside 3BL. And the rest is going to be dreams made towards MKZ. Totson taps him out from the lobby. And Totson is going to back out with a kill into his backpack. With a bomb site now being completely open, but does unKnights realize that the rest of 3BL once again trying to dip and dive into the smokes, and having utils in hand is not going to pay off. Penguin finds but HDZ and HCZ will pick up a kill each. There's still JWoww waiting with open arms. The trigger discipline didn't pay off. HDZ does cut him down, and Alucard from the backside will find 1. Make that a 2! equalize it back down to 1-on-1. The C4 now being planted. And Lucart has all the time in the world, 40 seconds and more. He's going to rotate all the way back towards spawn. Beck does not know this. This could pay off huge, but now Beck, he is deep in warehouse, so that does buy him some bit more cover. But Lucart is hunting him down, and yet he did not give away any sound. Just look that one off. Beck finds an angle through the wooden window, through the gap, saves up a round. It's gonna be 9-7. 2 more rounds for unKnights. Then we may be able to go into overtime.
How many more times can unKnights do this? Let's do it at least 2 more to take us to the extra rounds. 3BL, they have match point still.
That'd be a tough one.
It really is.
But you can absolutely climb this one. I mean, back in the days, back in like 300 years ago, would humans believe that they could climb Mount Everest?
What the heck has that got to do with anything?
Tough climb, just pointing that one out, but eventually they made it happen, and let's see if unKnights can do so. They have the map point away and the match point away from them. That's going to be picked up by 3BL. PHO is going to be testing sideways horses when he's counter boosted neatly. The flashbang is going to work wonders. The support is there. And PHO is going to be able to tap horse out from the lobby.
It's going well for unKnights right now. They get one big kill up and sideways for someone who was sneakily boosted up, and now they're going to try and push this B side. They have the numbers, they have the aggression, and it's all go as HCZ actually goes down. JWoww, Toxic gets another kill as well. That makes it 2, make it 3. JWoww gets another, and this unKnights push is essentially down. And 3BL, they close it all out. Took 17 rounds, but they get it done. They take the long way round. And now they're going to go up against Anubis.
3BL off to a pretty slow start, but they were able to pedal the gas into that engine in some way, somehow. Win Mexico, win ports, beat unKnights out of their mind, and climb up that gauntlet.
I mean, that is one of those things where it just should not happen, right? They got
Cushions on unKnights.
Yeah.
It's sad to see, but hey, it's a tournament. You get knocked out, you get knocked out. There's no more rounds coming for you.
Yeah, it's a shame because unKnights have performed so well, but they just couldn't get the W's, right? Like every game, I feel like they were playing well, they were doing well, but they just couldn't get over that last hurdle multiple times. 3BL came into this after losing yesterday to unKnights. They came in, and again, they're doing what 3BL do, which is just decide to have a run on the last day.
That's why being a veteran in this game, having that experience of mental breakdowns, having that experience of climbing up the gauntlet, having that experience of facing against those pressure really comes in clutch. And so far, for unKnights, their journey ends here as they're knocked out to 1-2. But they gained that experience. Hopefully we get to see them again in the next Invitational and, you know, maybe in the grand finals as well, which is coming end of this year. Quick plug as well.
Yeah. All right. So, what a game that was between two very, very strong teams. And you can see unKnights, they just failed to get out of first gear on that map. 10-7. But you got to look at Alucard, who had an absolutely storming round. Tutson 2 also doing incredibly well.
I think everyone on the side of 3BL was able to pull that weight. I don't think nobody fell behind on the side of 3BL, so MVP could be given to anyone.
Yeah, and there's just confirmation of the final results. 10-6, 7-10, 7-10. And yeah, Mexico really did feel like the breaking point, right? It felt like that moment where unKnights just kind of lost a lot of wind in their sails. They kind of lost the momentum that they needed, and Alucard is going to be your MVP. 1.47 over all 3 maps.
20 AP as well. I mean, give or take, some players during this tournament had negative AP, so he does put the stats up there. Absolutely well-deserved MVP, but looks like we're ready to interview our MVP, so let's bring Alucard up on the board. Hello, and congratulations on your win, and congrats on your MVP. I mean, it was a tough climb. You guys started at the rock bottom at 3 losses, but coming into the final day, what was the main factor that allowed you to actually take a win from unKnights, who defeated you yesterday?
I don't know. Like the thing that brought us is we're used to this. We lose all the matches and then come back in the playoffs. Yesterday's match against unKnights really wasn't important for us. We didn't play at all. Like we didn't show anything. We're just having fun.
Having fun.
Although they were try-harding in the last map, Black Widow. We knew that the team who would have won will have a better seed. Like they will choose Team A and have sized both maps. But we said we don't care. If they want to take the side, they can take it. We're sure we'll win in the end.
Yeah, I gotta ask, why did you choose Mexico to take us onto map 2? It was your choice, right? It was 3BL's choice. Why Mexico?
Everyone was banning Mexico against us, so we didn't get the chance to play it. So we were so good in Mexico, so we didn't get the chance to play it. So finally we did. They banned sub-base, I think, so we had to force Mexico because we know that they are not that good in Mexico.
So now that you guys have to play another one against Anubis, and hopefully if you win, you get to play against GB, which is another game. Tell us about how you feel about going against Anubis that you guys have fought in the past too, and you know, just going into this match. Like, how well prepared are you to fight against them?
Anubis has been our rival since like 3-4 years. It's always close matches against them, and they improved a lot from the first season. They didn't qualify to playoffs or last CFSI, but here they are now. So they are doing a pretty good job. So we're ready for them, and we'll show them what 3BL is made of.
What 3BL is made of. Thanks for the interview, Lucart, but definitely congratulations to you for climbing.
Yeah, I would like to say one
that
thing.
leaderboard. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So MKZ, he said like 2 weeks ago, Bean was like HDZ, the sniper of their team, was equal to me and 40 and Snare combined. But we didn't see that today. So good luck
That's on
next
you.
time.
That's not me. That's on you. I wasn't there 2 weeks ago. I'll just say that. It's it.
Yeah, I'll just say it to him.
I'm sure he's listening and he's not going to be very happy with that. But he hasn't got another chance to say anything about it.
Yeah.
But congratulations, man. You deserved it.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
well-deserved MVP. Thank you.
Bye.
Good luck in your next match, as we are going to be looking at the playoffs bracket. It's going to be 3BL Esports climbing up from the rock bottom, beating unKnights 2-1, as now they proceed to play against Anubis for playoffs match number 2. And the winner of that gets the chance, gets the shot at #1 spot against GV Esports.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss the next match. There is a lot of history between Anubis and 3BL, and it's two teams who are at the top of their game. 3BL are coming in hot. They just played a match against unKnights that they handily won. Well, not handily, but they did win at the end. Now they're going up against maybe a cold Anubis Gaming.
That's absolutely true, but it looks like we are going to be taking a quick 20-minute break before we come back with Anubis versus 3BL. So please stick with us, as we're going to be taking a quick 20-minute break.
kill. Headshot. Double kill. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill. Headshot. Double kill.
Welcome back to CFSI 2023. It's the EUMENA's division, and guess what? We are the very final day to decide who takes home the money. We just finished our first match. It was unKnights versus 3BL, as 3BL came on top with 2-1, and they proceed into match number 2 against Anubis Gaming.
Yeah, match number 1 probably came down to who was more experienced in these situations, right? 3BL, they have the experience, and we heard it in the interview. We always do this to ourselves. We're always doing this, right? Now we're on to a match where it's two very experienced, two very history teams, and they cannot rely on that previous experience that they have to push them through this match.
And whoever wins in this matchup, Anubis versus 3BL, they get to proceed into the grand finals against GV Esports, into the talk and discussion for the number 1 spot.
Yeah, and it is going to be Anubis Gaming versus 3BL, who's going to determine who goes up against GV later today. This is going to be an absolute banger. The first time these two met in the group stages, Anubis did win. I think it was 10-6, 10-8. First map was sub-base, second map was compound. So we're going to get an introduction to the teams, and this is Anubis. That's going to be Snare, Dipsy, Doom, Slayer, and Hussam. Overall, they have been a very, very strong team. They fell just short against GV last night, so now it's time for them to show us what they're made of.
Absolutely, Simon. And I mean, every single player on this team performed really well. Nice little hand waves there, but definitely one player sticks out from all. That's Slayer. He's been clutching time after time, and looks like he is dedicated to do so once again. Nice little smiles going on. Keep the spirits up. Although they didn't have a chance to play a game today, they're going to get off here. So, like you said, the factor of being warmed up or whatnot, as 3BL was able to have a game in, do you think it will matter to Anubis?
Probably not. No, I was just looking at the kills and deaths, right? Who has the most kills on Anubis? Slayer. Who has the least amount of deaths on Anubis? Slayer.
No, Hussam, right? No?
No, Slayer. Slayer's
Okay.
only died 87 times. He's 117 to 87 right now. The guy is playing out of his mind, and a 1.34 KD spread over countless maps. I mean, this is the team to watch. I think they're going to truly challenge whoever they're against, and that's going to be 3BL this time around. And if they make it out, they will put up a mammoth fight against GV.
Fighting against them will be 3BL, who had a match before and was able to come on top of this. Penguin, Lucart, Forrest, Totson, and J-Wow. I mean, based on how they played in the last match, wouldn't be surprised to see them move on, beating Anubis.
I 100% agree. They've been one of these teams that always do not very good in the group stages, as you can see, 0-2, 0-2, 1-2. However, they looked a completely different team against unKnights in that last match, and it almost feels like they get transplanted between the group stage and the final day. Like, it's a different team altogether. It's just people in the same body, right? It's two different people in the same body.
Alucard's putting up big numbers above 1. Rest of his team just not above 1 just yet, but that's because they did finish the previous gauntlet during the group stages in a 3-0-3. Key players here, Snare versus Alucard. Of course, it's the Armors here.
Yeah, Snare has been playing pretty well. He's kind of got outshone, obviously, by Slayer. Even Dipsy had an absolutely amazing game yesterday. But Alucard, he's just strong all the time. So let's take a look at the maps. Anubis ban Mexico, the 3BL ban Eagle Eye. So it's the normal map. Sub-base is going to kick us off, and we saw how Anubis manhandled 3BL last time on this map. Then it's Port, Black Widow and Kara are banned, and we finish up, if necessary, on Compound.
It looks like Anubis don't want to get handled in Mexico, as 3BL had a very dominant game, I would say, in Mexico. So that gets ruled out. Sub-base, very generic pick. Port, decent pick. And then some way, somehow, we finish things off in Compound. Black Widow is banned out once again, which is unusual. It's usually that go-to for that map number 3, but this time around, it's gone. Well, it's going to be Sub, Port, and Compound.
Yeah, the sub base the last time these two teams met was 10-6, and we saw Anubis do that wonderful A push where they have a couple hanging up in the vent, and then waiting for the push to come, so all the attention is drawn into the A side. They drop out the vent and just clean up the rest of the opposing team.
So what Anubis is really good is when they want to hit here, they will sell a fake down here, which is eventually sold as a fake. I mean, teams has a tendency to like actually clear it out and don't buy the fake, but because of the individual strength and the caliber they have, the fake is as strong as a real hit, and that basically delivers all the rotations in towards the fake, and then the rest of the Anubis can actually take the bomb site of their choice, win the round and win the match. That's how it went, but GV was able to hold that down. So let's see if Anubis can climb up the ladder as they have to face against 3BL. We're just waiting for the players to get ready in as we're about to kick off into sub base to start things off. And based on how Anubis played on sub base, it should be a very solid pick, I believe.
It really should be. I mean, Anubis are a quality team on this map. They made it look almost too easy against group stage 3BL, but what can they do against final day 3BL?
That's a big difference between a group stage 3BL and a final day 3BL, right?
It's like a third tier soccer team on like a normal day, and then as soon as it comes to finals, they're like Man
EPL.
City. They're Man City, like just crowning themselves champions within the first 10-15 games. But yeah, we are just waiting for the players to get into the lobby. What are we expecting on Subway? So are we expecting a repeat of what we saw day one opening match, or are we expecting something a little bit tastier this time around?
If 3BL plays the same way they did, it will be Anubis manhandling them, but at the same time, it's the final day 3BL, and now they're ready to bring up those strats. Subbase is one of those maps where wonky strats actually work out because it's so out of expectation.
Yeah, it really is. Because like we have seen, who was it? I think GV had that mammoth push down through Machine Room when they were on the Global Risk side and just completely shut out their opponents. And then they were everywhere. They were all over the warehouse, right at the back, the spawn sites, and they just completely closed the space of this map down. And it is possible, but you have to have a lot of things go your way. It's like a queen's mate in chess, right? You have to have everything go your way in order to deny all the space on the map.
And speaking of chess, first-person shooters are also, if you were to talk about tactics and strats, it's like you're promised to do certain things in certain time and certain places. Like, if you're Blacklist, you go onto the bomb sites. If you're Global Risk, you're holding onto the bomb sites. And if one site starts breaking that promise, then everything goes into chaos.
Yeah.
And if 3BL has prepped everything, they should have the map to guide them throughout the chaos, get the round to themselves, like the one you said. Global Risk does not push on Machine Room. Maybe we can see an early smoke from 3BL when they're on Global Risk towards double doors, which covers the angles for them to push out, and then actually have 3 men push out towards double doors, clear that out, and then have a player boost into vents and start rushing out. That's a thing that could happen.
Definitely is. I think we saw Snox. Was it Snox yesterday who was shotgunning in the AC as well?
FaZe as well, just
It was FaZe,
dropping that on
Snox.
and going with that
Yeah,
shotgun
just
of a go-to.
getting boosted up into the AC just to hold that defensive line if it is trouble for you, which last time these two teams played against each other, it was a very troublesome area, wasn't it? Like,
Absolutely.
Anubis controlled that AC and used it to great effect. So getting that boost into it, maybe sitting there with something like the shotgun or the Orm, as we've seen multiple times. Like,
And that's also one of the promise plays too, right? Like,
Yeah.
okay, there could be a Global Risk boost into the vents. Let's not go in one-on-one. Rather, let's see if anyone's in there, and if there is one, then we can get a trade pick. And that's why GV was constantly doing a double pick into the vents, which worked in sometimes, not worked out in sometimes because FaZe was a little bit better with the shotgun plays, was able to gun down 2 players at once. But let's see what happens here, because it's a whole different story when they have to face against 3BL. And because Anubis already has showed those kind of moments, not only FaZe getting boosted into vents, but like Slayer pushing out into Machine Room solo, first of all, not like 3 people rushing, but he himself clearing out angles, or Snare walking up the stairs from a bomb site. Those kinds of things has already been revealed, and 3BL, who probably was watching these matches, would have picked it up. So now it really comes down to whether Anubis wants to deliver it again, or Anubis, expecting 3BL to pick those up and play different strats. So it really comes down to like a chess game, if you think about it.
Yeah, it's who has the bravery to do the strats over and over again. And in a best of 2, which is what this has been between these two teams, right? They've played each other once. This is the second time. The second day, do you bring a completely different style? Do you bring different timings? Because timings are important. We do see these rotations sometimes where the timing of the push is just at the right time, where the person who was covering it has decided, okay, no one's coming through here, I'm going to rotate over here. And then they get that free pass all the way through. So just knowing those timings of your opponent is going to pay dividends throughout this match. And we're underway. It's 3BL versus Anubis. And Anubis are on the Global Risk side to start us off.
3BL is going to be on the blacklist side, and going to be a very default setup coming out from both of these teams. They are testing the water. They don't want to throw punches too early on because you can get countered. It's not UFC, but it kind of works in that way. But the C4 now being picked up by Penguin. It doesn't. No, he's going to leave it there, but the rest of 3BL does gather just outside of double doors, and looks like they might send it in. Going to be throwing some pot shots. It's held down strong by Doom and Snare, but they did leave connector open, and Doom decides to rotate in a little bit closer to it. Has a nade out, tosses it, but nobody from 3BL will take the damage.
Yeah, they will not. So we do have one holding in the center. JWoww just holding that central square, taking a look, seeing if you can find anything. Maybe B is a little bit vulnerable here, as they do have only Hussam and Slayer sitting up there. I'm saying Slayer in vulnerable location is almost a juxtaposition with itself. But anyway, he's going to get the sneak up on Hussam here. Alucard is creeping.
Oh, he sees the tip of the arm, and let's see if Hussam was peeking. There we go. Lucart will open things up. And now Slayer is down to hold the bomb site, but the Lucart backs out right away. Penguin swings for connector, gets the kill onto Snare, but Doom was there to get the free frag. Doom with a huge second kill onto Lucart will equal things back down. At the moment, Horse didn't find the ball. Doom. Slayer now in a duel, loses that to JWoww. JWoww only hurt about 30 HP here. So down to a 2v1. Dipsy is put to the clutch here.
Yeah, Dipsy has to try and get something done. Now he's holding the right position here. This is kind of where you want to be in a 1v2. He's expecting maybe a vent push here, but he is going to be able to peek out onto B through the shutters. And, oh, Horus is on the hunt.
He's going to get the bomb planted first and then go on the hunt, but Dipsy gets caught out. He swung out while JWoww was watching that angle. Gets tapped out, and 3BL will start off nicely with a first round to their pockets.
Very, very nice start for 3BL. Can they continue to build on this momentum? Snare has that sight all the way down that long corridor there, but is not going to pull the trigger. Penguin actually took quite a bit of damage. I think that was from a grenade.
I think he was in a duel with Hussam. Hussam found a better of him and did some damage, it looks like. Could have been a nade. But at the end of the day, the one taking damage and has to fall back is Penguin. Going to be burning the clock down. And just to mention that, if teams are playing by defaults, because 3BL won that, it may hint to us that 3BL might just have the better gunplay in them. Maybe the factor of getting warmed up, playing a role, maybe. We don't know just yet. But in the meantime, Snare does decide to do some jiggle peeks with the bomb. Finds one quickly and falls back right away. He books it, but Slayer on top the rafters will find one. But Penguin does swing out, get the kill. Doom also getting one. Kills happening left and right. All down to the ends of Dipsy. Once more, it could be a repeat. But this time around, he may have a better position to make the clutch happen. Horse is also going to be there on the heaven to pick up the C4. Looks like they may just head in towards B, or are they thinking about a rotation because the position of Horse is still pretty far back?
Yeah, Dipsy's going to find himself in the same place as where he died last time round. It is a 1v2. JWoww and Horus, they are going to sit in machine room while they contemplate where they're going to go. And Dipsy actually has his back turned to them. Does he know roughly where they are? He's expecting them to come on his front, but they're actually going to come from the side. They're going to come from up above. Are they going to get the plants? He turns around, he sees Horus, but JWoww cleans him up from across the side and plants the C4 just because it's pretty fun to do.
Dipsy Daisy having a hard time here. Not that because he got outgunned. It's rather his team put him in that situation of 1v2 clutch twice in a row. If it's the third time, it could be the charm for him, but don't want that to happen if you are Dipsy. But 3BL is going to be playing this one quite passively once again, not having anyone go towards machinery either, and rather just down towards double doors. It obviously worked out in the very first round, so they may go for the repeat. Not exactly sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, 3BL, they have a lot of options. They could go for the push through the AC. They could, you know, go through hallway up into B. They could go through machine room. I don't think they want to go through double doors themselves, but double doors isn't currently being protected. Doom is around the corner. He could swing out and take a couple of pot shots, but there is legitimately no one looking.
So after losing 2 rounds in a row, Anubis also decides to readjust their tactics, readjust their positions. That's why we have all 5 players kind of playing back. The mid is going to be washed by 2 players, but it's also very far back too. The nade may have done some damage. No, it's not. Unfortunately for Dipsy, it's not going to do much work.
Dipsy just flirting with the stairs there, flirting with JWoww. JWoww's 4-0 already, as we do have a bit of a, just a bit of a poke with a couple of shots here, but it looks as though they might be planning this B push again up through machine rooms and through that storage. Slayer's up in the rafters, and we do have a rotation now coming over towards that A site. Are they going to commit to this? They do pass off the C4 between the 2 of them. Hudson has this angle covered, and he might see Snare jumping across here, knowing that they're there, but that might just give them the go sign. It looks as though they're going to fake a B push, maybe?
This
No,
might
Horus actually eat right a ton of damage, yeah. Horus was trying to rotate over towards B and actually ended up eating a ton of damage. So is JWoww. So that move has not paid out, not worked out for them quite so much. But look at this, they were dancing between that A and B bomb site. Now they're just going to heavily commit on this A. Dipsy's waiting there. He gets Tutson. Dipsy makes it a double with Horus. But in the back, Sam and Doom, they got some big kills. Alucard drops out, but does get taken out by Snare, and Anubis pull one back for themselves.
So unfortunately for them, Anubis was able to counteract the rotations pretty well enough and even put some more damage out in the midst of the rotation. That's why Horus got stuck out of nowhere, and the timer ticked down to about like 15 seconds until the actual execution came. So that was a forced rush by 3BL in the last round, but now this time around, they're going to be gearing up. Get the booster in, is going to be pushing out towards middle quite aggressively. Let's take Doom out to about 38 HP here, and Tutson and Penguin did take a bunch of damage. Nate may do some justice, it's not going to hit. But the disengagement happens as the C4 is now also rotating in closer towards down middle. 5-on-5 with a minute 45 left onto the clock. They still have all the room they can work with. Last round it was a little bit forced. They didn't have enough time. JWoww was going to duck his head and cross in closer towards the staircase.
Yeah, and Tutson doesn't care about losing his head. He just looks around. Penguin takes out Doom in the back. And here we go. They push down the stairs, and Dipsy's good for 1. Can he make it 2? He does. He's got Tutson and JWoww. Didn't quite see that. Makes it a triple. Can he make it a 4? No, he cannot. He needs an unfortunate reload. But Snare is there to take Horus off the board. And Snare is there to take Penguin as well. And Anubis have woken up.
Absolutely beautiful quick scope on that second kill. I don't even think he was zoomed in for the whole time, and then somehow there's the kill. I would believe it. I would have believed it if it was no scope too, but most likely quick scope. That will be the second round being picked up by Anubis. Snare looking down towards middle, but the smoke does pop out. Penguin going out pretty aggressively now in the duel with Dipsy. Dipsy will find the better of him. Hudson now gets the kill though to open things up. Snare is taken down pretty low. Nate may do some more damage as the bomb is now getting delivered into the bomb site. More Nates flying ways in towards the bomb site and on in towards control room. Damage being exchanged left and right, but the bomb does get planted. And now it's a 4-on-4 retake situation.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive A push on the side of 3PL. They get the plant. Now they just got to hold it. Hussam, Doom, and Slayer all running down the stairs, trying to get what they can. Through smoke, Slayer gets 1. He got Tutson off the board, but Alucard takes out Hussam, and that's taking out some of the back lines as Horus takes out Slayer. And 3BL secure round number 5 for themselves.
The flashbang just completely blinded the rifler that was rushing into the bomb site. He got caught out, and Snare was left to do all the work. 1v3, hard one to ask. So he goes down, and that's going to be third round being picked up by 3BL, like you said. as we move into round number 6. Let's see what 3BL wants to do. They are poking prodding down towards B. We have one guy watching machine room and one guy watching down towards middle. In the meantime, gonna have a reset of the lobby, it looks like. So there is going to be a quick pause between us and you guys. Let's see what Anubis wants to do with this, because what I feel like is that because 3BL is playing this one pretty slow and they play a couple rounds pretty fast, like just kind of pushing it in between rounds, Anubis is feeling it difficult to adjust their positions to the tempo changes that 3BL is making. Usually, if a team is playing with fire and playing with the speed and playing with the tempo they play, the easiest way to react is to just play back, right? You know, don't go aggressive, just play back, have 2 on side, 2 on the side, 2 on the other side, 1 on middle, and just hold on to any pushes. Let's see if Anubis wants to do that. If not, then they can throw in a punch of their own, you know, have 3 rush out machine room, have 3 just rush down towards middle, like I said. Don't know if Anubis wants to do it. They don't want to risk anything. It's already 5 rounds deep into the first half, so we'll have to figure that out in just a moment.
It is worth noting that the global risk side for Anubis is pretty weak compared to their blacklist. It's about 40-60. So 60% win rate when they're on blacklist, 40% win rate when they're on the global risk. And before today, 3BL, obviously completely different team on the final day, but they were 37 and 42, respectively blacklist and global risk. So global risk is the weaker side for Anubis. That's the side they're playing on. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy maybe getting 3 wins, 4 wins.
3 would be enough, 4 would be adequate, 5 would be amazing, right?
Yeah. If they can win the first half and then switch to blacklist, they're going to feel like they are in the driving seat of the whole game, right? But if they do finish with only the 2, that could put them on the back foot quite a bit.
Yeah, 2 is a little bit too stretched. I mean, so far it's 3-2. They're down around, but I think Anubis doesn't care. It's alright for them, I feel like. Gonna have a bit of a delay, so we're sorry for that. But as you can see, 3BL is gonna be playing way in the dark, and whenever they switch the camera over to the side of Anubis, be careful, because that's gonna be a good flashbang to your eyes. They're playing out way in the sun.
No. Anubis just has like 1 light in the middle of the room on. You can kind of tell that, you know, they're all together because some of them are still dark and some of them are super bright.
Yeah, gonna be taking a little bit of a while. Getting some announcements going through. So, quick adjustments are made to the scores. There is going to be a round given towards 3BL due to unlawful disconnects. It's going to be 4-2. So round 6 is going to be given to 3BL as we are going to be readying ourselves up to go into round number 7. There's only 3 rounds remaining onto the first half, as even though we only played 5. So that round number 6 is a jail-free card for 3BL.
Yeah, very much so. But yeah, I don't think Anubis are particularly worried. I mean, look,
They don't care.
It's not that bright.
Oh, it was pretty bright. Well, when before the game began, it was dead bright.
But even 3BL before the game began, they had their lights on and.
What did they?
Yeah. They always do. 3BL have the lights on when it's before the game, and then as soon as it's game time, like someone puts on like a soundtrack to play in the game, and the lights go dark.
That is absolutely true. But go back to the number crunching, right? 2 rounds in for Anubis, 3 more to play. So as long as Anubis just takes 1 round here, they should be okay. I feel like on theory. 2 is a little bit too stretched. 3 is okay. 4 would be good. 5 would be great.
Well, they can't get 5 anymore. Oh no, they can.
They can get
have
5
to close it out.
theoretically.
Yeah, I can't count. All right, like I was like, we're 6 rounds in. They can't get 5. No, they can. They have to finish it all out though. That's difficult.
That is absolutely difficult, especially that this side is not their favorite. But anything and everything could happen in the world of Crossfire. We've seen wonders happen, especially during the Grand Finals. Baisha Gaming just absolutely destroying their opponent, all gamers. But now we're in the EUMENA division, and Anubis has to make wonders work against 3BL, and 3BL just wants to close this one out. Like, okay, they had a 1-round lead, and then somehow they have 1 more round in that. They have 2-round lead, and then they just want to close this one out in their favor. These 2 teams absolutely playing with all dedication, all they can put into this one. They want to go into the first place match. So it will be a clash of dedications.
Yeah, it is for the place in the grand finals today, Anubis and 3BL. We have them just doing a couple of test games just to make sure everything is set, everything is good, everyone feels fine going into the main game. That's just in case you can see the game in the background on 3BL screens, which,
Flashy.
yeah, I'm pretty sure you can all see what's going on up there. Just running around, making sure everything feels good to play, and there's smiles all around, so I'm assuming someone just decided to run into each other and gun each other down. Yeah.
It looks about right, but for me, what I feel like is that Anubis is not worried at all. Like, I think they're confident going into port or going into compound in the worst case scenario, going to map 3. Even if they drop sub, I don't think they are worried at all to go into map number 3 and take it all the way.
Yeah, of course. Why would they be worried? These guys are professionals, my friend. They've been doing this for a very long time, and I don't think worry is in their vocabulary.
Or in their dictionary, either or. It works for them. As we are just getting readied up. Sorry for the delay. Just have to apologize for that. So going to the finals, GV is waiting with open arms, and of course GV is gonna be watching this match. Like they have just watched the very first one too.
Hi guys.
Hi guys. So let's see if GV wants to adjust their tactics, because GV is one of those teams that doesn't rely on individual performances. But I mean, like from time to time, like a player has to clutch, but rather like the whole macro game of their team is very strat heavy, I feel like. And being able to watch these games, it's not illegal. It's part of the book. And if you're able to adjust your strats, they may be able to stand there on top. But for Anubis and 3BL, if they do take this into map number 3, then they give away a lot more than they expected.
Yeah, that is true. They would show far too much. But 3BL, I mean, we've talked about it before. They're used to being in this situation, right? They're used to being in this last day where your opponent gets all the information. And last time it didn't pay out because they ended up losing in the final to Lazarus, who saw everything. Because 3BL did not make it easy for themselves that day. They struggled. But they did get through to the final. And they did eventually go down to Lazarus pretty handily, it must be said. The same may happen here. You're right. I think 3BL, they have to show a lot in order to make it to the final, because they do have to climb the gauntlet.
And even if Anubis makes it out of here, because 3BL is going to be dragging this one to map 3, I can tell already. Anubis, they themselves has to show a bit more than they expected, and GV can absolutely play on top of that too, I feel like.
Well, both teams need to show quite a lot, because the next match, the grand final, is a best of 5. So you're guaranteed to have at least 1 or 2 of these maps, probably all of them, appear in that best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5, and basically BO5s mean that you have to play pretty much every match, most likely Eagle Eye and Mexico getting manned out, but if you are to show your strats on Black Widow, Port, Compound, Subbase, pretty much any of the maps here, it will be a very tough one. Tough ask as well, as we are just getting ready up to go right back into the games here. It looks like the players are all ready to get going. That's why they're not smiling anymore and putting up this serious face up.
Yeah, the serious faces are out, and we're waiting to get into this one. You can see Anubis playing this one.
Sorry for that one.
I was like, what the hell is that? Someone's trying to suck out my brains. Okay, so we're back in this. It's 3BL versus Anubis, and it is 4-2 going the way of 3BL. And we see Anubis just fortifying their position on B. They have all the roof taken, and they're going to not show much. Snare does have an angle going down, as we do have 3BL maybe posturing. Right now, they're not really posturing anywhere. They're having a bit of a shindig down this A side, but
Doom takes a whole punch to himself. That is unfortunate for him.
Doom has to walk away, kind of limping away from that exchange, as he is down about 80%. As Alucard has a little bit of a poke here through the storage lockers, throwing out some grenades, seeing if he can get anyone to walk out and reveal themselves, and that might be Snare. No, Snare decides to not push that far forward.
3BL deciding to posture towards B here is the say it looks like Horse is going to be boosted on towards the lockers to have an angle to the heaven if the smoke dissipates in time. But Hassam did drop from the rafters, is in the bomb site. Snare is in the bomb site with the of his own. The smoke is put out to hold on to the aggressions coming through. Totson, though, in the midst of nowhere. I think that was down the middle doors. Yeah, he does find the wallbang headshot to Doom. So, Doom's agony ends there. Down to be a 4v5. Less than a minute remaining. And the C4 is now rotating in towards middle, which may hint to us that a B fake is being sold. Horse. Okay, that was down towards B. Hussam goes down. Now, the bomb site is only being watched by Snare. And there's not enough time for 3BL. They have to start making a move. And let's see where they want to go, because there's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it looks like A is going to be the go, 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 because we see the C4 moving that way, but that will open up the counter rotation from the rest of 3BL, who are sitting over on the side. We see Horus over there, I think, making his way now across the center. Might actually drop through the vent, though. He's going to decide to walk down the stairs. As Dipsy, he gets a double. Can he make it a triple? No, Slayer takes it from him. And is he going to get the defuse here? Flashed out, protected, and Dipsy gets the defuse, while one member of 3BL, Alucard, was still standing.
Unfortunately for 3BL, the moment Dipsy popped out from the boxes and swung into the site, nobody looked at it. But looks like an early aggression from Sam into the machine room. Does he see the players coming in? He does not. Totson's going to get the headshot. Penguin and JO will pick up one of each. In a blink of an eye, down to the end of Doom and Dipsy. Doom does find one, pushing out aggressively into her stubble doors. And looks like he wants to keep going for the flank or not. And they rotate in and find the headshot on towards Penguin. So that does equalize us back down. As I said, Doom will be the last one alive. It's only a 1v3 as Alucard finishes him off with the That was a quick round, Simon. Yes. We look into, what's the score right now?
5-3. Oof. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty doomed push into the machines. They're going to try it again, but this time it works out. Doom and Slayer popping off. Slayer gets a double, Doom gets a double, and JWoww is out, and that round was 15 seconds long.
The 2-minute mark hasn't even been reached, and looks like Anubis is going to be able to pick up their 4th, if I am not wrong. So the first half should finish in a 5-4, as though we have to get the lobby remade, and we're going to be waiting for that. Like I said before, 2, a little bit too stretched. 3, okay. 4, good. 5, great. So now they're on the good mark because they picked up 4, and now they're going into their better side, so to speak.
Yeah, so now they have to kind of rally off the fact that they've changed onto their stronger side, and that last round, Penguin is the only person left in the lobby. So, yeah, I mean, they've got to make it work. They've got to do it. This is their stronger side. They showed some amazing strategies on Subbase yesterday, on Friday, Saturday for us, Friday for you guys, I think.
Depending on your time zone, things change up a bit.
It was Friday, right? Friday if you're in Europe.
Let's just say Friday and Saturday. Why not 2 days?
All right, Friday. So on Friday, we saw Anubis absolutely slap on the Blacklist side on Subbase, right? They completely swept 3BL here.
Now that leaves me questioning, had the disconnects not happened and the round given away to 3BL, if that was played out, were we going to be able to see Anubis pull out 5 rounds in their worst side?
Definitely possible. They looked good for it in that last one, but I have to question why they decided to go for that machine room push a second time, because the first time it was disastrous. The second time it was wondrous. Like, what gives you the motivation after getting that push completely wiped out the first time to then do it the next round?
So I'm going to bring in some psychology, AP Psych, that I took back in the high school. So they picked up the 3rd round in round number 7, right? So it was 3-4. Like I said before, 3 is okay. So as long as they have 3, they can start throwing out some wonky strats like the machine room push they did. So that one is justifiable, right? Although it did end in a disaster. And then they decided to send it out again. The second time around, I think it's valid because they would 3BL wouldn't expect Anubis to do that kind of push once again, and it eventually paid off. So the results do speak for itself. I feel like.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not I'm questioning the pre-thought about it, like the cognition of thinking, let's do it again, instead of like the retrospective, like, you know, where we have the hindsight, right? We saw what happened. But I like being able to do something, have it fail, and then repeat it immediately after is it shows psychological fortitude of the team, right? It shows just how confident they're feeling when it comes to gameplay. And finally, we're back in this, so we can stop talking about psychology.
Let's get right back into Crossfire as we are going to be looking at the switch of sides. Anubis now on the blacklist, and Snare will drop that lightning onto Alucard through the gap of the window, almost catching the second player of Penguin, but that will be a really important opening on towards the armor of 3BL. Dipsy will find the headshot. The Penguin was trying to jiggle peek through the windows. That's 2 players down already. Totson though, he's posted up pretty aggressively and he's trying to get an angle into Snare, but it looks like he won't find that anytime soon. JL did swing out towards stairs, found a bunch of damage into Swear, but he does have to fall back out. That's gonna be down 5-3.
Yeah, so 3BL on the back foot already. And Anubis haven't really showed much other than they have superior gunplay this round. So where are they going to go? Are they going to decide to go for an A? Oh, Slayer.
Oh my god, Slayer, how dare you. Totson had all the angles he could use to himself. He was the one pushing out, but in the meantime, JUL and Horse will find 1 piece each, trying to make things equal. But a player is still up towards the side of Anubis. It's going to be 3v2 as we're looking at some B push coming through. JUL is on the flank. Oh, this could pay up huge. Does find 1, switches the crosshair, Horse swings out, goes down to a 1v2. Has the pistol, but the pistol play from the other side. Doom will mark the kill. And Anubis is going to pick up that round. I mean, going back to Totson, I mean, he was the one flanking out. Slayer was not aware. Totson wasn't able to find the head. And then Slayer still finds the kill.
I mean, Slayer does what Slayer does, right? He is absolutely phenomenal.
And that's a team ace.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. 1.
Just caster moments here, but good. 1 for you and good 1 for Anubis as we move into round number 11. Gonna be a pretty slow round as Snare did not find any opening. I mean, I'm almost as if asking Snare to get a kill every round. Should be doing this, but he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, same for Slayer as well. Slayer tends to get these massive pickups.
It's like, dual clutch.
Yeah, just do it, man. Do it.
Should be doing this, but
Dipsy's having a bit of a poke through the boxes there in Machine Room, and Slayer actually is sitting in the vents. Do they know? No, they don't. Oh, we might have that beautiful A push that we've seen a couple times, but they might actually catch Hussam, who's not really ready for a push up the staircase.
both teams playing with the timer here. At least mid control is taken towards Anubis as Snare is now pushing in closer from Machine Room to see if he can get a heaven angle. Alucard spots Snare first. Both cross paths. Somebody may not find the shots. Nobody find the shots as we reach less than a minute mark here. Bomb that rotate in closer towards the staircase. So are we looking at that beautiful A
we
push?
are. We're looking at this ambush because they're pushing into A. They get the better of JWoww there. Distracted. And we might see Totson go down first. Oh, Snare actually gets taken off the board by Alucard here. And still in the rafters, still in the AC is Slayer, who's waiting for the go sign to drop down. And I think Totson is aware this is coming. They did it so many times the other day, and they know they have him trapped. Slayer pops out, but he does make it through because of the flash from his team, and now he's got Alucard in front of him. Alucard takes him out, but Dipsy and Hussam, they wrap around the rest of 3BL. Horus, last man standing, walks out into Hussam, who finishes it off, and Anubis pick up another win here.
Brilliant team flash. Support flash being thrown by one of the players down at the bomb site. He was waiting for Slayer to peek out from vents. That eventually bought him enough room to get the kill. Eventually traded out, but a kill is kill. So that was the round for Anubis, and this time around looks like they want to change up their gears and see if they can poke and prod down towards double doors. As we do see some pot shots being thrown. Have a player posted out pretty aggressively. Snare is allowed. There's someone on the ground? This shouldn't be allowed here right now.
Yeah, he's very, very far forward. But yeah, he's just having a giggle. Pushes out of machine room and then just slowly returns back. Now, where is the rest of his team? We do see the C4 kind of just hovering around central, now making its way towards machine. Are they going to commit to this, or are they just having a look through these little corridors and the little angles to try and get better? But Hussam joins it, and that brings validity to the idea that they're going to go for this B push. How can Horus and his friends hold this one?
Here we go. Snare is going to be the one on the front to peek the angles, and is Horus ready is going to be the true question put to us. Minute 17 left on the clock, and they're going to be going towards heaven. Sam's going to be the first one out. Tots in the spot out, but he gets tapped out. Penguin swings out, goes out from the lobby. Bomb site is completely taken as Sam is going a bit more aggressive, wants a piece of his own as well. Penguin and Alucard completely stuck. Tries to swing out, but can't do much. Penguin goes out, leaving JL and Alucard all alone. JL did find a frag on the rotation, but a 2v3 is going to be a tough one to ask.
Yeah, especially when Hussam is there in the cage. Doom is just on his right. JWoww's going to get surrounded here, but he has the skills to be able to break through. Can Alucard provide the support? He gets one. Hussam gets JWoww. Alucard makes it a double kill with the pistol, and now we're in a 1v1. He has to do the bomb. Slayer, is he going to get it? He is. Slayer left it till the last second to pop out for the C4 and brings home another win for the side of Anubis.
I thought Slayer was going to spend a little bit more time the Raptors and towards heaven, but looks like he does decide to pop out in the right time, right moment, get the kill and get the round. Hudson pushing out heaven a little bit too aggressively. He's going to readjust himself and fall back a bit. In the meantime, rest of his team, rest of Anubis is going to be gathered in towards middle, in towards that staircase, the top of it. See if they can find any nades in down towards Nook as JWoww. That's going to be the one to respond by the boxes. The nade from J. No, he's going to smoke that one off and find a better position. Looks like this is a ghost line for Anubis. Flashbang thrown out, and they're going to send it in. JWoww in trouble. Flashed out as well. Has to hide in the corners. Doom will take him out. But Alucard in control is going to be good to find the double kill. He puts things back down, but the bomb site is already taken.
Yeah, but look at how psychologically damaged 3BL are. They were expecting a wrap through the AC. They sent Horus through the pipe, and he's not going to find anything, and that's just completely eliminated like 3/4 of the defense here for 3BL. They were so trapped in thinking they were going to get collapsed in on in the same way again that they got pushed down. But look at this. Tutson pushes down the stairs. He gets snared. What can Doom do? Protecting the bomb. He can't do much. He goes down to Horus. So Sam tries to do what he can, and they are going to get the defuse.
Finally, 3BL is able to pick up their first round coming into this half. 3 rounds in a row for Anubis, and then 3BL is going to be able to find their one, as the rounds are now going to be 7-6. It's going to be almost very close to a tie. Snare walking into the machine room gets flashed, but it looks like he has no intention to fall back just yet. And looks like it may just be the repeat of the same early setup plays coming out from Anubis.
Yeah. They might actually be going for the push that 3BL were expecting last time round when they went for A, because we do have Slayer here in the vents, in the AC. He's going to have a look, but I think he's going to get popped here if he tries to get around the corner. Penguin and Horus, they do have that sight on it. Not Horus, I can't quite make out who's in that little room there, but they are looking at the vents, expecting someone to come through.
Oh, and Alucard gets counter boosted and punishes Slayer this time around. So that's a good opening for them, but Anubis does lose. Slayer hasn't been clutching, but he has been killing. 4 kills, 4 deaths coming to the second half. So let's see how that changes the water for Anubis. Snare does pop that smoke to push Penguin away from his position, but Penguin not afraid. He's going to be leading in. He may even swing out, but looks like he's going to be placing himself behind the doors. All 3 players of Anubis is waiting with open arms. Penguin has to be a little bit more careful. Unlike the rounds that he played against unKnights, where he was the one leading the charge. Hudson swings up, gets a headshot. Penguin swings up, picks up 1. Now they do know where the C4 is. The rest of 3BL is rotating in. as Snare decides to move in closer, inching in towards A here. That's a good rep.
Yeah, it is. He's going to get it. JWoww is right in front of him. Oh, did JWoww just not hear those gunshots come in?
I think Horus took a bunch with the pistol, and Doom is there to wrap it up. Down to a 1v2 in a blink of an eye. Snare swings out with the pistol of his own. Get that headshot. My man will pick that kill up, and it's going to be 4 rounds being picked up by Anubis. It's going to be 8-6.
Yeah, Anubis inching closer and closer to map point. And this seems to be their stomping ground as they're easily handling 3BL on that globe while they're the blacklist.
Just Lucard, a bunch of damage. He tried to go for the pot shot down through middle. He did see the tip of the body, I think, of Snare, but it looks like his shot missed, and then Snare's shot was a wallbang, so nobody dies. But Lucard does lose a bunch. In the meantime, Machine Room being contested. Snare absolutely feeling it tonight. He's not afraid to be the first one going in as an armor.
Yeah, well, they're going to go in again. I was expecting Dipsy to maybe just have eyes through the hole, but he's not going to bother as they go all guns blazing into this room as Horus gets snared. Dipsy and Doom, they pick up 2 of 3BL. Thompson gets Dipsy though.
Down 3v3 to a 3v2 as Hassan with the pistol will pick up a double kill to low, leaving JWoww all alone to the work here. Hassan, not afraid, swings out like a madman, but JWoww, look at his position, he's up in heaven. He may be good for 1 here, but looks like he missed that shot. Slayer and Hassan will spray him down. Hassan will pick up a 3rd kill of his own, and now we are at map point.
Yes, Anubis are making this look all too easy, and they're solidifying the fact that their blacklist side is just so bloomin' strong. But Penguin might have something to say about it. He takes down Snare, and Alucard gets Slayer. And maybe something's just gone a bit wrong here because 3BL are absolutely slaughtering Anubis right now. Dipsy's last man standing. He does get Horus, who was just peeking a little bit too much, left a little bit too much on show, and got punished for it. As Penguin tries to get the wraparound, and it's a good wraparound as 3BL, they pick up another win. That's just their 2nd round win in the 2nd half.
It's going to be 9-7, still at risk as Anubis did pick up that map point. Early shots are going to be exchanged, but Slayer, what are you doing? Through the wall, through the smoke, through the doors, gets the headshot onto Penguin. That mate just marked the round here as 3BL down a player. JWoww is trying to get some additional kills back into his end. He's going to be pushed all the way on top of staircase here. I don't think Anubis may check this angle.
They usually pay respect to the Nook for Anubis if they push down there. I think every team pays respect to the Nook, so they will swing and look at JWoww. It just depends how quickly they can go, oh my god, there's someone there.
Absolutely true. Some is going to be in that skin thick wall and right next to JWoww. In the meantime, rest of Anubis is going to be rotating in closer towards middle. I don't think they have no intentions to aggress down to the bomb site any moment soon as the timer. There's still 1.5 minutes left.
Yeah, they got plenty of time. They can play with this all they want, but Alucard actually has a great angle there at the stairs. He's just going to hold that as Usam does back out. But the problem is if you back out, your backs are showing. So if JWoww actually had the courage to swing out, he would be finding so much purchase for his bravery. But Totson here, he's going to hold this angle, swings out and instantly loses a head for it. And now they have control over that command room.
And now here comes the push down towards Lucars, takes a bunch of plays, and now he has to look towards Debs. He does get the kill, but the potato throne's going to do it, and Slayer swinging out will do so as well. Horus goes down, and that will be map number 1 being picked up by Anubis in a rather clean manner, I will say. That's going to be a 10-7.
That was 6-2 in the 2nd half, 4-5 in the first. I mean, it looked close during that first half, like they were back and forth. But then the 2nd half was just one-way traffic. Anubis, there was just no slowing them down. And it's not like 3BL didn't try. They were getting a couple of really good pickups. They were shutting down some of the angles, but Anubis were just so flexible on this blacklist side that they just made it work.
You're absolutely correct, because Subbase being their map pick, I believe if I'm not wrong, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Subbase was there.
So they know this map inside out, probably better than 3BL, but now as we move into map number 2, as we watch these highlights, what a gunplay from Dipsy. Dipsy was really good. Yeah, Dipsy was feeling it today. I mean, yesterday too, you were able to pull that jump off because he clutched.
Yeah. And then he went and did a better clutch like 3 rounds later, you know? I was like, you only get 1 shot for this, but Slayer jumping out, he did get picked up immediately after. But, I mean, everything just seemed to go right for Anubis there.
Yeah, Anubis, everything went their way as they were able to pick up their first map 10-7, but we're going to be moving into map number 2 of Port, and this one is 3BL's choice. Let's see if that changes anything, because 3BL is probably dedicated to taking map number 2, but this one wraps up in 10-7, and the scoreboard, my man, is absolutely popping off right now.
Yeah, everyone on the side of Anubis pretty much, apart from Snare, over that 1.0 mark, and 3BL, they're still looking good for their money. They're still looking pretty clutch. I do want to say, Anubis got in 3BL's head with that vent push, because they did the push on A. It worked. They tried to get someone down through the vent. It did work again.
So
This time they got,
strat.
yeah, and then they went through A again. This time not putting anyone down there, and they paid 3BL paid respect to that push. The only problem was no one was going there. Psychological warfare is like 20% of these matches, and if you can do a strat repeatedly and overwhelm your opponent, they're gonna have to pay respect to it, and that's the point where you just don't do it.
It absolutely paid off. I mean, for that strat to be successful, right? If you think about it, first, rest of your team has to go down onto A bomb site and take control of it. B, they need to have a flash at hand, because when you're taking bomb sites, you would throw them away and use that to gain advantage when you're entering the bomb site. So they kept the flashbang, they got the bomb site, and Slayer was ready to go out.
Yeah.
And they actually pulled it off, and they won the round by that. Even though Slayer wasn't too impactful of kills, he only had 1, got traded out, but the whole scene is now dead stuck in 3BL's brain, and they had to pay respect to it, like you said. What happened was, basically, 3BL has to put a player down vents, right below vents, to hold onto it, which is a waste of resources if you think about it.
Yeah.
One man is dead stuck there,
Yeah.
where he could have been used to hold down A or hold down B or push out towards middle, whatever you want to do, but one man is gone.
It's freeing up space, and that's exactly what Anubis did. They freed up the space. They forced 3BL, even though 3BL were on the defending side, they were forcing 3BL into positions that they could exploit.
And you know what's even worse? Alucard eventually got the counter boost and got Slayer, who was trying to push down through vents, to pull that strat once again. The moment Alucard got the kill, rest of 3BL decides to bum rush down middle because they know where Alucard is now.
Yeah, and it worked. It worked almost perfectly. I mean, you gotta give respect where respect's due. Anubis Gaming blacklist on sub base. Sorry, on port. I keep saying that because it's a sub base, which is essentially a port. But yeah, you gotta give respect. You gotta give respect to blacklist for Anubis on sub base, because it is brilliant to watch.
Sometimes British terms could be confusing.
Dude,
You guys
if
spell
a
color with an O-U-R.
Dude, if
Yes.
a boat goes there, it's a port, okay? If a boat goes there, it is a port.
Why not the harbor?
A submarine is a boat, therefore sub-base is also a port.
I'll give you that, but it looks like we are ready to kick things into the actual port for map number 2, as we have Anubis starting on the defending side and 3BL on the blacklist side.
So here we are on sub-base.
I'll give you that one. That was a good one.
All right, so where are we? We're currently looking at the normal map, and it's a little bit hard to see the angles and where everyone is, because we only get a very limited vision.
Alucard had a pretty good angle, but it looks like the tip of the head wasn't spotted. But Dipsy's going to swing out and get the kill on Force. Slayer will try to put that suppression fire for the rest of 3BL to not peek out, so they get to back away without losing Dipsy.
Yeah, Alucard's in a little bit of trouble. He is out in the open. He's going to try to hug that corner and just
look for himself. Penguin pulls a grenade and then looks at the floor.
Lining up the grenade
Yep.
to be thrown.
Yep. Lining everything up perfectly, trying to get a Kobe, but not going to get anything done with the grenade. Dipsy's just moving around the top. And now we have Anubis sitting in a very nice position. Looks like it's a 2 on A right now. I think that's what we're looking
That's
at.
2 on A for sure, yeah.
2 on A. So Alucard does breach Penguin as well. They're going to go have a look at B, but there are 3 here. They can easily move into it. So I think, yeah, 3BL are just going to back out a little bit as they are a man down. So it is going to be hard to push. JWoww is standing in sideways. So that looks as though we might be looking at an A push, because once he drops down, he's committed, and committed he is. JWoww's going to have a peek. Dipsy's just around the corner, and I don't think they know he's there. Tutson backing up JWoww. Penguin also coming over sideways. Snare actually abandons the A side, but Dipsy's just holding strong, and he gets the drop on Tutson, gets the drop on JWoww up the ladder. Well, Alucard and Penguin, they bite back, and they get Dipsy Snare. Penguin makes it a double with Hussam, but Slayer takes down Penguin. Slayer 1v1 against Alucard here. Who's going to be on top? Slayer might actually get the drop. He takes a couple of shots, lands a couple there, and he nails him through the wall, I think, or just over the top of the wall. And Anubis do draw first blood.
When in trouble, call Slayer, pulls that 1v2 clutch like he was playing deathmatch, made it look only so easy. But 3BL, this is going to be a little bit tough for them as they do start off with a round down. Looks like they're going to be going in towards sideways. I don't think a player has dropped just yet. Slayer is going to be pushing out towards middle, but Penguin is waiting with the cluster ready. Let's see if Slayer wants to peek out now. He's revealed that he did take a shot, and he's going to take out Thompson. Penguin and Alucard will pick one each, trading Slayer out, as now Anubis is a man down. Minute 50 left on the clock, and the C4 seems to not be rotating out just yet.
Yeah, if you're going to trade someone, Tutson for Slayer is a perfect trade if you are 3BL, but Horus just walks up and blasts Hussam. Now they're going to try to hold B, but it's hard to see. Is this a fake push? It might actually be a fake push, right?
Not exactly sure, but Snare is going to swing around. Dipsy did find the kill onto Alucard, so they are controlling B as Dipsy did fall back out. The bomb is now planted. Down to a 2v3. Both rifles here for the side of Anubis. They did drop the and looks like they are going to go for both M4s here. 30 seconds and ticking. We do see a flank coming in, but is he aware that there's a player right in front of him? JWoww is going to swing a thick kill onto Snare. It's all down to the end of Dipsy. 30 HP on a dream, but the bullet from Penguin is going to do justice as we're now tied back up at 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1, 3BL, Anubis. Don't forget, Anubis did win sub-base. So port we are at. It's early doors, and we are having a couple of shots here at Doom. We do have Slayer getting counter boosted up into sideways, but he's going to instantly find Tutson, and that's bad news bears for him.
Goes down. Totson gets to live another day, but the nade from Dipsy, can it land? We don't know just yet. It looks like it missed. But some mid-suppressed fire is being thrown out by Penguin and Alucard. Totson, though, waiting here for another counter boost will get absolutely paid off. And Anubis sending 2 players up to the sideways. It will end in a disaster.
Snare is just feeding his teammates to the eldritch horrors that live in sideways. He throws 2 of them up and 2 of them die.
I mean, now he's dead stuck in a bomb site by himself because he lost 2 of his own teammates. 3BL may send the push down towards A now. They have picked up 2 on towards A. I mean, any bomb site works out for them at this point. With a minute 20 left onto the clock, 5v3. 4v3 as they're... No, it's a 5v3 as all 5 players are up. Looks like B may be of the choice.
Snare actually picks up Tutson. Was it blood for the blood god? Those sacrifices may have been worth it if he can win this round. Penguin gets us out, but Doom takes out Penguin, and we're on board with Snare. Last man standing, and he goes down to Horus, and he takes the win. And 3BL pull ahead.
3BL indeed pulls ahead 2 rounds deep. It's going to be 2-2-1. Those counter boosts did not work out. We now look into round number 4. Let's see if they want to do that again, but looks like the rest of Anubis is going to be posted pretty backwards except the side of B, as we do have 2 players kind of clearing the corners out. In the meantime, the C4 is dropped just outside of spawn as 3BL just wants to test the waters and play as per usual. Don't want to risk anything and see where they go.
interesting fact, Port has been banned 3 times by Anubis. In all 3 matches before this, they have banned this map, so they clearly don't feel confident on it, and it's showing a little bit in their in the way that they're approaching this match.
They're going to be playing this one with a pretty heavy stack down towards mid and A, leaving BL open, and looks like 3BL has a pretty good read on it. It's going to be sending 4 players down there. The C4 as well is going to be dropped closer, inching in towards B. In the meantime, we do have Dipsy kind of rotating in as well. Snare has an and he's pushing out a little bit aggressively here. Let's see if he's able to get the drop as he's going to start swinging now. He's going to get nothing as Penguin will find the better of it. Gets the head of Snare, and now Dipsy left alone. So Bombsite will find 1. Can he make it 2? Yes, indeed he does. Now takes out the pistol. Slayer did arrive for some help. Now he's going to start swinging on with the pistol. Get a double again. Make that a quad kill for him. As Anubis now ties it back up to 2-on-2. I thought Dipsy was not going to do it until he did it.
I mean, Dipsy looked in all kinds of trouble there. 4 coming at you. Slayer, I mean, did wrap around the back and helped out, but Dipsy just controlled it down. And, I mean, the way he did it was something else. So we're on board with Doom now. It is 2-2 between these 2 teams. And it looks as though Totson's just having a little bit of a peek through the center.
Gonna have another player counter boosted, it looks like. Or is that some just outside of the website? Yeah, sideways is clear, it looks like.
He's just on the bridge. Dipsy's having a look through the little window, through the post box. Can he see anything? I don't think so, because there's no one there. But wait a second, Snare and Totson. Totson actually just slaughtered him. I thought Snare had the drop. He had the angle.
And Totson clapped him.
Totson clapped him.
It looks like an aggression is coming through. Slayer now at risk, has to fall back. Som's gonna swing up, though, but he gets completely flashed. Goes down to the ends of Slayer. And Dipsy as they go down to Horse. And Totson is gonna be 3rd round being picked up by 3BL. 3 Blacklist were alive, and now they have 3 rounds in on the side of Blacklist, so it looks like they're living up to their team name.
Anubis got absolutely flattened on A-Long there. It wasn't even close. But yeah, the Blacklist has 3BL.
Now you're buying my joke, thank you. A little too late.
I'm just
digesting.
Yeah. I was digesting what I was tasting, you know. It's kind of like when you drink milk out the carton and you're like, is this actually okay? That's how I was feeling when I was processing that joke.
All right.
I gave it a sniff. I gave it a sniff. I gave it a little bit of a taste. It seemed okay, so I thought I'd bite. You just let it be. Anyway, we do have the counter push. Are they going to start throwing people up sideways again? Snare's thinking about it. Oh, JWoww, he's lying in wait. JWoww gets Doom. Slayer got JWoww down though, but look at this. Snare gets 1, but Totson, he picks up a double. Snare and Slayer, 2 big hits there. Dipsy's trying to do what he can against Totson. He does nail him down, but Dipsy is very, very low.
In the meantime, they realize the B bomb site is completely open. We'll send the bomb down there, get the plant done. As now we are going to be looking at the retake. As Dipsy's down super low. I think it was 7 HP if I'm not wrong, and the Som is on full. Alucard did take a bit of damage. He should be sitting around about 70-60 here. And Horus is as well is going to be sitting at full HP. The retake is on. They're going to be sending it down towards Warehouse. Horse's position is absolutely horrible. He can peek out anytime he wants and swing and get the kill. But the flash is out. Horse gets taken out first. And Lucar's going to dip his head and get taken out by Hussam as well. And the defuse comes through, and Anubis, even though they did ban this map 3 times in a row, is going to put a good use to it and tie it back up to 3-on-3.
Indeed. Indeed. Or it was banned against them 3 times. It's hard to tell. I don't have the stats on who banned what, but I know they played 3 games and there's 3 bans on port and 3 bans on Mexico. So yeah, they chose each. And we're going to have a little bit of a technical pause here, I think.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have the lobby remade. In the meantime, things are tied back on 3-on-3. So give or take, this map being 3BL's pick, having Anubis catch up to you right by the toenail, I don't think if you're 3BL, you won't be happy with that one.
It's not just that. It's that they've been caught up while Anubis are on their weaker side, right? Global Risk just isn't their side. They've been underperforming compared to their blacklist side, but it's 3 for 3 after 6 rounds, and 3BL have got to be considering what they're going to have to do because they need to win this map. If they don't win this map, they're in a lot of trouble.
That is absolutely true, Simon, as we are getting ready to go back into the game here. Just a quick reminder, we just finished round number 6 as we're waiting for round number 7, which means we have 3 more rounds to go for the first half. Nobody taking a definite lead so far, but like I said, Anubis having to tie things up in their worst side. It may mean so much more than just a tie. But let's kick right back into it as we are going to be looking at some early sideway pushes coming out from Alucard. He has given up that almond and he's going to be on that rifle. Maybe he can just switch it back now. But so far, quick reminder, no is on the side of 3BL.
Yeah, we do have JWoww sitting on the loading docks here. He's going to maybe swing around, but Snare is waiting in that high ground on a top. And look at this. We have them in Central Passage, just in the tunnels here, waiting. Who is that? That's Hussam and I think it's Doom with him. Yeah, it's Doom. So they're waiting patiently, and we are going to have a push coming up through this area. Most likely Penguin checks his grenade, and he's going to load it up. Hussam, he's waiting. This is all patient. This is all quiet before it all goes wrong. We have Hussam. He swings around, but he goes down instantly. Horus actually nails it. Doom tries to get it through the post box, but cannot do it. And Slayer is not anywhere to help. He's up on the Blacklist bridge, but he is going to pin down Horus here, I think. Horus trying to get the angle on Slayer, but cannot do it. And they lose 1, but it's not the end of the world for Anubis.
I mean, give or take, having Alucard drop the lob and pick up that rifle hinted to us that they were going to go for these kind of aggressive pushes. But for now, they only lose 1 member. Anubis, they are still 4 strong and they can absolutely hold things down. But for now, 3BL is going to be rotating in closer towards B. And look at the positioning of Dipsy and Doom. They can cause a slaughter, but JWoww is going to find Doom, and Dipsy's trying his best, but not the second time he can. He goes down to JWoww, and now the bomb site is taking Slayer from the backside, gets spotted out, even though he did take that Horus in the meantime. Alucard will find better of him, and Snare, peeking through the smoke, will get tapped as well. And finally, 3BL finally finds that lead. It's going to be 4-3.
So they put their noses out in front again. As we have 3BL kind of charging a little bit up the middle. We're just going to find positioning, trying to get information. Penguin trying to get through the doors there. Doom is in the area, but he's not vulnerable. He's hiding behind the concrete wall, so he'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, whatever works for you, works for you. And for now, 3BL is going to be taking this with the exact same approach. No all rifles, wait the timeout, burn the smokes of Global Risk out, and then start rushing in, get a kill, fall back, and go into a different bomb site. But this time around, they're going to be switching gears down towards A. It's being watched by Slayer and Snare. So let's see if they are going to be dedicated, because they're not dropping down just yet. Looks like Totson is thinking about dropping down. We have Penguin lining up that smoke, and it looks like this is the go sign. Snare and Slayer on top of the bomb site have to test this one out. Slayer drops down, gets one, they get a 100 kill! He goes out to the Alucard, but the damage has already been inflicted. Farming kills is going to be Slayer, and now Anubis is going to pick up their 4th round, and we're tied 4-4 once again, Simon.
When he pops off, doesn't he? Like, Slayer absolutely going to town there. He was eating for 12. Maybe the sacrifices on Sideways have awoken the demon dark within Slayer, because he is absolutely on fire since that. Through the wall, sir. Do you have to? He's already had a quadra kill. He's trying to make it even more after this. He's just playing damn nasty right now.
Slayer's playing out of his mind right now. I mean, the first 4 rounds was pretty slow, and then decides to wake up from the long sleep. Doom is going to swing out, do a bunch of damage. Actually ends up getting a kill, make that a second. Yes, he does. And now Doom starts waking up from his C2, making a double kill. Only Totson and Horus all alive. Totson does find his Psalm to try to decoy things back down, and Snare has to fall back as the flash completely blinding him down. Smoke is dissipating away, and Slayer won't let that go too easily. Totson goes down, and Horus is put to a 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, Doom's movement in that was absolutely fantastic. That's the kind of thing you see on all the best highlight reels. He was just moving perfectly, keeping his aim in the right place, keeping the crosshairs tight and tidy, and he just got it done. Now, Anubis, they have a pretty nice lead going into this. It is 5-4. They're switching to their favorite side. How are they going to perform on the blacklist side? That's all got to be seen, but they do put themselves in a great position.
Absolutely true, as Anubis leads out 1 round deep. It's going to be 5-4, as we do have to remake the lobby for the side switch. We'll see what happens, as it's 3BL's map pick still, and, you know, on the defending side, there also could be strats employed. And if 3BL has planned anything to do, then they may just bring it out now because they're at risk of getting knocked out. They did drop map number 1, so if they drop map number 2, their journey ends here. But let's get right back into it. We are now in the second half of map number 2 of Port. Could be sub-base, but either or, I think it's Port.
Sorry, come on. It's clearly a port.
Thank you.
There's no submarines in this one. All right.
I'll give you that one.
No, I'm just going against myself here. It's fine. I'm just gonna accept the loss. I do sometimes. Yeah. Well, anyway, we're on this one. We do have Anubis this time on the blacklist side. 3BL, they are on the global risk. So it's 2 sitting on A, 1 up on A top, 1 just behind the box, I assume. And yeah, it looks like Anubis is just kind of feeling out the pulse of the map.
Looks like Alucard has switched back to the now that he's on the defending angles. He could put that to a lot better use than on the blacklist side. Penguin's gonna smoke that middle off once more, and looks like Anubis is gonna be sending their men and troops down towards sideways and towards A long. But it looks like they're gonna be not dropping down just yet, as they guide themselves down towards middle once again. They're just waiting for the smoke to dissipate, it does feel like.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of exploration, seeing if anyone's there, seeing if they can hear anyone, because it would completely change if they were even considering an A push. But they are committed here.
They're lining up their smokes, they're just throwing this one out now, and it's gonna mid push coming through. Som's looking to charge, and Penguin gets caught with his pants down. Som doesn't want to stop, goes in, gets taken out by Tutson. It's there with a pistol though. It's gonna not do much damage. There's gonna be swinging from the side, and the Lucard on top of the bomb site. He's gonna find the quick bomb shot, and JWoww will straight down into smoke, picking up a triple.
Horus.
Oh no, it's gonna be Horus, yeah. Horus with a quick triple will wrap that round up. As 3BL somehow ties it back up to 5-on-5.
Yeah, Horus picking up a massive triple kill there for his team. It was looking pretty good on the initiation there, but 3BL just kind of held firm, held tough, and closed it down.
Now we're moving into round number 11. The C4 is still dropped, still kind of lingering outside of spawn. Default setup from 3BL, 2 on bomb site, 2 on bomb site, 1 on middle, but Penguin is thinking about pushing out once again. I can already tell by his movements he's itching to push out. But in the meantime, Anubis is going to be rotating in closer towards Warehouse. Jo and Tutson has a crossfire setup, so looks like Anubis may find some trouble here.
Yeah, JWoww behind the box. He loves the spot when it comes to it. But oh, Alucard, instant retreat there. He knows that he can't get much done, as Penguin is going to have a little bit of a poke here, but is taken down by Snare. And that might just be the start of the end for 3BL.
Now Anubis readying themselves up for a push, whether it be A, whether it be B, whether it be mid. They have the man advantage, and looks like Anubis is dedicated to send some players down towards middle, as the C4 is still lingering there. I think they don't want to rotate the bomb out just yet. The setups are out towards B, it looks like. Could be a possible fake, as the C4 is still lingering in towards middle. It did rotate in towards B. But do they want to hit this, or do they want to sell a fake?
No, they're definitely committed to this now, and they're going to push out relatively soon. Dipsy's lining up the grenade from the outside. The flash is good. JWoww's flashed up. He can't see much. He goes down to Slayer. Doom picks up Tutson, who got the initiation kill. but it doesn't even matter. Anubis, they're just steamrolling this position. It's all theirs. Alucard trying to do what he can with the sniper, had Hussam in his sights, but didn't realize it was there due to all the smoke, all the utility that is being spent in that B backstreet. Hussam trying to find an angle because they know exactly where 3BL are thinking and exactly where they're going to go down, because Slayer gets Alucard through the smoke, and Dipsy as well. He takes down Horus, and that's Anubis Gaming grabbing another win.
Fight of power against power. I mean, Anubis could have easily sold a fake and rotate out, but looks like they did not care. They just fully send it in. It's like, hey, let's take it to Motown and just fight this one out, and it looks like they were able to come out of this one alive. For now, moving into round number 12, early nades being exchanged, as that's gonna land in nowhere. That's a boost in towards what looks like they're missing everything, and he decides, hey, screw it, I'm gonna shoot down towards middle.
Yeah, Hussam had to try and line up. I don't know if you saw that, but he had to try and line up that back jump so many times. He kept failing. But like everyone else is shooting next to him, and he's just like, I'm gonna do this jump.
You know, Hussam missed all that boost, and Slayer was like, screw this, and just run it down towards middle. Eventually, he found the jump, but
we are
looks like
committed.
we're going right into a snare. Claps the loot card from the lobby, but Horus with a big swing will pick up the double. Dipsy now shooting into the smoke, can't do much out of bullets with the pistol. Goes Penguin. Penguin picks up a double quickly. Make that a triple quickly. 3BL is going to be able to close out that round. That's going to be 6-6, back to a tie.
All I'm gonna say is if you can't nail that back jump, it's usually a bad sign for the A drop. I've seen it happen so many times where someone keeps dropping that little back jump, and then they finally get up there, and then the whole team just gets wiped.
Don't play Hussam, though.
If
Poor
you
man.
fail the first jump, just give it up. Just don't go for the A push.
Now we talking superstitions, huh?
I mean, superstitions is what I'm about, man.
But for this downtime, a quick caster superstition is that when you come into the casting and you don't have coffee, things go wrong. But today I had some coffee, so it should be good. But Anubis, in the meantime, is going to be heading in towards Warehouse. We do have JWoww kind of on the responding angle, but this is a full send by Anubis. JWoww has to get the kills, otherwise Doom's going to swing around, but Dipsy's going to find the quick headshot. Bomb site completely open. Smokes are set out. Thompson does find the kill, but Hussam's going to swing out. Not find the kill, but it's going to be down to 4-4 with the bomb being planted. Let's go into retake.
Yeah, they know Penguin is there. Snare gets a brilliant bit of information. Even though he gets hurt, they know he's trying to wrap around this backside, so Slayer moves over. He's going to spray down through the smoke and gets Tutson, but Penguin is right in front of him, and he doesn't quite nail that one, and Horus picks up a big double kill. Dipsy doing what he can. He gets a double kill. He's got one more left. It's Penguin and Dipsy.
In a one-on-one with super low HP, 15 seconds and taking Dipsy. Thinking about swinging out, is going to be playing with patience. Penguin, does he tap the bomb to alert him? Yes, he does, and now he's start peeking out. He's going to stick this one. No, he's not going to. Dipsy comes up and over the box, and Anubis is going to be able to secure this round.
He does. They do indeed, and the bomb goes off at the end of the round. Talking about superstitions quickly, parking spot is the most, the biggest superstition held by casters I know. Because you park your car in the same spot, you have a good day. If there's a day where everything seems to be going wrong for the team you like, you move that parking spot. You put it in the same spot until it messes up again.
It's like you're draining the energy of that spot, you know?
Yeah.
But going back into the game, we'll tell you more caster jokes on the next round. But for now, going to be having a default setup coming out. And for Anubis, after just bum rushing down towards B, they're going to be playing this one with some patience, as they are just going back and forth in terms of speed. They're playing 1 round fast, 1 round slow, 2 rounds fast all of a sudden, and then going slow for like 3 rounds. It does throw 3BL off a lot.
Yeah, changing the tempo really does kind of put your opponent on the back foot, as it looks as though we're gearing up for a B push again here. They're going to come out. It worked well last time. Can they make it again? Dipsy's checking the corners. Look at that. That's what you need to do. Check the corners as they are pushing out. Doom is considering, I think they're considering it. Are they going to consider rotating maybe through tunnels?
Into middle? Are they thinking about going into middle?
It looks as though they are. They're going to have a little bit of a peek. I think Snare is just trying to get anyone who rotates over the top, or trying to rotate on the back end of this. But when are they going to pull the trigger on this push? They're waiting patiently. Everything is smoked. Tutson has a grenade prep. JWoww is around the corner. Penguin knows this is coming. And Snare's coming to sneak out the back. He gets one. Snare, you absolute animal. Two from the back. Usam cleans up Tutson, who was at the front. Horus takes down Snare, but this has all gone Anubis' way. The patience, the timing, it all worked out for them. Horus and Alucard have it all to do.
Eventually, that patience paid off, but the bomb is now planted, and Horus and Alucard has no more time than 30 seconds to make things happen. Some through the smoke will find the headshot to Alucard, leaving Horus all alone. 2-1v4 does have 8 kills on the board for the heat of the lobby. Looks like he will have a hard one this time. Won't find the kill, but Dipsy will knock him out. That will be a round yet again going towards the side of Anubis, and looks like it will be 8-6.
Yes, that is the current score, and it is all going wrong. 3BL, they have to fight for their tournament lives. If they lose this, they are out of the competition, and they finish third in CFSI 2023 EUMENA Split 2.
You are on point with the terms there, my man. Split 2 is correct. EUMENA is correct. It's in the Americas, and it's 2023. But going back into the game, 2 minutes remaining onto the round, and looks like Anubis has made good use of that B push, just not afraid of just running in and not dying. They gun people down. So this time around, are they really opting to go B or switch their gears up and do something else? As we do see Anubis kind of railing towards the sideways here. Doom as well, landing that jump. Nice.
Dipsy
nice.
nails it. We'll
That's
see.
really good.
We'll see if this is successful. We know why.
But we do have 3 players of 3BL rotating in
Slayer.
towards A bomb site,
Where's
though.
Slayer?
Slayer's lingering in towards long air. Alucard's gonna spot them out, but the flashes and nades are coming through, and Anubis is gonna full send this one again. And all of a sudden, Alucard just finds Slayer on the flank, does go die. But Dipsy will find one headshot, make that 2 with the pistol, make that almost a triple, but Snare's gonna steal the kill away, leaving JWoww all alone. But the potato's gonna land right under Dipsy, take him out. But JWoww put to the clutch here, 1v2, 1v1 now as he does find the shot to Snare. Doom versus JWoww.
So he has to make it stick. He has to get there. He has 30 seconds to play. Ooh, I thought he was going to poke out a little bit too early there. I thought JWoww was going to take him. But he's put himself in a position where JWoww doesn't expect him to be there because he would have seen it, right? And that's exactly what happened. Doom picks up the kill, and Anubis are 1 away from victory. And all I'm going to say is they nailed those jumps. They nailed the A push. It's just how it is.
Doesn't matter how many global risk players are there, but once you land those jumps, looks like we may be able to pick up on that superstition. But we're going to be moving into round number 16. Map point is picked up. Match point is also picked up by the side of Anubis. And looks like 3BL is just dedicated to hold the bomb sites down. They're not throwing out any funky stress. They're going to be holding it fairly strong. Although the breaking force of Anubis is just a little bit stronger than the defending forces of 3BL for now.
Absolutely. It's all looking Anubis right now. Quite a few. Oh, actually, Penguin's going on the hunt. He's looking up sideways.
Are they going to go for the counter boost?
They are, but is it going to work? Because is anyone going to go there? Because it looks as though B is going to be the target.
That's unfortunate for 3BL, but the counter boost will buy that information for them and have the players rotate in like we do see on the board here. We have Totson closer into the bomb site, and Anubis is setting up for the bomb site. And if they make a go sign go, there's 3 players of 3BL right inside. Not even outside, inside B bomb site.
Yeah, and they also have Penguin, who's covering that the bridge up on the spawn, but he's going to join in the fun here. And it looks as though Anubis felt that one coming. They felt the danger in the air and decided to pull out as they move back over bridge. Penguin doesn't see this coming, so it is going to be, I don't know. They're still kind of stuck in the middle right now. They're not choosing which way to go.
40 seconds remaining, and Anubis has to make a decision finally. Only 1 execution is allowed in this time frame, and the C4 is outside of B. Moving in towards warehouse, pot shots are being fired, and that alerts JWoww to rotate in towards B as well. 3 players holding it down. Let's see if Anubis can break this one out. The flashes are now thrown out. Luker will find a kill to some. Doom will find the headshot to Totson to equalize things back down. Bomb is now closing in for Bomb. He's gonna swing out like a madman and will find a kill. But JWoww will pistol him down. JWoww goes down, and so is Penguin. All down to the hand of Horus. 1v3 and a dream. The tournament life is on the stake here. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Slayer to wrap that one up. It's going to be a 10-6. Anubis picks up map number 1 and map number 2, and they proceed on to the finals.
They almost made it look too easy when they're on the blacklist side, don't they? It's absolutely stunning. Anubis Gaming, and once again, Anubis Gaming creates some of the best highlight reels for Crossfire you will ever see.
100%, I agree with that. Especially a lot of thanks to Slayer for that, because clutch moments are always fun to see.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, Dipsy here was just right place, right time, jumps up the ladder. I mean, everything just kind of went right for Anubis once they switched onto that blacklist side, but that was blood for the blood god. I mean, how many people have you got to throw up on sideways on the counter boost before you decide it's a
Sacrificial lamb, you say?
it's blood for the blood god, man. It's human sacrifice. And it unleashed something within Slayer. That's all I'm saying, man. It worked.
It works perfectly too. Slayer is almost evil-like name,
it
right?
woke the demon inside of him, man. It woke the demon.
He's like, I'm tired of this. Just goes off at it. So be that, but some nice gunplay coming out from these players, especially for the side of 3BL as well. Was able to hold out for long, but until Anubis woke up. Once they woke up, it was all Anubis's.
Yeah, I mean, Dipsy played phenomenally. He got some good ones, but also this rotation here from Snare, where like everything was going B, he just pops up from the center, comes up the middle, down the back passageway, pew pew pew, picks up a good double kill, and I mean, it just worked out for him. And everything, and I'm gonna say it again, everything worked out for Anubis in that second half.
Absolutely worked out in their favor for sure. But the scoreboard is going to look 10-6 as Anubis will pick up map number 2. And look at that number 2.0.
Dipsy, a madman. Absolute madman.
Won't be surprised to see him on the MVP. Won't be surprised to see Slayer on MVP. Won't be surprised to see Slayer. Basically anyone can be
on
MVP.
that team. Yeah, anyone on that team. Even the ones who got the lower KDs were still putting in the shift, right? They were still getting the information, or they were distracting people. And I mean, 3BL, they played phenomenally today, right? This wasn't a complete slapping. They weren't made to look like chumps. They did get through unKnights in the first round, but they are not up to the challenge of Anubis, who won 10-7, 10-6 in match number 2 today, which means Anubis are going to go up against GV in the next match.
They're going to close this one out in a pretty clean manner, and the MVP, look who it is, my man. It's Dipsy, wrapping it up with 1.57 KD.
I mean, he played phenomenally. He got some really good kills. It's unreal how good Anubis are when things are going their way, and it's even worse when things aren't going their way, but they're on blacklist, and they still win.
They still win.
Crazy, crazy.
And if you think about it, they dropped a round in their war side and still was able to rip themselves out of it. So, but it does look like we're ready to interview our MVP. So let's bring Dipsy up on the board. Welcome, Dipsy, and congratulations on your team's win and on your MVP. So let's ask you some questions here. How did you feel to play against 3BL, who eventually won against unKnights, because their performance is okay, and then 3BL had to play a game before fighting you guys, and then you guys had to come into this one pretty cold. How'd you feel about that?
I felt like it's will be like we prepare for them, like because we play against them in the group stage, so prepare for them. It's okay.
Prepare for them.
I mean, you've had a great day today. Was it a quad kill? A complete wipe?
Yeah.
It was a quad kill?
Right by the ladder.
Well, yeah. What is going through your mind when you get that third? Are you hunting for the 4th and 5th, or are you just trying to do what you're doing?
Actually, it's nothing. I'm just focusing my aim and just get the kills.
So it really just comes down to the dedication to have the rounds for the win for the team. But for the final question, now that you climbed out from the second, third place match, and now you're going against GV Esports, How ready are you guys to fight against GV?
I think we're gonna play final now. We need to focus and play better than we played yesterday against them. I think we're gonna win, yeah.
That is
We're ready.
really good answer, I'll say. They're definitely putting in that effort. They're definitely putting the dedication. But thanks for the interview and congrats.
Thank
Wish
you.
best of luck going against GV. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we never want to keep them long in the interview when they have a match right next, especially
True.
when it's the grand finals. We want to buy them as much time to have and reset as possible. But yes, you can see it on the board. Anubis, they did beat 3BL 2-0 in match number 2, and they do go to the final, a best of 5 against GV Esports.
Best of 5 indeed, and we get to see the maps that aren't usually played, although we still get 2 bans coming through. Let's hope it's not Mexico and Subway.
Mexico and Eagle Eye banned immediately.
Oh, come on.
It's just
I mean,
how it
we
is.
still have to see what happens with that, as we are going to be waiting to see the next stream. But yeah, second match of the playoffs wraps up in Anubis' favor. 3BL climbed the ladder, but they get knocked out here. But definitely, they were able to secure their third place spot. Coming up next is going to be GV versus Anubis as the decider for the number 1 spot. So we're going to give the players 20-minute break and us 20-minute break and you guys 20-minute break. So please stay tuned as we're going to be right back.
Big shots. Double kill. Big shots. Big shots.
CFSI 2023. It's the EUMENA division, and we are left with the best part of the day. It's the grand finals.
It is indeed, and it's gonna be GV against Anubis. Two teams who've had the run of everything else so far this tournament. Anubis just beat 3BL. They're gonna be coming into this one hot, but the grand finals is a best of 5.
And that does buy GV the time to get warmed up as well. So basically, all of these teams that are fighting for the first place seat has all the chances they can get.
They absolutely do. And map pick is going to go for the side of GV. They get to choose whether they want to ban first or whether they want to choose which side they want to play first. But there are 5 maps to play. There are 7 maps in the pool. So that's 2 bans to go through. And we do have confirmation of today's results. unKnights did fall 2-1 to 3BL. Then Anubis went on and won 2-0 over 3BL, which puts Anubis against GV as our final match of the day.
Let's see if Anubis can deliver their performance over from that against 3BL towards GV, because they are now put to the true test. Introducing to you is going to be GV. The roster looking ever so strong. 7 Creeds, Stocks, man, you were talking about this earlier. Awesome. And we wrapped up with FaZe, the man and the legend.
Yeah, the man, the legend, the myth of GV continues in Crossfire. This team have been so strong this tournament. They finished 4th in the last split. They went down immediately. This time round, however, they sit at the top of the tree. Will they be able to place the star on their heads, or will Anubis boost themselves above GV at the end of the day? We're gonna find out as we see 7 just warming up his hands with some hand warmers there.
Absolutely getting warmed up. You don't want cold hands going into the game, so a lot of pro gamers, not only in Crossfire but in general esports, they always bring a hot pack around to get their hands warmed up. Team Data, they did leave the group stage with a very clean sheet, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, even against Anubis as well. But just a quick reminder, it wasn't so clean. Anubis really made up the fight, and the results, even though say 2-0, it felt like it was 2-1.
Yeah, it felt much closer than the results pointed to, so this one should be close. But you look at the stats over the whole tournament, and GV are just sitting pretty right now. Nearly everyone over 1.0, only 7, 0.94. That's basically a 1 KD spread. And if you all have 1 KD spreads, you're in the driving seat. But we're going to take a look at Anubis one more time. It is Snare, Dipsy, Doom, Slayer, and Hussam. They looked very tidy against 3BL. How are they gonna look against GV, who this weekend have been phenomenal?
This weekend absolutely has been phenomenal, and looks like the spirit is also in them, and they're giving us the cheers. Let's get it rolling for them. The stats for them definitely improved as they were able to knock out 3BL. Let's see how the stats do speak, but for now, really, even though GV is on top for now, can't really say who has the upper edge, because both of these teams are so darn good.
Yeah, they're neck and neck, and you look at the results: 2-0, 2-1, 0-2 for Anubis. Then they just went 2-0 against 3BL again, so they get the better of their Egyptian comrades of 3BL. How are they going to handle the team they're against? But look at this. I mean, the stats just don't lie. They are playing phenomenally. You have Snare, you have Slayer, who are playing great right now. Dipsy just had an amazing map as well. Doom and Hussam, they round the team out. It's not that they're putting up low scores. It's that they're putting themselves in positions to allow the rest of the team to come out and play the game that they need to play.
And the key players are going to be Awesome and Slayer, the heavy shooter support. Both of these teams awesome, had some great moments. Slayer, of course, don't have to say much about this guy because he clutches time after time in a way that, if we speak too much about it, it does get pretty dull. But the band picks are coming through,
and it is Mexico and Eagle Eye banned out. Then it's Subbase, Black Widow, then Ankara, then Port, and to finish us off will be Compound. Great order of maps, I want to say. I think this is probably one of the fairer orders that we
I don't
could
think
get.
it can get more even than this right now.
A map that promotes strategy, a map that promotes strategy, Ankara, which is more gunplay, Port, which is more gunplay, and then Compound to finish it off. And Compound is a very healthy mix between all styles of Crossfire.
It does mix the batch of the two, but to kick things off in Subbase, Anubis might feel pretty happy that Subbase is the map #1 because their performance in Subbase was A-okay, but at the same time, GV was able to take the map away from them. So, yeah, overall, very fair maps, but the match key points also say the same things here, I think.
Yeah, 100% battle to secure their first ever championship title of CFSI. And can GV maintain the clean sweep that they have had so far? They're a 6-set differential because they won 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And I can't see the last one. And their round win rate is 57.14. That's impressive.
What a number they're putting out, but now they are put to the truth test. Anubis had a chance to fight against GV, so that definitely buys them enough time to consume what GV wants to do, the tactics they employ, and what kind of what play style they go by. So let's see if that comes into play tonight, as we're just waiting for the players to get into the lobby.
Yeah, we talked about win rate for each side, whether they're a blacklist favored side or a global risk favored side. I was just looking at GV Esports stats. They have a 68.8% win rate on blacklist and 57.14 on global risk. So they're good on both sides.
They're good on both sides, but Blacklist is a tad bit better. Tad bit better. 18% better.
Ted, that's 11% better. It was 57 and 68, not
That's a tad
47.
bit.
I mean, jeez. But Anubis definitely have the ability to throw the proverbial stick in the spokes of the bike of GV. Like, GV aren't just going to run away with this one. It should be a very close and heated affair between two teams at the top of their game.
And plus this one being a best out of 5. I mean, had this been a BO3, then we could say the first map winner has the advantage. But BO5, it's a completely different story. You have to have the energy. You have to have the mentality continuously going on. I mean, in a game like Crossfire, you're going to have ups and downs. And if you get thrown over by your downs, you will lose the tourney. So let's see who has everything in them. The virtues, the patience, and whatnot, but looks like we're ready to kick things into map #1. It's going to be Subbase GV on the blacklist side, and Anubis is going to be defending, going to be looking at some early machine room pushes coming out from 7, followed up by Creeds, and also phases there, and looks like they're going to be tossing nades right into it.
Yeah, they're going to have a bit of a poke into that box, but not going to get much done as we're on board with Dipsy, who's playing very, very forward for someone on this side of the map. He is the global risk because Anubis did start GR, whereas GV, they are on the blacklist side. We saw this yesterday where they got all up in the grills of GV in their spawn spot, and it worked out wonderfully there. Can Dipsy hold his nerve and wait for someone like Awesome to come through? Oh, Awesome knows.
He's just
He has
checking
a
the
feel.
angles, and he checks it, and he gets it. He gets the action right on Dipsy, and that's a hint to go right towards A, and they're going to be full sending it. They don't want to delay anything. Doom did come for some nades to come through, but it looks like the whole GV has come down to the Nook. We have Doom and Slayer, and the rest of the 2 players of Anubis on top of the room, but this ult is going to be a tough one. Doom does find one. Make that a double for this guy. Slumps to find the kill, but Doom will make a triple kill. Something back there will find the double kill, and that will be Anubis to open things up nicely, even though they did lose Dipsy early on. It's going to be 1-0.
I mean, that was a pretty dominant display there by Anubis. They come all guns blazing. They get the shot through the door, GV, but it just wasn't enough. They got absolutely slammed.
GV waited no time. They full sent it, and they still got blockaded off. And once again, it looks like GV wants to take control of the machine once again. And look at the position of Slayer. He's been making use of it all along, and looks like the nade is going to be putting right in front of his face. 7 was waiting. So it looks like GV has done their homework. They know, and they know that Slayer likes and goes that spot.
Yeah, the grenade pressure just to force him out, to make him come out, and then he gets absolutely annihilated. His face, he definitely saw that, didn't he? He did, and he waited, and Doom goes down. That's 2 down on the side of Anubis, and no response. Not even an immediate, like a little bit of damage on the side of GV. They are all up and raring to go.
Dipsy's going to be covered off by that smoke, but it looks like he's not going to swing out from that smoke. We do have all three players just kind of lingering on the bomb sites and down towards middle, so they do have the slightest defense ever. Dipsy's gonna duck his head, but Snox is gonna swing in the spot out Dipsy. The final bullet was good enough to connect onto the head, and that allows A or B, wherever they want to hit, they can go to it, but Snare says no, let's pick off Snox, and Sam will find one. And now, Awesome swings out, take down Snare, and now it's gonna be a round given towards GV, it's gonna be tied back to 1-on-1.
Yeah, nicely held there by GV as it is 1-1 and 7 gets Snare. Snare was just poking a little bit too high and gets headshot off the map.
Gets clapped out to the lobby. Unfortunate for him and unfortunate for Anubis, but they were able to make things happen in the very first round. They were able to clutch it right back up, so let's see if they still have it in them. We're still very early on into the game, so let's see what happens. Doom's just going to continuously jump check the vents. In the meantime, GV just thinking about covering the maps, covering the ground, and gain the ground control. They're going to be spread out pretty wide. Have two players down towards A, have a player down middle, and have a player right in front of Machine Room, it looks like.
They're firing into the box. Creeds, I don't think anyone's behind that. No, they're not at all. No one's
Smartly
silly
enough, Slayer booked it out of that position. He's playing somewhere else, I feel like.
Yeah, no one's gonna stand behind that box. It's silly. But we do have a bit of an excursion going through the pipe right now. Slayer is lying in wait within the AC.
The counter boost this time around on the side of Global Risk. Let's see if that pays off or not, but GV is going to be sending it in towards Machine Room. We do have some on the jump check here. People players like to do it here, as it does cover a lot of your body, and you will live on. But looks like the go sign is given, and the sign is definitely taken by Anubis. Sam is on top of Raptors. He's going to start shooting. Now, he can find one, and he does. Doom's going to find the double. Sam will find one. The C4 is down, but it looks like FaZe is going to be good to take out Hassam. The bomb site is kind of open, but Snare's beating the open wires is going to spray down Snox down to a 1v1. Armor versus Rifler. Both players not hurt at all. Does have the C4 is going to be FaZe as he does pick it up, but the time is ticking down. Half a minute left onto the clock, and FaZe is going to start rotating, but Slayer, does he realize the bomb is also kind of coming closer towards his way?
He's up in the command room and he's coming down the stairs. Does he? No, he doesn't. He's looking the other way, and oh, FaZe on top of that one. I thought he didn't have any information, but he seemingly did, as he takes another round for the side of GV.
That pistol just tapping him out from the lobby, unfortunately for Anubis. That's going to be a round to be picked up by GV. Snare's going to casually look down towards middle. Last time it did not work out, but this time let's see if he can continue on with some frags into his pockets.
That's exactly, we're in Machine Room. Firing into the box, but nobody really ever seems to stand up there. Slayer hugging the rafters here up in the lights. It's a nice position for him to have, as he is pretty good at like dropping down onto people and just laying them out. And 7, giving away his position to the sniper. FaZe having a look up the corridor again, sneaking that vision between the doors. He does fire off. I don't know if you saw anybody up there at that point. No, he's just pretty far.
Gonna use the clock to their favor. GV's gonna run it down to a minute 30. But for now, they're opting to go towards staircase. It does look like they do have some pots just going down towards middle to pressure the player. Connector. But Snare won't let that pass. Gonna open up towards FaZe, get that kill. And it looks like he did also spot Snox kind of on the left angle. That's why he's popping that nade off. The rest of GV is gonna start pushing down that staircase. Dipsy is waiting. He's gonna find one. And now he's repositioning smartly. He will find a double. Gets tapped up by Awesome, but he has already done the damage needed, leaving Awesome all alone to the clutch here.
Yeah, Awesome is all alone. At least he has the C4 as company. But he's going to have to make something special happen here as he's against Slayer, Hussam, and Snare. And he's deciding to throw caution to the wind, and instead of trying to get the plant, maybe go on a bit of an excursion to try and get the kills instead. If he pops out the smoke, I think Snare might just get the vision of him.
But he did recover the C4. Is now going to go for the bomb plant. The time frame was definitely enough to warn Anubis that it's not down towards B, it's down towards A. As we do see Slayer kind of on the flank, and the Snare is going to be leading the charge right into the bomb site, followed by Hussam. Awesome has to hold this one down. He goes swinging out and missed that spray down. Hussam won't let that pass and get the bomb defused, as Anubis will chase right back up. It's going to be 2-2.
2-2 indeed. And remember, the global risk side is Anubis's weaker side in general. So they're pulling their weight on this side, and we know exactly what they can do when they go on the blacklist on sub base. And what they do is considered like war crimes in a lot of countries because it's absolute domination.
Slayer ditched that box 2 rounds ago, and now he's finding a different box just right across the corner to be his position. And the nade from GV wasn't quite there to hit it. So Slayer's playing with the minds of GV. It's like you're baiting one frag grenade out from GV every single round, pretty much.
Yeah, but GV, they're good for it. They're gonna maybe push on to A, but right now they're just posturing, trying to get the information they need. Snox has an eye. Snare actually has an eye down here as well, so snipers against each other. Actually, there's no sniper at the moment on the side of GV. They're all rifles.
They really want to crack open the bomb sites. Snare has a good angle, but all of GV is going to duck their head and go right towards the staircase. And now there's a rotation from Anubis to come in and support it. Doom and Snare does arrive. The flashes are now being thrown there. Dedicated push it. So now Doom on top of bomb site. Can't keep moving. So down 7, going in like a madman. Swings down, but Snare does find the kill on Doom. Awesome now swings out, picks up 1. No, he doesn't. Snox is going to pick up 1, and that leaves Snox in phase 2 all the way down to 2 on 2. Hassan with the pistol will take out phase, and that leaves Snox to the clutch here. Has an angle towards control, and yes, he does find that shot. It's going to be Slayer going down, and Hassan down pretty low. Both players just 1 tap away. Now the bomb plant is going to be preceded, and Hassan has to go on the retake as the timer ticks down. 37 and going. Any bullet will do justice as Hassan, he's waiting patiently. He does have a flash to work with. He's going to smoke that angle off, and that warns Snox that, okay, Hassan is going to be coming down that staircase, and hence is why he's posted onto the bomb site here, but he's going to turn his back, and Hassan's going to find that kill, the headshot, and get the defense going. I thought Snox was thinking that Hassan could have been jumping down from the control room, but it looks like that did not happen, and Anubis is going to spring right back up. It's going to be 3-2.
FaZe tried to do what Anubis did, which was let the push come in on A, drop down on control room, and get a couple of kills. He only managed to get 1 before being shut down, but he did. Sunwork 7 walks into danger. Slayer picks up a massive triple kill there. He gets 7, awesome, and Snox, as they were getting very, very forward in the storage lockers, and Doom cleans up the rest of GV, and that is a rapid round.
Looks like Anubis is on fire right now. They're on a roll, picks up 3 rounds in a row, and GV now really has to pick up some rounds because they don't want to be going into Anubis' favorite side without having a round lead. They have to pick up all 3 in the first half to have a 5-4, but for now, GV, after losing that round on, looks like they want to contest Machine Room. They have all 3 players kind of just looking down into it. Nobody really aggressing into a 7. Absolutely failed on that one. He had an I mean, if he had a rifle, he had a standing chance. But you missed the first shot, you're done. Slayer, after picking up the huge triple, is going to position himself right on top of Rafters, followed by Hussam as well. So they definitely want to hold this one down with a strength in them.
Yeah, and it looks as though GV are on the back foot a little bit. Maybe they're a bit... Maybe they got a bit shook by that that breach and Slayer getting the triple kill on them. So they are going to have to maybe force themselves to do something better this time round and reset their mental states. Snox actually has a bit of a poke forward and almost attacked, I think, Doom, who retreated back into the control room. We do have Dipsy holding the Nook. And we have Awesome having a peek at the hallway here.
GV is going to send the rotation down towards middle, but already Dipsy has poked out towards staircase. That information is passed down. Doom and Snare has to hold this one down. GV is going to send in a Some finds 1. Doom finds 2. Snare will find 1, and that's going to be down to Snox. Snox on top of Bumpton was sprayed down too quickly. Awesome will pick up Doom as well. That leaves Dipsy all alone, who was in the Nook, like you said. And now he's coming in for the retake. 1v2. Hard, but doable. Let's see if he wants to get the kill onto some. Awesome looking to swing out. This Dipsy swing out gets the drop! Down to a 1v1. The bomb timer, there's definitely plenty of time. 26. As long as he can get the rotation in, but it looks like he's not really willing to get in anytime soon. Snox is already in heaven. He drops down. Dipsy definitely saw it. Snox will pop that nade. not going to hit. Dipsy taps the bomb and Snux start pushing it on towards heaven. Dipsy spots it, taps the bomb, 9 seconds and ticking. He has to make a decision. Snux pushes out and he's buying the time all he needs, and now Dipsy really has to stick it, and that will be Snux wrapping up a round. Juggling with his life is going to be Snux, and apparently it paid off in a round win.
He didn't even need to risk it all too much. All he had to do was put the pressure and the fear that he could drop down and get it. And that's exactly what happened. And by the time that the fear was overcome, it was too late. He drops down, Snux just taps him out. And it was a good round for GV. Something that they needed to bring themselves back into it. It's 4-3.
That's
for
why
Anubis.
sometimes you shouldn't be faking those defuses. Had he stuck it on the first time, I mean, it's all like aftermath, but I don't think Snux would have peaked on the very first one. But, so be that. It's going to be around towards GV. Dipsy is going to be right on top of the staircase, but GV is going to be sending it closer down towards middle. Creeds and Snux, they're going to be pushing out pretty wide here. Have the flash ready, maybe hinting to us that they are sending Snux into the connector here.
Yeah, Snux is having a bit of a look at the control room, but Doom, I think, is actually, yeah, he's going to be perfectly safe. He's up by the vents and just making sure that he has that sight over towards me. But here we go. Dipsy actually popped towards FaZe, but didn't connect at all. Both teams standing very healthy as Dipsy prepares a grenade to bounce off the walls, and that's a good flash. Nicely bounced up there, and that just repels the attack from GV.
GV kind of centered around towards middle here. Snare took a punch. He was only fleeing 21 HP, has to fall back out. Snux with the pop flash. He's going to go on the pistol. Looks like it's not going to land, but the M4 will do so. Snare goes down, but the Snare from the backside will pick up a double kill. FaZe will get the trade on Doom. And now with the pistol play, Awesome's going to come in and get Snare down. Dipsy, that's fine. Awesome. It's all down to the hands of FaZe. It's going to be a 1v2.
Yeah, Hussam and Dipsy against FaZe. Where is FaZe going? FaZe is going through the vents. And he might just get the drop on them here.
This is a smart play, but he doesn't have enough time. 30 seconds. He has to find the first kill anytime soon. And we do have Anubis kind of on the overwatch here, and Sam exactly knows it. Anubis read FaZe like a book. Had a crossfire set up onto the vents drop, and they will get the kill and get the round. It's going to be 5-3. It does look like Anubis is on the lead.
Yeah, and we know what Anubis are like when they get on that blacklist side. They are so powerful. But GV, they might just have the answers lying around within themselves, because they're pretty good in the gunfights. They're not completely losing them. It's just a little bit of tweaks here and there might be enough to save this map for them.
Creeds wins for some pot shots through the machines there, but nothing catches there quietly. But for now, the C4 is just outside of A long. The rest of GV kind of spread out. Heavier towards B, I would say, but it looks like they're going to be sending the players down towards the middle. Side of Anubis, they're going to be posted pretty far back. They're expecting like a very fast aggression from GV when they send it. They're not going to sell a fake. They're going to full send it is what Anubis is expecting. Minute 30 left on the clock, and let's see what GV wants to do, because there is no more time than a minute 24.
Yeah, so Snux is pushing pretty far forward just to see if he can get Doom off the board. They were looking at having someone go through AC, but they decided that's not a good idea. Grenades come in and just pressure that control room door. You do have, it was Slayer in that Shutter's room, but look at this. Creeds picks up a double kill, but Sam picks up a double kill. Doom gets FaZe off the board, and Creeds gets Doom. It's a 2v1, Creeds and 7 against Dipsy, and we're on board with Dipsy. He's going to try to make a rotation happen here. Maybe come through hallway, maybe come through machines. We'll see where he goes.
The C4 is down, and GV's not interested in picking that up just yet. They want to cover all the corners where Dipsy could possibly pop out, but looks like they're missing out on that machine room rotation, as Dipsy's going to start inching in towards heaven. But it looks like Creeds has spotted him out, and that allows enough room for him to pick up that C4, even run all the way to B, A, so to speak, but 7 will end up getting the kill on top of Raptors, pushing out towards heaven, and GV will find their 4th, but it's still in the favor of Anubis. It's going to be 5-4.
Yeah, 5-4 it is. And now we get to witness what Anubis can bring to the blacklist side. 7 taking a nice position behind the door, behind the wall, just to make sure no one comes through, and he'll hear any footsteps if anyone tries to even look that way.
Sound is also a very good cue. It looks like GV is going to be sending it outside staircase. They have control full middle, and that information is passed down that Anubis is going towards B. We have two players rotating in, running towards B now, but Anubis can always sell this fake and rotate back out, so it looks like GV is opting out to go towards the rather default setups.
Yeah, we do have FaZe shutters, and he picks up Doom. Doom made it all too easy, but Hussam from the back gets one, but he does go down, and it's all guns blazing. 7 gets Dipsy as the last kill, but Dipsy did take Awesome with him, and Snare is all alone.
Snare versus the world. He's had some accurate shots, but 3 players pushing down onto him. He can't help much. FaZe with the pistol will tap him out. And GV will tie us back up to 5 on 5.
Yep, so here we go, another round. It's all tied up, 5 to 5. Where are GV gonna set themselves up? And where are Anubis going? Where is Hussam going? Hussam is deep right now. He's gonna pop around this corner. I don't know if Snox was expecting it, but Snox was good to the challenge. Wow, Hussam was very, very deep.
Snox not damaged at all as well. Slayer invents. Did he see the tip of the head? Looks like he did not, and he gets to fall back out of that one without trading bullets. Down a player is going to be Anubis, and looks like they're going to be gathering just in towards middle and towards outside the machine room. GV looking to stronghold onto the bomb sites. Creeds, he is going to be the first responder to the catwalk push. 7's going to be up on the heaven, and the nades are being thrown left and right to get distracted. Creeds not distracted, picks up a double, picks up a triple. That will be GV leading out now for sure.
Yeah, Creed's popped off there. Shutters is his territory. Do not step anywhere near it, or he will take you out. And now, where do Anubis find themselves? They have to try and get themselves, like, set their foundations and build on that, because right now, GV are just all over Anubis.
I mean, they threw some funky strats where Sam was just going very deep. Eventually, Snox was there to take him out, but that does warn them a bit. That's why they don't have anyone to control. They're going to be playing control pretty far back. In the meantime, Anubis is going to be crouch walking closer to a staircase. Awesome is on the responding angle. FaZe is there to help as well. Awesome is waiting for the nade and the flash to be popped. Now let's see if he can do it. So FaZe finds one. Awesome swings up, picks up a triple kill or double kill, as FaZe will pick up 2 of his own as well. Left all alone is going to be Slayer. 1v5. Let's see if he can do it.
This is just a normal Monday morning for Slayer, isn't it?
Oh yeah, get a cup of coffee, yeah?
Yeah. 5 against 1. That's fair odds, isn't it? Feels very much like Rorschach in one. He gets 1.
That's 1 is all it takes to start things, and let's see if we can get 4 more. We're not asking for much, guys.
He's having a look. He's in the control room. He could push down. We do have Creeds wrapping around the back. Slayer does come down, and he doesn't get Snox. Snox gets him off the board, and GV make it 3 in a row. And yeah, crazy.
Yeah, let's get into round number 13. Machine Room is getting pushed by GV. They like to throw this every once in a while. Wasn't like that in the last 3 rounds, but they're going to be sending it this time. We do have mid aggression, mid nades being thrown out, but Creed is nowhere near those frags. And 7 has joined in onto the party as well. Rest of Anubis sending it down towards the staircase. It looks like they're going to be sending up a phases, waiting. He does whip this one. He's going to pop that nade. Creed's joined in. Someone's finding the kill in phase, and Doom will take down Creed. That opens up the bomb site from GV. With the bomb being planted, they have to go on a 3v5 retake.
Anubis were ruthless with that plant. They just completely took over A and now completely own that whole section of the map. What can 7 do? He's looking to see if he can catch a shoulder or any other part of someone who's peeking, and he sees it. He just saw the elbow of Dipsy, and that's enough. But Snare gets Snox. As Awesome pushes down, he goes down as well. And it's 7 against 3. He has nothing left in the tank, and Anubis get their first win on that Blacklist side.
it's going to be 7-6 as Anubis starts to catch up to the scoreboard here. Early nades being thrown out from Anubis, and it's not going to hurt 7. Luckily enough, he gets to back out without losing much health. In the meantime, Anubis, instead of going towards A long, they're going to be going right down towards the middle, but 7 is on the overwatch. He's going to be smoking the double doors off once again.
Yeah, just making sure that if someone does decide to come through, they have a hard time of it. And it has repelled Anubis, who look as though they're going to posture over towards Machine Room.
The C4 as well is outside of Machine. Have 3 players out onto it and 1 player rotating towards Catwalk. But they are not going in just yet. And as if GV read it, they do have Snox on the watch. And he's posted in rather safer spots.
Yeah, but they do only have one person's eyes in this location. Where are they going to push? Where is everyone else? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, they can rotate out from B anytime they want, and it looks like they're going to be sending the C4 out towards double doors once again. So Anubis is going to be playing this map in a wide manner.
Yeah, just jump peeking Snox, trying to see if anyone is going to come through Machines. We do have the C4 looking. Is that towards the hallway? Yeah, that's hallway. So maybe B is going to be the location. The Slayer looks as though he might, he's feeling another AC run.
Possibly. As Dipsy is waiting to peek the corners. Going to be looking down for Snare, the armor for Anubis. He had some good shots today. Let's see if we can find a couple more. Only 40 seconds onto the clock, and Anubis has to get it going.
Oh, FaZe got Hussam, but Snare takes down Snox. FaZe makes it a double with a pistol as 7 gets Dipsy, and Slayer doing what Slayer does, creeping through the vents. He's going to catch 1. Can he catch 2? He catches 2. Can he get any more? Creeds is on the hunt. He's looking for Slayer now. He's trying to get his Slayer. Bomb is down.
I mean, Slayer just booked it after picking up a double. Now Creeds has to do all the work here with the rifle, but Slayer picks up a triple, gets traded out by Awesome. Now it's all down to Doom versus Slayer. 1v1, and Doom's position is absolutely legendary and eventually pays off with a wallbang headshot. And now we are tied back up to 7-7.
Yeah, nice shot through the wall there, connecting into center mass, and that's all it takes to get the kill for him. What's he gonna do next? It's looking really good from both these teams. They're shining bright, but don't forget, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It is a best of 5, not a best of 3. So tiredness, and if you spend too much in the early rounds, will you have enough left in the tank to finish the later ones, as we have what looks to be a big A push coming. But of course, it is a fake, but they're selling it really hard. Hussam is pushing hard. Snare is right there as well, and they're looking towards Awesome. Awesome hasn't given the go sign for the rest of the team to wrap around, as Snare is going to retreat now, and that is well held by Awesome, who didn't panic.
Yeah, he could have called in for some rotations, but he basically read it like a book, and all right, guys, this is going to be a fake, don't come through, which does not weakens up the defenses on the side of GV. In the meantime, after trying to sell something out towards A, the rest of GV is going to be rotating in closer to a staircase. So after a fake, they're going to be resending it down there. It looks like Slayer is going to be up in the vents. Of course, it is the vents. He's going to find FaZe flanking all the way around, and that is a good signal for Anubis to rotate back out from A and go towards B, because FaZe getting caught in the middle because he pushed out means that B is weak right now. And because of that information, they have to send, GV has to send more players down towards B, expecting a rotation to come through. And with only a minute left, it looks like Anubis still wants to juggle with the timer and play with their minds.
Yeah, and play with the minds they are. Snox is too busy covering AC because he thinks Slayer's going to drop out, but Slayer has already retreated. As Hussam walks up, he gets 1, he gets Snox. That's a big kill. There's Doom and Slayer. They've made A their home, B their home, and they've completely taken over. Snare looking to see what he can do, and what he can do is get Awesome off the board. And that is another win for Anubis, and they put themselves in front now.
8-7 to be exact, 1 round away, taking the map point, but Snare is going to take out 7 from across the map here. As now we are on board with FaZe. Down towards the middle, going for some hot shots, not quite going to hit. you do look at the minimap on the top 11 o'clock of your screen, the C4 is still lingering in towards spawn. So, Anubis, after taking that kill, is still going to continue to have that psychology warfare ready, play with the mines, bait a rotation, bait a push, which FaZe bit into last round and got absolutely caught with pens down with Slayer in vents looking his way. So let that be. And looks like Machine Room is being held pretty strong by Creeds, and if Anubis walks right into this one,
Did he see
Creeds
that?
can pick up a good amount of kills.
Did Creed see that they were posturing by the door then? I think he did. I think he
I'm
might.
not exactly sure.
Yeah, I think he might have caught sight of it, but maybe it just didn't register. But now they are going to push through. Creed stands to the side of the door. Sam is just quicker on the trigger. He takes down Creed's, and now it is a 5 against 3.
It's not only Slayer. Sam was pretty quiet the first day, and then now he starts speaking out loud. 17 kills, 8 deaths. That's more than a 2 KD, I feel like. So, let that be for Sam, but only a minute left on the clock. Let's see if Snox wants to push out.
Yeah, oh, Snox holds that line and gets Doom, just sprays Doom down as he breached, and now it is 3 against 4. Slayer pokes out, but FaZe whiffs that shot.
Down to a 4-on-3. Anubis still burning the clock down. It's making me anxious too. And now Anubis is going to be sending it down towards A. We do have Awesome, who has had some success in his position down towards A, but the aggression from Anubis is always so ferocious. Awesome in bomb site at test right now. Some goes down. Find his first frag here. Second, yes, he does find the double kill. And Slayer from on top of control is going to be able to get the frag onto Awesome. And now it's down all the way onto the hands of Snox, but he does get the flank in. Get the first kill. Does equalize it back to 1-on-1. Last time around, Snox did dirty to Slayer, and Slayer this time is doing the same, paying back the debt to Snox. Can't get the defuse going. He has to go for the kills. And tip of the heads are so hard to hit for both of these players. 20 seconds and ticking. Slayer's on top of the bomb site right now. Snox's position has been revealed. Slayer's gonna duck and not peek anytime soon. And the gunplay from Snox actually works wonders. Catch the tip of the head there and get the bomb defused, and GV is gonna be able to catch up to 8-8.
That was a scary zoom in there. I don't know if everyone saw that. It was just zooming in on the Global Risk face. No, great hold by GV. They did manage to retake. You gotta love it. You gotta love it when it happens just so well. What was
Gotta give a lot of credit to Snox for clutching that one round up and clutching this round up as well.
Yeah, and FaZe going through the AC with that shotgun. We've seen how effective it can be. And we've seen how much the side of Anubis love to go through AC. At least send someone like Slayer through there. And where is Slayer right now? I think he's holding Machine Room, right? He's all alone
By
on
himself.
that right side, yeah.
Listening to music, having a cup of coffee, taking it so easy that he clutches every single time, but the flash is flying through Awesome's way. Kreese is seeking to push down towards mid, but looks like he is not going to. Jump spots from Snare is not going to give away any information just yet. And the shotgun from FaZe, of course, like you said, isn't going to put to work until Anubis sends this one down towards A. Yeah, it looks like they're dedicated to go.
Oh, where are they going? They're going up through middle, and Creed spots that, and that could be a go sign, but they do. Dipsy gets Awesome through the box as Slayer takes down Creeds as well. Hops around the corner, Snare, but Snox picks up a double. He gets Snare and Slayer in that position. And now it's Hussam and Doom against the world as Dipsy went down to a grenade. They do get the C4 down. That's a positive from this situation. But Seven wraps around the corner. He goes down to Doom. FaZe gets Doom. Trying to continue. And he gets the pistol kill on Hussam. And the C4 is going to be diffused. And now it is 9-8 towards GV.
GV has reached map point. Anubis needs this round so much more than ever. Going into overtime, they don't want to lose one of their best maps to GV. They're dedicated to this. So last round, they almost made it happen until Snox dropped that double kill. in control, and they're going to be going for a fast-paced A aggression here. Looks like Austin is ready to respond, but Hassan was just a tad bit better. Bomb site is open, and the rotation is coming through. The bomb is soon to be planted. Nades are being thrown, and that's good for money. Hassan Slayer Dipsy taking a bunch of sums, almost taken out there, but it's still a 45-tick pace from the backside with the shotgun's going to come in. Get the kill switch, the AK gets tapped out, and all of a sudden Dipsy versus the world 1v2. Has a flash, has a nade, and he'll find that first opening onto Creeds. Down to a 1v1. With a 7 will find a bunch of damage. Dipsy is gonna book it, he's gonna book it, but 7's gonna chase with the pistol, and he has no more bullets, and he's gonna take the AK and get the kill. Unfortunately for Dipsy, the bullets were in 7's favor, and 7's gonna get a defuse going, and GV is gonna be able to pick up the #1 sub base to their favor.
That was close between two teams who are at the top of their game right now. My goodness, that push was so aggressive. The A rush almost worked out for them.
I thought 7 was trying to show us all the guns that he could use. Had to juggle between pistol, M4, AK, all of the guns. But at the end of the day, the gun he decided to take the final kill was the AK. As GV nicely wraps that map up in their favor.
Felt like there was a bit of a ceasefire in that fight, right? Because 7 had time not only to switch from AK to pistol, pistol back to AK. He had to pick it up and reload it.
I thought Dipsy had it all along to take the kill, take us to overtime, but looks like 7 had a bit more luck. It's the lucky number, you know?
Yeah. 7 heaven. His luck is on point today. Said before, luck isn't necessarily a negative thing. Sometimes it is just the rub of the green. Sometimes things just work out for you, and that's exactly what happened here. As we did see quite a few shotgun plays not working out as much for FaZe today as it did yesterday.
I mean, you still got a kill.
Yeah.
Jumping onto the nuke, so that's all that matters. If you have a kill, you're happy.
I mean, it took him about 9 shots. Shotgun jumping over, but yeah. And yeah.
Took a bit more than usual. I mean, he had some moments with the shotgun in the past, but today he's going to be off to a little slow start for the shotgun. Slayer, of course, had some good moments, but at the end of the day, Anubis fell short one round, and GV will pick this one up.
Yeah, and there's the shotgun that we were talking about. Here we go, Dipsy poking out. Pistol, swap, reload, bang. Nice. So
Nicely
just
done.
about did it, yeah, just about. And we take a look at the stats, and it paints a story of two teams who are going back and forth with each other. Two teams who are toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was Anubis all along, and then GV starts breaking back up 3 rounds in a row, and then closes this one out. It's so close between these two teams. So usually in a BO3, when a first team picks up a map, then I will say, okay, then they have a really good shot. But because these two teams are going so back and forth, I really don't know who's going to win out on this one right now.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Slayer and Dipsy's numbers there. They were not on fire, but Hussam was there to pick up the slack, and that's how you make a team, right? You make a team so that even if one part of it starts to fall off a little bit, someone else can come in and take the place at least for a round or two, and that's exactly what happened.
Some call it team, some call it family, some call it brotherhood, but the whole point of all 3 terms is to support your brother when your brother is not good, not feeling well, down bad.
I thought you were going for a Fast and the Furious squad
no,
again
I'm
there,
not.
man. You
No,
mentioned you mentioned family, and my head goes Vin Diesel. Like,
I've had enough Fast and Furious terms coming through, so we're gonna be going with the more generic ones. But yeah, to sum it up, subbase goes towards GV Esports as we are getting ready to jump into Black Widow for map number 2, which usually is on the farther end in the past, but now it's gonna be played pretty early on into the tournament. And just a quick reminder, this is the grand final. $75,000 is on the line, and both of these teams will fight tooth and nails to achieve whatever they can get.
yeah, and just to let you know who's playing GV, they have 1 map over Anubis. Can they build their lead up to 2? We are on Black Widow, and it's all go, go, go for these teams. As we look in the positions, we do have 3 on A. We have GV playing that global risk side to start us off with. Anubis on blacklist. Give us a rundown of the opening exchanges here.
Let's see what happens here. Seven's going to be jump spotting. We've seen some neat boosts coming up from GV on towards the boxes just outside the B connector. And looks like they won't be doing that this time around. Anubis absolutely knows this one, but for now, Husam's going to go for some pot shots. Not going to connect, but in the meantime, they were able to gain long control, sneaking Slayer all the way into the long area. Have 3 players pushing out towards Catwalk. But the bomb site is being held down pretty strong, so we have FaZe. Awesome. They're going to be having a crossfire angle. Snare might be finding trouble here. FaZe has a good angle. Let's see, the flash may push him backwards, and he can live another hit.
You're waiting for that flash to pop out. Snox gets snared, but Doom also got Snox, so it was a 1-for-1 trade there. And both teams losing a member are going to just retreat, pull back, and reevaluate what their original ideas were and if they can still work if they're a man down. We have Slayer just picking up the C4 and going on a journey over towards B.
If you count the damage, I think Anubis does lose a bit more because they lose the armor, whereas on the side of GV, they still have FaZe alive.
Yeah, well, swings and roundabouts, isn't it? As Creed starts poking through the door. And yeah, they're going to breach here. Slayer, does he know Seven's in the vicinity? I don't think he does, as Seven can swing out, catch the back of Slayer, but Slayer is good with the pistol, just lays him out.
How are you even allowed to do that? Seven had all the angles to do so. Take him down to low HP as well, but the bomb is now planted. And the retake has to happen. It's going to be FaZe, Crease, and Awesome on the mission. 30 seconds and ticking. Awesome has a position down towards windows. He can peek anytime soon, but looks like Crease was waiting for the smoke to dissipate. FaZe joins into the party as well. It's going to have to down to Crease to open and crack up the bomb site. Otherwise, they won't have the retake possible. The flash is too good as Crease goes down. Dempsey will pick up too quickly, and Awesome is the last player alive. Slayer from the backside swings out, gets the kill, and Anubis will open up nicely with the first round.
Yeah, first blood drawn by Anubis, who played that one very patiently, and they had a very interesting setup on the defense. They kept someone up on storage and up on bridge, just in case someone tried to wrap underneath them, but it didn't happen, and they were there to support their brothers in arms if necessary. And we're on board with Snare, taking a look up the central passage, but there's nothing there.
The C4 is going to be lingering down towards middle. 3 players are looking right down towards Catwalk, right down towards the double doors. But for now, Snare is thinking about peeking out towards Catwalk. Last time it failed, but this time around it may just pay off as the 3 players of GV are not having that flash angle. You know, Pop Flash your teammate to go out and get the frags. But FaZe has a good angle on towards the entrance here, so if Snare cuts the slack and gets right into it, he may pick off FaZe, or FaZe can pick off Snare.
Yeah, so both teams just posturing each other now, just trying to get what they can. And it does look as though Anubis are ready to commit over this little bridge here, over the catwalk. But I'm not sure. Snare's trying to get the angle on what a nade that was.
Potato flying to take the HP away. FaZe is going to start opening up, but he is going to find that first one on towards Doom. In the meantime, Awesome swings out and gets tapped up by Dipsy. Slayer from nowhere will find 7. FaZe is caught out by Dipsy, and Slayer finds 2 in a blink of an eye, leaving Creeds all alone. The bomb is now planted. And Creeds, he's trying to make a long rotation out towards long, but he will have to find all 3 heads because Snare is still up, and he's holding on to the arm.
He is going to get the drop on Slayer. No, Slayer's back awareness was out of this world. Had a feeling that someone would be coming that way and just taps him down. And that is 2-0 to Anubis.
I thought Slayer was down and dusted soon, but looks like he knew where Creeds could come from. Looked right towards long and made it happen. In the meantime, GB is thinking about swinging out, but Sam's going to pick up that double spray down. That B push is absolutely put down to nothing as Crease goes down to Snare as well. And quickly enough, Dipsy pushes out towards middle, takes out FaZe, and that will be another round. In the hands of Anubis, it's going to be 3-2.
That was a very rapid round as well. It couldn't have been any quicker than that. But we're already started Snox firing into the smoke. Does nip Dipsy and Husam, who have taken quite
quite a bit of damage. The grenade looking to finish the job, but it is not right place.
Snare has a nade of his own, and he's gonna see if he can mark the money there. But looks like it did not hit as well. Less than 2 minutes here onto the clock, and after GV with that failed B push early on, they're gonna be set up for another aggressive angles. They are quite wide out into the spawn area, it does look like.
Yeah, they definitely are as they're pushing up. And they do get a flash, Anubis here, into Waterways. I think they have a feeling, but Dipsy gets knocked. Slayer takes 7. Creeds gets Dipsy Snare. Snipes phase, but Creeds is good for his money. Takes down Slayer. Picks up a double. Make it a triple kill. As he got Snare down there. Hussam finishes it off for Anubis. It doesn't matter how many Kodak moments you get in a round, you can still lose it all. Hussam playing big there, standing tall.
GV was trying to push out B once again, but it did fail miserably. But FaZe is going to open up by taking down Snare towards long area. Going to fall back. But yeah, recap of the last round and the very last round. FaZe is a good angle, but he does whiff this one. We'll talk about that later. But for now, FaZe is being contested. Doom up on over with the pistol. Takes out FaZe. Bomb site is completely open. And Slayer, look at his position in a lurking spot. He's going to start swinging out soon. Takes out Nox pretty quickly. Now 7, and who is it? Kreese trying to get the refrag, but Slayer is juggling his position, and that does put GV wondering, where is Slayer and where is my enemy?
Indeed, we have a couple of shots coming through. It is a 2 versus 1. 7's on his own. He's got to take down Doom. He's got to take down Dipsy. He has 15 seconds to do that and defuse the bomb, and it's a very, very tall order. He turns around and gets Dipsy, but Doom takes down 7, and this is one-way traffic right now. It's 5-0 to Anubis.
So, back to what I was saying, 40 minutes ago. Basically, GV is trying to employ tactics, and Anubis is shutting them off by just superior gunplay. This is how it feels like right now.
Yeah, 100%. Like, they are just better at every turn. Anubis absolutely dominating so far. But we know that they are a blacklist favored team, and they're playing on the blacklist side. But 5-0 definitely tells a story of domination as FaZe looks to see if he can get anything done through the doors, but doesn't decide to poke through the smoke. We had a turn here, comes around the corner, also gets one, but Snux picks up a double kill, makes it all worth it as Hussam, Doom, and Snare are out of the picture.
Now it's all down for Dipsy and Slayer, but Dipsy is erased off the map as FaZe will find that arm shot and down to the hands of Slayer. 1v4. Easier said than done, and he has already proved that he can pull these kind of clutches off. 8 kills already onto him, but 7 has a general idea that a player could come his way, and Slayer is now inching in closer towards the bomb site. I don't think he's spotted out just yet, but FaZe has a good angle. He's gonna miss this one. Slayer's gonna swing out. He gets the kill. He does take the HP away, and the pistol is good, but Snux is there to get the refrag. And now GV finally picks up the round they need. It's gonna be 5-1.
Yeah, and how can they build on this? They have 1 round win. Can they make it a second? They need to string a couple of good wins together going into the change, because you don't want to be 6-1 down, 8-1 down, but FaZe gets Snare from behind the van. And Hussam does take down 7.
And then now FaZe is trying to hold on to bombs. Slayer taps out Grease on windows. FaZe is good for 1 more pistol. It's good for 2. And that will make a 3-kill round for FaZe. And a round win for GV. They desperately need a 5-2 now. And as long as GV can pick up 1, it should be alright, I feel like. I mean, 5-4 is still itchy, but 6-3 should still be okay.
7 picks up a big headshot on Dipsy there. Oh, just in front of the smoke. Maybe a bit of mispositioning on the side of Dipsy. Didn't have the safety of cover as Snare's looking to come up on the bridge here and get an angle. Is he going to find anyone? He does drop the C4, I think, behind him, so that someone can pick it up from an easier position. Grenades come in, he's dodging left and right. He misses the opening shot on FaZe and may just back out of 7. It looks as though he might be coming to support everyone else and maybe go on a hunt. But no, Snare is still sitting back.
The versus both armors. Shot living their day, but Slayer out and long, not afraid of FaZe picking right into him. There were some pot shots. Does take away some HP onto Creeds and some HP onto FaZe. In the meantime, the rest of Anubis, after losing one player, they're a man down with only 4 players. They're still well spread out, trying to cover every corners, as the Blacklist side don't want anybody to be flanking behind their backs. And GV is going to be playing this one with patience, but Creed swings out, but looks like he's going to fall back right away. Sam's not spotted out just yet. Maybe he can sell some fake. Spot out now. Creed gets gunned down. That's an equalizer for 4 and 4 in the C4 in Catwalk. Maybe picked up and is headed in towards A in any moment soon.
Yeah, but it's still 45 seconds remaining, and GV have pretty much a lockdown right now in their positions, as we do get a wraparound on Sam, but it's not needed. Snox easily takes business as FaZe takes care of business on Snare. And now Awesome switches to the AK. He does get taken out by Slayer. And Slayer makes it a double as he gets Snox. And just like that, it's all tied up. It's 2 for 2.
Now they're with 19 seconds, they're going to make a long rotation down towards B, but look who it is. 7 is in B, and he has angled towards Doom. They cannot go into the bomb site to get the kills. FaZe gets tapped out, though. 7 makes a swing, does find the frag. But now, Doom has to get the bomb plant. He has no time. 4 seconds. No, okay, he is not going to plant the bomb, and that will be the round going towards GV. He was hesitating. He tapped the bomb, tried to bait 7 from coming out, but 7 was rotating all the way around, and Doom is going to live another day, but the round is going to go towards GV.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. I think he just miscalculated the amount of time he needed in that one and didn't get the bomb down. Sometimes you just got to throw caution to the wind and try and get it down anyway, because if you don't get it down, you lose. If you die, you lose. So, yeah.
That's why sometimes when it comes to defuse or planting the bomb, the first time is probably the best time.
Yeah, 100%.
But 2 minutes left onto the clock, and for now, we do have Alms back in the hands of Anubis for the side GV. When they were playing on the Blacklist side, they dropped the but this time around, we're going to be looking at Anubis going towards Catwalk once again. They really like to sell the fakes here, but to cut the stuff coming through, Snare is going to be pushing right into it, but he's going to be welcomed by FaZe. No, it's going to be Awesome on top of the bomb site. They notice they're going to be full sending this one out. Sam gets knocked out by FaZe from far across the map. Doom now gets tapped out. Snux will pick up one. FaZe will pick up the double. Awesome on the bomb site will swing, get one. And FaZe from nowhere get the pistol down. Snare goes down, and GV is able to wrap up the first half by picking up 4 rounds straight. It's going to be 5 to 4. Not the worst. I mean, the worst case scenario would have been like 7 to 2, or 7 to 2, yeah. And they were able to rake it back up to 5 to 4.
Yeah, that's how it was looking though, wasn't it? 5 wins in a row straight out the bat for Anubis. Then GV respond with 4 in a row of their own. A bit of posturing going on here. Went to pre-fire. No one is there, but sometimes you just gotta shoot, hope for the best.
Definitely gotta shoot and hope for the best is the thing GV and Anubis both are willing to do. Early aggressions from GV out towards long, but it was pushed back by the players of Anubis. It was Sam and Doom. Looks like they have spent all their flashes, and all their smokes has only 1 util each. Minute 50 left on the clock, and GV lingering heavily towards the B bomb site. Slayer's pushing out. He's trying to clear the angles and see if he can gain any information, but once the smoke dissipates, this could be the go sign.
Very much so, but it looks as though, yeah, B is maybe the target now. They are sitting down on B long, as they are going to have a wonder up. Slayer might just swing out and find Creeds. Does get a couple of taps. Does actually tap his head if you look at the hit window there, but not enough to finish him off.
And
But
for
enough
now,
to take him low.
yeah, absolutely. A nade from nowhere is going to take Slayer down to about, what, 5 HP. So they both trade damages here.
All right, so it's very, very slow from GV. But who's on the hunt? Doom is very far forward, and he might actually get a complete wraparound on the whole of GV if he's quick about it. Does bump into 7, but 7 is good for it. Gets the headshot, knocks out Doom. And just like that, advantage goes to GV again here. Slayer is very, very low. but so is Seven. Seven is low himself.
Sometimes one kill is all it takes to open up a bomb site, as the defense is softened up. It looks like they're be opting out to go down towards middle. Sam is on the watch here. He can hear all the jumps and footsteps coming through, but he does find one. Snox is waiting and get the tap. Creeds will take down Slayer, who was eventually low at Dipsy's position. He is waiting. He is going to be waiting for his life, but now he goes out as Snox does check it. Now the bomb gets planted and Snare is up to the clutch.
Yeah, he's got to get 5 with a pistol because the Orm isn't going to be quick enough. So Snox is there. Creeds is there. Yeah, he's going to struggle to break this with just the pistol, especially when Seven can peek out the window like that. And that's 5 blows for Anubis to start off, and then in retaliation, GV get 5 of their own.
Yeah, GB absolutely stellar performance, was able to tie it back up, and some way, somehow, Anubis is going to be going out towards middle quite aggressively. Who's Sam and Dipsy already pushing up, and Seven is on the Overwatch like he has done yesterday, and he's going to put the bullets into them as GB is going to make that rotation out to the long area. Slayer at risk here. He has to fall back. He's down super low, like he ended up finding the kill on Snox. Nades flying towards Catwalk and bomb site. As Snox is going to go out. Snare at risk. Seven's going to put more bullets into his face as well. Minute 55 left on the clock, and the C4 is getting planted. Onto the retakes, going to be 3v5. GV is completely boxed in here. FaZe has to make some work. FaZe has to work some magic. He does find a headshot on the Doom to open things up. Rotations are coming in. Dipsy, one. Awesome one. But Snare from the backside will get one, but it's all down to the ends of Creeds.
Makes it a double. He makes it a triple. Creeds, an absolute monster, finishes that round with just 2 hit points remaining.
If you told me to clutch with a 2 hit point, I am not up for the money. I'm not betting anything on that one, please.
No way. I wouldn't even trust myself if the whole enemy team was 100, all packed around my grenade, and I have 100 hit points left. I still think I'd lose.
No way, Jose it was, but Creeds makes it happen. And earlier on, Snare gets picked off already. So Anubis shaking and being in shambles right now. They have to work some magic, but some early push out towards BA long here. They just pay off as some will find the hash onto 7, who was lingering in spawn. They had a general idea that somebody could push out. Eventually it gets caught off. Rest of GV is going to send it right in towards B. Doom is going to be on the hold. He's going to put out a bunch of damage, but has to fall back as the bomb is now going to get planted.
It is, and another... Is it going to get planted? They're holding it right now. They're not laying it. There we go. They are starting the process. So it's 4 against 4. Roughly equal in terms of hit points as the Sam Slayer, Dipsy, and Doom have to find a way to breach this spot. And the problem is, there's just so many places to hide as Snox gets Dipsy. Snox makes it a double on Hussam as Slayer does eventually take Snox down.
Hold on to the end of Creeds here with the pistol. Takes a bunch of HP away. Now FaZe in a Doom and a Crossfire. Doom is going to tap the bomb, get it going, but Awesome will swing up, pick up the double spray down. And GV will lead out 7 rounds. It's going to be 7-5. And GV, despite losing the first half, is able to bounce back and leap up right away.
7 in a row, uncontested for GV right now. This is, as I said before, this is one-way traffic. Just that the one-way traffic decided to completely U-turn and drive backwards as Anubis were in the driving seat for so long, then GV just slap it in reverse and take it for themselves. They have 7 in a row. Can they make it 8?
That is the real question we're asking GV. Do they have the ability to make it happen? Slayer, though, thinking about pushing out towards B here. He's going to be hiding by the corner. It did not pay off the last couple times, so he's giving it a shot. It looks like, no, he's going to fall back. But he has the rather more aggressive angles. And if he swings out, FaZe could go down. FaZe at risk here, but FaZe so good with that pistol. Clicked ahead. And Slayer goes out just like that.
Just like that. We do have, who's that sitting deep? Creeds is sitting deep on a long. So that might be a sign that he's expecting the team to maybe go A after poking B and seeing if they can get someone to rotate over. They are looking at Doom. Doom is around this area. Awesome's just patiently waiting. Snox as well.
I mean, you can literally tell Anubis is frozen up and put to the corner here after losing 7 rounds deep, like I said. They don't want to make this one into 8, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, sometimes losing 5 in a row and winning 5 in a row, then your opponent coming back and winning 7 is enough to shake your very being.
The C4 is going to rotate in towards A long, like you mentioned. They're going to be selling the fake down towards B. 2 players, Snox and FaZe. They're trying to sell the fake, but looks like A is being held down strong. 3 players are onto it. FaZe goes and takes out Dipsy. Kreese now is trying to cross into the bomb site. Some at risk. Sam's position has been revealed. Kreese is going to swing from the side. He cannot find the frag as Sam is struggling. 7 goes down to Sam. And this is all going wrong for GV right now. Kreese out of bullets, has to go for the pistol here. Picks up the bomb. No time. He has to get the bomb planted. He does get the bomb planted. Now it's all down to him with Sam. He does find one. But coming around the corner is going to be Snare. And that will be a defuse for Anubis. But this is why you need to do everything on the first try. Diffuse or plant. Just do it on the first try. And that's how GV at least got the bomb planted.
Yeah, they at least got the bomb planted to buy a little bit of extra time, but it didn't help them out that time, did it?
Not much, as the players all went flying out dead, but some early aggression down towards long here. FaZe will put out a bunch of bullets, find a bit of damage. It looks like they're just going to back out after testing the water, and Anubis is going to be throwing all the details they have got into long area here. So it does look like GV is going to earn the better edge of that push.
Definitely. So we are looking towards B. FaZe does have the C4, and it is currently looked at by Hussam on the side of Anubis, but they're still worlds apart from each other right now, so they're not aware of each other's existence. But they will be relatively soon if they decide to push through the storage area.
Hussam is just casually jump checking this one. Once Snox runs into this one, then that may cause him to call for the rotation, as we have a huge A-stack, triple players down towards A and 1 player down towards Catwalk. And rest of GV just gathered outside of B here, as if they know there's only a single player. If they make this a go, this could push GV to their 8th round.
Yeah, we do see Creed's fake firing down towards the A bomb site, trying to just draw attention as grenades come in, and I think Hussam actually managed to flash the whole of GV. That grenade good at the feet of 7, and it has caused the rotation, but they do have Kreese who's looking down. Can he get anyone? No, he cannot. So he's going to have to join the fray eventually, as the whole of Anubis are here.
Dipsy's going to swing out, going for the retake, but he gets tapped up by Awesome instantly. And Doom through the wall is going to find Awesome some way somehow, but it's all down to the end of 7. 7 and Kreese at work, and Kreese is going to just do a bit better, find that double spray down, get the kill into Slayer and Doom, and all of a sudden, we are 1 round away from GV taking the map point.
Yeah, it's 8-6. We do have GV looking and pushing towards that A site, but no bomb means no commitment, as they were just getting Creeds in a happy location, making sure he wasn't going it alone, because sometimes you do end up running into a face full of global risk when you're trying to get into that A-long bottom.
Yeah, that could be a problem, but once again, Anubis is going to be going for that huge A-stack. This time around, 4 players. Mid is left empty. And as per usual, Slayer is going to be on towards the B bomb site by himself. So let's see what GV wants to do. They read it last time correctly and went in towards B, but this time around, things could be different and things could be spiced up as well, as the clock is now burning down towards the minute 30 mark. 2 rounds ago, it was a little bit rushed. They only had 4 seconds to plant the bomb, which is exactly the time we need to get the bomb planted. GV is going to be clearing out towards B long here and see if they want to head towards B. But for now, Anubis, even after hearing those nades being thrown out, they are not willing to break that defense on A and just hold it strong 4.
Yeah, so they do rotate back to pick up the bomb. 7 picks it up, and it looks as though they are going to go straight towards A. Now, if there is no rotation over towards B, they're going to find a lot of resistance. Hussam, Snare, Dipsy, and Doom are all there. Snare is behind the van, so they are expecting it to come through the little bridge, through the catwalk. but that's not where it's coming from. It's coming from this side. 7 pops out. He doesn't get doomed, but Kreese does. FaZe gets Dipsy. Sam makes it Kreese. Sam makes it a triple as he cleans up. Awesome, and FaZe as well. Now Snox, last man standing, has it all to do. It's 1 against 2. 28 seconds remaining. They need the kill.
He has done work before, and rest of Anubis is kind of clutched up together. Someone's gonna swing. But that feels the position. Snox is good for 1. Down to a 1v1. He drops down. Did Snare figure that out? Now with a pistol. But Snox will put the clutch up front to the counter. And now GV does pick up that map point. It's 9-6.
Map point. Remember, it's not match point. It is best of 5 for the grand finals. But putting yourself 2 to the good going into the first break is amazing as FaZe and Snox make it so as they get Slayer and Snare off the board already.
And Anubis already in shambles, only 3 players down. Doom trying to get the best of what he can, but the bomb site is already taken. The summon window trying what he can do, but gets tapped out by Snox as well. 5v2, make that 5. 4v2 now as Dipsy and Doom is down super low. FaZe will take out Dipsy. Doom does find the pistol shot, but at the end of the day, it's going to be FaZe to pick up the double with the pistol. Pick up map number 2 is going to be GV, and it's going to be 2-0 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and you look at the camera, and Anubis look a little bit shell-shocked, but GV look as though this is not even a match. They look as though they were just warming up. Look at them. Cool as anything. There's a bit of a smile. Okay, all right, they have cracked a little bit, but they look defeated.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis, like you said, if you push the pedal too much on the matches prior to this one, then you may not have much left in the tank to get going, and it looks like it's happening just now, but this highlight reel is going to be GV losing and then GV bouncing back and then getting 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they went 5 down, then they went and got 7. Anubis pulled 1 back, looking like they might be able to start the comeback, but GV just slammed the door in their face and got 3 in a row to finish it all off. And GV just look on a different level right now.
I mean, when we first came into this tournament, we put GV on the same level of Anubis, as if they want to, prove that wrong. They're going to be propelling themselves away from Anubis with 2 maps in them. What a scoreboard right now.
GV have not just pulled themselves away from Anubis, they pulled themselves away from the competition. They are on absolute fire right now. This is what happens when there's no Lazarus. Lazarus is a bit of a bogey team for GV.
Oh, that is true. It's like rock, paper, scissors. But for now, Lazarus is not here, and GV has all the tournament, all they want. As we are approaching to the end of this highlight, as we get to see the set summary, 10-6. First one was 10-8, and this one GV decides to make even more round lead, coming through 4-round lead.
They could not have made it any more difficult for themselves, though, could they? 10-6. But they went 5 down in the first 5 rounds. It went to 16 rounds. That's
5 down,
insanity.
and then coming back 7.
Just look at the dots on the map there. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then everything across the top. Round 13, all right, bit of a blip for GV, and then they just closed it out. Anubis need, during this break, to settle the nerves, settle the mental state, reset their foundation so that they can build and come back, because it is possible. We've seen it happen in America's region, not last time, but the split before. They have to do it on 3 more maps, Ankara, Port, and Compound, if Anubis stand a chance of winning this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams make a comeback from a 2-round deep loss, but it looks like we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break to allow the players to get all warmed up and whatnot. So please stay tuned as we are approaching the 3rd map of Ankara. welcome back to CFSI 2023 EUMENA Division Split number 2. We are reaching towards the end of this tournament. GV is making it look so easy so far in this best of 5. They were able to pick up the first 2 maps. It was Subbase and Blackwater going towards their way, and we are waiting to kick things into map number 3 of Ankara.
Yeah, you say they made it look easy, but my gosh, did they make a bit of a mess of the beginning of Black Widow.
True, 5 rounds deep, wasn't it?
5 rounds deep, they lost. Then they went on a 7-win rampage, lost 1, and then finished it off with another 3. So, I mean, started off a bit rough, but they did eventually pull it all back and bring home a win that looks dominant. Like, what can Anubis do to stop this this flood of GV dominance?
GV Esports just only a single step away from climbing up to the very top here. As looks like we are ready to go right into map number 3. This could put the end to the tournament life of Anubis. Let's see what they can do. They have to start cleaning back up. Let's kick it into Ankara.
So here we are on board with Doom, as we're just looking and feeling things out. Dipsy as well, looking for these angles, just pre-firing into things.
Just taking some pot shots here and there, but in the process, I think he either fell down or ate a tip of a nade. He's going to lose a bit of HP, but not a major damage. Minute 50 left onto the clock, and C4 is going to be lingering outside of the A bomb site here. In the meantime, going to be looking at a pretty default setup once again. Anubis doesn't want to stretch anything. They decide to throw funky stuff every once in a while, but it did fail against GV, so they're going to be playing this one with patience. Creed's thinking about swinging out. He does get the kill and the drop onto Sam to open things up.
He does indeed, and that's a big pickup of Doom. And Slayer, where are they going to go? Slayer should really try to push up through here. He is going to, but there's no one there now. There's no one left in that area for him to get the drop on, as they do rotate through middle.
Middle is always the most favorite choice for the teams with a man advantage. Easily tradable and easily rotatable. Less than a minute left. And GV just thinking about crossing right into it. Led by Crease. This man is on point right now. Absolutely feeling it. So he's going to be up on the front. Tested is going to be Dipsy. No, he's on over the site. Snare now from the tester. Goes out. His phase will tap him out from the lobby. Snare will find some return frag, but at what cost? Bomb site completely being dominated here, but Snare will say no to that. Make that a triple for this guy. Finally, he goes down, but there was the arriving force of phase to get a double kill of his own. And GV, as if they are trying to assert dominance, is going to start off with a round coming into map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say? They're just almost unstoppable. That looked as though it was slipping slowly out of their grasp, but somehow they managed to pull it back. His phase did finish it off. 3 kills in that first round for him.
Absolutely a great performance from the armors of both teams, but looks like GV was able to make a better one out of it. Snox is going to be clearing down towards middle here. Slayer posted out a little bit far away. Snox may have seen the tip there. That information is given. Slayer going for some pot shots, not going to hit, as he is going to be taken down pretty darn low.
Yeah, he is very low right now. We'll probably see him being used as someone to soak up a few bullets before the rest of the team get there. He is rotating over onto A, but you can rotate over to A all you want. GV, they're looking to go B.
They're gonna be sending it right down underpass. Do they realize this? Because Dipsy is posted far back, and we do have Snare out and long, but he has no intentions to look just yet. But GV is gonna be sending it right now. Snare has absolutely no idea until some shots are being fired. Now he starts rotating back in, but the bomb site is already swarmed off.
Yeah, he's going to look through. He's holding offices, but can't hold them any longer. His phase deletes him off the map. GV get the plant. Very, very clean.
And now onto the retake, but they have full control of the map. GV has the full control of the bomb site. 4v5 retake seems a hard one with the bomb time already ticked down to 20. Will be a tough one as the smoke out towards long is going to hold down 3 players. That is not good for Anubis right now.
What a shot that was by FaZe with Doom and Usam. They're good for it. 7 gets a triple kill from the underpass.
And GV get round number 2.
They make it oh so easy. Oh my gosh, GV is gonna be leading out 2 rounds in a row. And if you think about it, if you were to combine that with the last map, it will be 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it is 5 in a row for sure. Snare just unzooms as they were walking through the smoke. But look at this, Slayer gets the drop. He does get one, but he does get taken down. Now we're on board with the rest of GV. What can they do? The C4 is planted. That's a good, quick plant as Awesome's going to turn the corner. He's going to actually fall to Doom as Dipsy gets a headshot on Creeds.
Snox will find 1 headshot, but he's traded out instantly. Looking at 7, the last player alive. 1v2. The bomb is in his favor. He can play and juggle with the angles all he wants, but Tom's going to push out, get the headshot, and follow back up around. It's going to be Anubis.
Anubis barely look phased at what has happened so far. They lost the first 2 on this, and when you're anyone else, it's very easy to get tilted on that. You lost so hard on Black Widow, but they're coming back. They don't even look phased right now.
All you need is 1 to keep you in the talk. And it looks like Anubis is just going to be able to make that one happen. In the meantime, Triple Man stacked down towards A, as Anubis is going to be grabbing control down towards vents as well. Snox is going to pop the A, but it's going nowhere. Not going to hit anybody. The C4 is lingering outside of B long as well. And the rest of the team is starting to shift in closer out towards the long area.
Yeah, they are. We're on board with Hussam, who's just monitoring that A bomb site. But again, GV, B is their favorite spot right now, it seems, as they're going to try to push up through here. Dipsy is in the area. Will he be able to see this coming? He is up in office.
He's trying to juggle his angles, but the push is coming right to his nose right now. Dipsy peeks out and he says, I am not dealing with this, and backs out right away. Smokes it right off. GV as well will delay their time. And instead of forcing the issue, is going to back out and rotate back in towards middle.
Yeah, they have the time to do 1 more rotation. I don't think they've got time to go back and forth between the 2. They have to commit relatively soon. They are holding offices in that whole area right now. So maybe they're still going to go push B, but time is ticking. They have 50 seconds remaining.
In the process, Slayer is posted out pretty far. Or is he still in the bomb site? Not exactly sure exactly which position he is in, but he gains some information. Only 40 seconds onto the clock, like I said. Looks like 7 is going to pop that smoke towards fake. Slayer swings out and gives that information, and Anubis is going to stick it all the way in towards that B bomb site. No rotations are happening.
Yeah, I think GV right now is stuck between a rock and a hard place. They need to make this work, but there's so many Anubis players here. Dipsy gets Snox phase, gets to Sam. Dipsy picks up the double on Creed. Pokes out Slayer, gets 1 on phase. Snare gets Awesome. It's 2.
Anubis comes spring right back from 2 map loss and is able to tie it back up coming into map number 3 of Ankara. I thought GV had a pretty good read on the strats and the defenses Anubis was putting out. They were going on the bomb site with less amount of people, but Slayer was pushing out pretty wide, and so is Snare this time around, giving that information, passing it to his team, and hence is why we have 3 players on towards B. Another one of Hussam is going down towards middle, but this time around, GV not forcing it, is going to be rotating back down, but do they realize Snare is waiting with open arms?
He is waiting around that spawn point. He's going to come up here.
He spotted out for sure.
Yeah, he took a shot, didn't get it, runs away. Pretty smart run away, but 7 is on the hunt. He smells blood in the water, but so does Snare. He gets Snox. 7 got Snare down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, Snox for Snare. Not a bad trade if you're GV.
Bloodsport is the name here for Crossfire right now. Players going down for each side. Hussam has a good angle. Looks like he's going to be able to find the kill into 7 instead. And in the meantime, phase down towards middle was able to pick the kill on towards Doom. 3v2 with the bomb all the way in towards the bomb site. Looks like it's going to be a retake situation for Slayer and Dipsy. Phase He's now facing off Dipsy and right in front of him. He's gonna go for the pistol, but Dipsy makes a better of his gun. No, it's not going to happen. His face is gonna turn 180 degrees. Tap him out from the lobby. All down to the hands of Slayer now.
Yeah, it is. They can't plant the C4 anytime soon, but Slayer gets phased down. C4 still up, and this is a problem because if they'd have planted it a little bit earlier, Slayer might have been pressured not to do what he just did and get taken out, but now he's got to do a 2 against 1 instead of a 3 against 1.
I mean, 1v2, this guy does it every single day, but let's see if he can do it again right now with their tournament life at risk. Creates, just crosses the corners in the wrong time. Awesome gets tapped out, and Slayer makes it only so easy.
That was... oh. I mean, it doesn't even matter if it's a 3v1. Slayer's still good for it, isn't he? Like, he is cracked out of his mind.
And I think your point is valid. Had they planted the bomb earlier, then the pressure would have kicked in for Slayer, but they gave him all the time he needs.
They did, indeed. And Anubis now 3 in a row. Despite how many losses they've had, they are fresh as a daisy. And what are they going to be able to do this time round? Can they continue to capitalize on this run of form and take this map off GV?
That is the real question given to us as well, Simon. But for now, the C4 is going to be heading in closer towards A here this time around. They did have a player to kind of overlook on any possible swings that Slayer or Snare did last couple rounds. So, nobody from the side of Anubis is going to be poking prodding. Heavy B stack, and that leaves only some on the watch here on towards the spawn area. And already GV is making their way into the bomb site. The smoke is already put out to the connector. Dipsy in the meantime did find a kill down towards B for the fake here, but looks like A is already being swarmed. The bomb is going to go up onto the plant any moment now.
Yeah, and that rotation was slow. They were slow out the gates to make this move back over. They knew it was coming, but they just kind of dragged their feet a little bit as FaZe is in the perfect position to make something happen here. As the whole of Anubis walk out in front of him, he gets 1, he gets 2, but cannot make it 3. FaZe gets him down. Creeds takes out Slayer, and Snox gets another. It's 2 against Doom. Just not up to the challenge as Creeds finishes him off. And GV tie it back up 3-3.
So Simon, since you're the crossfire expert, before I care, which side generally has the upper edge?
I actually don't.
In the meantime, FaZe is going to pick up that shotgun of his choice, sitting on 10 kills, 5 deaths, 2.0 KD. Let's see if he can make that and put that to good use. Looks like he may be interested in going in towards vents, but looks like nobody is holding it on the side of Anubis. Grenades are being thrown, no damage being dealt. Minute 55 left onto the clock, and A may be the target, or they can easily just sell the fake and rotate back up. But little do they know, Anubis is clearing out A and B, and looks like they're going to be going for the A hit. FaZe is on the front line, sending it in. Snux will tap out of some. The bomb site is at risk.
It is indeed. As Slayer wraps around the corner, he gets Creeper. Snux takes him down. It's 3 against 3. FaZe, Snux, and Awesome against Doom, Snare, and Dipsy. Who is going to come out on top? The C4 is planted. Snare's looking for something with this angle. It's tight. As FaZe gets Dipsy, Doom gets FaZe, Snare gets Snox. And now it is a 2v1. It's Awesome against the world. He gets Doom, but not good enough to tap Snare. And Anubis got another one.
I thought Awesome had it all along. He had a really good angle on the half step of the staircases, right onto the tip of the head. But at the end of the day, it looks like Anubis will pick up their 4th. This time around, what is GV willing to do? We have yet to see a early mid-aggression so far, so let's hope we get one coming through.
Indeed. And you asked about the map balance on this and which side is more favored. Right now, I just don't think it matters whether the map is favored for Blacklist or Global Risk. I think it's down to the teams on this one, whether they're more comfortable on which side. Of Slayer is going to get a peek there on FaZe. He's going to have to be pushed back up because of the grenades. Everyone goes down there, and that is bad news bears as Anubis completely clean up that aggression.
Obliteration of aggression. GV gets completely wiped off the board. This is scoreboard is now leading out by Anubis 5-3. As the remainder of the first half is only gonna be a single round, which is being played out right now. 2 minutes onto the clock, and GV, after failed double rounds, looks like they want to do something else as we have a wing span out, kind of spread out. Slayer might be pushing the issue, and Snux is on the watch. He's been spotted out. Slayer goes down, and Snux will pick up a double. Snux trying to swing, but at the end of the day, Grease is there to help out, gets the trade, but Dipsy is there to trade out as well. GV, man advantage, 3v2. Can they scoop in this round?
Maybe. Oh, Dipsy actually eats a grenade, and that puts him even further in trouble here. Awesome phase in 7. They have it all to do. They do need to get this C4 down, but they have a minute and a half remaining. They have a lot of the map. Actually, weirdly, somehow Anubis have kind of squashed GV into this corner, but Dipsy backs out into Awesome. And Snare is the last man standing, is going to hold A instead. And now GV can break through this map. I think Snare just about caught Awesome. No, he didn't.
Oh.
You could just see it in our screens, but he just didn't read it properly.
But the bomb eventually is lingering in B-Long, contemplating where to go. Awesome may have an angle onto Snare. He decides to not peek out just yet. Snare gets spotted out, but Snare's a little bit faster. Won't find the kill. The C4 held by FaZe in middle is going to rotate all the way in towards Long, but they have to be really careful when they're crossing, because Snare, if he pushes out from the bomb site and down towards middle, he can get an angle on towards underpass easily.
Yeah, but I think he's too busy trying to just cover his own bases. FaZe here does need to get the plank quickly because Snare is coming.
Snare is indeed coming. The bomb is now planted in a 2v1. Any nade he can use could do some damage, but 7 is waiting with open arms, and he starts opening up, and that will be Snare going down. And GV, just like before, is going to be able to pick up that 4 rounds they need.
Yeah, but not in the same fashion, is it? It's 2 and then 3, 1, 2, 1. I mean, back and forth game. It just, all it takes is a little bit of run of form, and anyone can run away with this.
GV is going to go for that triple arm setup. Let's see if that's going to be put to good use. A 7. FaZe is going to start opening onto Snare, so that's 1 kill on the arms. And let's see if they can get a double. As Dipsy is down pretty low. Snox through the smoke is going to get him out from the lobby. It's going to be 5-3.
Yeah, I mean, this map does have a lot of long angles to take, and just like that, 7 snipes Slayer. What are we witnessing here? This is insane as Snox has this angle on Hussam. Hussam does get tagged down and goes down to Snox through the box. And it's all looking pear-shaped to do.
1v5 and a dream gets knocked out by Creeds, and some way, somehow, GV Esports bounce right back to a tie, 5-5.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go for the triple sniper again, though.
Yeah, you use it once. It's like a go-to strat, right? Like use it once and then you kind of drop it afterwards. Just like how they have only a single.
Officers. Look at Officer 7. He's on the hunt. He's in a very aggressive position as he wraps out, but he gets taken down by Hussam. And Slayer now, where is Slayer? Slayer is over the bridge, trying to look, see what they can do. They're going to push through Officers. The rest of GV are coming in. Hussam actually gets Creeds down. So now they have to retake this spot, 3 against 5.
Swing out to a bunch towards Nubi. He does find 1, get 2. That does leave Snox over all the work in the process. Snox did find 1, I believe. Now it will be Snare up and over. Snare will find Snox. FaZe left all alone in the pistol. So careful, so slow. Tap, tap. Warriors coming through, and FaZe goes down. And Anubis will pick up their 6th.
Yeah, they're just about in front. It is 6-5, and we know what Anubis's blacklist can be. We know how dominant it can be. It hasn't been tonight. Well, hasn't been this match, but it was before this.
But looks like Anubis wants to keep the lead their way, as we have Slayer kind of on the front line. FaZe in a really neat spot here on top of roof, as he's going to be looking down to see if he can pick off any players. In the meantime, the C4 is rotating in towards the offices, and this may hint to us that they want to clear out long A or long B.
Maybe they can, because they are pretty much denied all information here. But if they pop out at the right time, they will be able to catch the whole of GV unaware, because they don't have eyes on offices all the time. You can see Snox constantly peeking office, constantly then looking back over towards the rest of his team.
But we do have a pretty strong setup of GV to hold onto the bomb site. We have FaZe on roof, Snox on the bomb site, and Creed's right towards connector. Dipsy actually is going to be snared to take out Snox, and now Creed is all aware that push is coming his way. Creed has to make work, and he does. He does find one towards Dipsy, but Slayer's now swinging into the bomb site. The nade is going to take a half HP of his own. Rest of GV all fully rotated in. If Anubis pushes this, it will be troublesome, but it looks like they will pull out. And smartly enough, they will make that rotation as a bomb site is completely clean and is now being cleared out by Snare.
That was a rapid rotation. Oh! Whoa! FaZe through the fences. Gets Snare down with the sniper. My goodness. What a shot that was.
And for GV, they can just give the bomb plant away. I mean, they don't necessarily have to, but even if they do, they have a man advantage to go into the retake here. 25 seconds, and looks like Anubis has to push the issue. That will be the frustration coming through. 7 and Crease pick up one each. Sam almost knocks out one, but apparently Crease was there to get the counter frag. And eventually, we're tied back up again to 6-6.
6-6. It is these two teams on Ankara have been as close can be. Black Widow is a different story, but this map, they are neck and neck.
Slayer takes some pot shots towards FaZe, but because of the smoke, the angles weren't quite correct. This time around, GV investing 2 players to go out towards offices. They may catch some players if they run right into their crosshair, but for now, Anubis is not really willing to push out towards long as well. They're going to be playing pretty default right now.
They are indeed. They're going to sit back quite heavily, both teams. For information game, as Snox actually peeks, gets the headshot through the box, and that's a big pickup right now.
Minute 37 left, and Snare trying to clear out vents with an arm. The rest of Anubis just kind of chilling. The bomb is still lingering outside of B here. And trying to push the issue, but Doom will knock out Creeds from nowhere, and now it's all down to Awesome to hold onto the bomb site. 1v3 with 7 with help. Awesome swings out, gets one. We'll see the drop of the second player. Now it's 7 to hold it down, but Sam is so good. Gets double, and Dipsy on the backside will get a double kill. And Anubis will find their 7th.
Yeah, Anubis just keeping themselves in the lead. GV are right on their heels. So it is 7-6. It's been 1-for-1 for the rest, for the first half of, for the second half of this. It's been you take one, we take one, you take one, we take one. Who is going to be able to be the first to break this 1-for-1 deadlock?
I wouldn't be surprised to see this map going into an overtime, eventually into golden round, because these teams are changing blows so rapidly. For now, Anubis is going to be gathered in towards middle, with Dipsy peeking out and Doom coming in from connector. Awesome is holding it down with the help of Creeds, but with these setups, Anubis may just have enough room to play with.
Yeah, so both teams just trying to figure out what's going on with the opposite team. We can see, like, they're very well set up on B, GV. But they do have 7 over here all on his own, and he's going to have to try and slow down this push that he doesn't know is coming. He knows that Snare is probably in the area, right? He knows that there's at least one. There always is.
Creeping up is going to be Snare. 7 spots him out, and that's a go sign for Anubis as well. Just got to lick the wounds and give it a go. 7 spotted up by Song. Make that a double for him onto Awesome. Creed flashes out. That allows for a quick restriction. But in a 3v4, could be a tough one. 2 players being dead. Snox will swing out and get a kill onto Sam. That opens everything up. In a 3v3 now, the nade is going to be a smoke. And it does smoke off the angle once again. Looks like GV wants to full send it. 3 men push through the smoke.
3 men through the smoke, through the gates. It's a very narrow walkway. If you get clapped, you get clapped. And that's what's happening here.
as Duke gets Creed. And Dipsy takes out Snox. We're on board with Slayer, who's on the hunt and gets phased down. And now Anubis, they finally give themselves a little bit of breathing room. There's a 2-set advantage here. A 2-round advantage.
Yeah, 2-round. 8-6, 2-set advantage is right now on GV, as they were able to pick up first 2 maps. Now we're moving into round number 15, and looks like GV is going to be playing with even more patience. They don't have much more room to play with, just 1 round away. And if they lose this one, their only chance is to go into overtime.
That is absolutely correct. They're not going to want to lose this yet. So a Dipsy, we're on board with, where are they? They're sitting so deep. Look at this, Creed's holding that office, just making sure that he's available for this one.
Minute 40 left onto the clock, and Anubis is going to be taking their time as well. Burnt down to minute half. Creed's is so deep, like I said. And all of a sudden, he may just decide to swing out and gain some more information. But Snox as well is lingering in towards the connector, as Anubis now finally makes their way closer to A. Is this their choice?
Well, B, but look at that. Snox is good for it. He closes that door, and Hussam is going to back up. Oh no, Snox turned around and walked the wrong way. He would have got the drop on him, but didn't stick it out.
And the nade even hurting him down to half HP. All of a sudden, Anubis has to force this one or rotate back out because there are man down. 50 seconds and ticking. Doom pushing in towards vents. But it looks like they are sending to GV's sending 2 more players onto the bomb site. It's going to be awesome. And 7 and Doom and Hassam's going to start pushing right onto it. Hassam ready. Position himself behind the boxes. Gets the drop onto Hassam and the second kill onto Doom, which is taken by 7. All down to Dipsy, and he's already spotted out. And GV, just like that, catches up to 7 rounds. It's going to be 8-7.
8-7 it is, and they are gonna have to do it a couple more times if they're gonna win this in regulation. Anubis, they've been good for their money. They've been looking very, very tight. They need 2 more to take this map.
Absolutely correct. And let's see what GV wants to do. They may pull off something funky, or looks like they may just stick to the default plays. As the timer absolutely being burnt down by Anubis. They want to play this one with patience. And in the meantime, there's some poke and prodding by Snox out towards B long. And FaZe is going to be on top of the roof here. I mean, he's been paid off a couple kills in this position, so it looks like he's going to be continuing to put himself in here. But looks like we are going to get the lobby remade. Sorry for the inconvenience, as the players are going to be talking about some tactics and strats. So, by far, 8-7 with Anubis with a round on top. GV, they were 2 rounds deep in terms of losing, but they were able to make 1 back up. So, that's why the scoreboard is 8-7. If GV can just continue to hold down the aggression, then we can see the tie come through. So, what I wanted to ask you was, the real question was, what does Anubis have to do? Like, because for the rounds they won, it was just gunplay only. Honestly speaking, rotation was good, but to break the bomb sites, it was gunplay. But do they have any strats left in them to actually, you know, beat GV in terms of strats? Because GV is right now on top of their strat game.
I mean, Anubis have shown a couple of strats that have worked, but you're right. In general, it is that they're able to absorb what GV put out and counter it, or they get a good pick off, or they have one person in the right location at the right time, right? It's hard to say. What can Anubis do? It's not like they can just change everything up. They can't just change their strategies, right? It's so hard to say.
Yeah, it's a tough ask for sure.
They need to, I tell you what Anubis need to do. They need to try and get Slayer, Snare, and probably Dipsy motivated and mobilized. Because right now, they can't seem to all pop off at the same time. It always seems to be one or the other. So maybe getting them together and making them sort something out would be good. But the problem is, if you do that, GV, they just seem up to it. They seem to know it's coming and will neutralize that kind of stuff. They're really good at just suffocating a game out RGV.
That is absolutely true, I believe. And motivation, sometimes it really has to kick in for you to, start gunning out like a madman. But looks like we are just readying up the players to get into the lobby. In the meantime, this is map number 3. First 2 maps has been picked up by GV Esports for those of you guys who are just joining in. As if GV closes this one out in their favor, they are the winners of this tournament. If they do lose this one, then Anubis still stands a chance in coming back.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting into this one as soon as possible, hopefully, because there's a maximum of 3 rounds of regulation remaining, and it is Anubis who carry a slender lead going into these last 3. Remember, 1st to 10.
It could be anyone's game. If GV decides to clutch up, then they can do so. Otherwise, Anubis is still on the lead, but it looks like we're ready to kick it right back in. 3 rounds remaining. GV needs it all. Anubis, they just need 2 more.
Yeah, that's but look at the aggression coming out from GV. They're going to wrap around the outside and make an Anubis sandwich if they continue this kind of pressure. Awesome and Snox are wrapping around, and they're just kind of moving back into normal places. I don't know what's going on. This seems like GV are completely all at sorts right now, and they're just going to allow Anubis to take this B bomb site.
As long as they can kill Slayer, just like that, they can box in the rest of Anubis, with Dipsy will swing out and take Creeds out. And because of that, they cannot completely box in the players of Anubis. And if they are able to make the retake happen, they need to get the kills. FaZe will find Dipsy, 7 will find Doom. Down 2 players already, Snare and Some all alive. Some will find 1, but he needs to find 3 more. 24 seconds and ticking, and the rest of GV, although down low, they are a man up. And the nade, if it's thrown in the right place at the right time, that may just do justice. But for now, GV's gonna full send it, 10 seconds and ticking. Snare picks up one, Some picks up one, Snox in a 1v1. No more time, he has to get the kill right now, yes he does! And looks like he's gonna get the defuse go through. And that will be GV picking up the tie here.
Oh, that could not have been closer. That was 0.09 left on the counter.
Last player of Anubis was just trying to book it, but Snox was a little bit faster on the foot. And GV does find the tie here.
You can see what GV were trying to do. That whole plan collapsed, and they still somehow managed to bring it back. I mean, sometimes the map is just on your side, and this time it really was for GV.
Anubis is going to be trying to aggress down towards middle. All 5 stacked up. Snare will take out FaZe. He was there for a little too long. And they're going to be sending it right down towards B. Snox is waiting. He's going to peek out. He almost finds one, but he goes down. He gets the bomb site once again, and down to a 2v5. And Snox went out to Dipsy. 7 and Creed make some magic happen. Creed does find one, but is taken. 7's going to find one too. And we are still in the top of the retake. Dipsy finds 7. Creed's down super low. Snare swings out, gets the kill. And that will be Anubis picking up the map point. But we still have 1 round remaining, and if GV finds it, we are heading into overtime.
Yes, we are. But Anubis have a lot to say about this. They have the position now where they can bring themselves back into this match. They're 2 down overall, 1 away from finishing 2nd in this tournament. But, I mean, GV, they have a lot of match points available to them in terms of sets.
GV, they really need to pick up this round if they want to close out the tournament now. Or we'll be going into map number 4. Smoke out from 7 closes off the angle out towards A. That allows Anubis to rotate towards connector safely, as if it was a paradox. But Snare is going to be going pretty wide with the peaks. They were paid off last round by pushing in towards B through middle. And this time around, what are they willing to do? Some takes a beat down by falling down. FaZe is waiting from underpass with the Oh, that was so close. Snare backs out in the right time, but he may just go in and get the kill onto the FaZe. And somehow How does Snare hit those shots?
A miracle sometimes, I swear. It's like he sees into the future. Okay, what have GV got to do now? They've got to kind of solidify themselves. They do have Snox on the bridge. He spotted Slayer and actually pre-fired into him. So he knows he's around here somewhere. And Slayer is just getting out of it. He's going to rotate back around, but does try to peek himself. But Snox does pull back. Now, where is the C4 going? It looks as though it's going to be going B. There's not much in the way of defense here. They do have Creeds in position. They have Snox who can turn around.
They're going to be sending it now, Anubis. They're going to be full, sending it through underpass. Rotation comes through. Creeds pops out, gets one! Smartly in position to make a double kill for him! And looks like he's making this ult happen. Dipsy in trouble if Creed swings out. The bomb is down too. And the rotation is all now fully sent in. 17 seconds and 7 finds Slayer. Creed swings out, gets a triple, almost make that fourth. But Snox doesn't let that pass. Swings up from the backside, and we are going right into overtime.
We are indeed. I'm just double checking the score. It is 5-4 the opposite way around. So we are going into overtime. And for those who know, or those who don't, to win the overtime, you need to win a total of 4 rounds out of 6.
4 rounds could be hard if these teams are going toe-to-toe. But one team will come on top of one another as Crossfire do not allow draws. We have the golden round after the extra half. So let's see who can take this map away. Look at that excitement and look at that patience and look at the virtues just coming through for these players onto both of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, tiredness might start playing a factor for a team like Anubis, who they've already played one best of 3, and they're essentially now a 3rd map.
Fatigue definitely kicks in if you do. I mean, playing game and playing in a tournament is a different thing because you have to be focused and you have to be dialed in the whole time you're playing. It does eat away your attention. But we're going to be moving into the overtime right now.
You have to sweat hard when it comes to competition like this. And sweat they have been. It is very, very close. We're on round 19. It is 9-9. GV are on the blacklist side for the first half of the overtime.
Let's see what GV wants to do now. They're on the attacking side of blacklist, and it looks like they want to split down towards B. Maybe the choice here, have 2 players out in towards office, which is Creeds and Snox and the C4. And 7 kind of in towards catwalk area. In the meantime, FaZe is going to be looking out towards A long to see if he can catch any pushers. 4 men stacked down towards B. And if GV wants to push this, they're going to be finding a lot of global risk.
They're still just holding position though. They're not committing any resources at the moment. Where are they gonna go? GV looking towards B.
Definitely looking towards B. They are favoring it for now. I mean, they made some rounds from taking B, so they might just do so. Less than a minute remaining, and they may really have to start moving in closer. But they are not moving just yet, as the timer is ticking down.
Right, so where are they gonna go? They have to commit something soon because the time is ticking. There's 35 seconds remaining. They have to get this C4 down at some point. FaZe peeks up, has a look, pistols out. FaZe runs around the corner. Sam didn't see him and gets picked off with the pistol. Big pickup. A is the bomb site. They're going to have to lay it very quickly, and lay it quickly they have. Now they need to know where this rotation is coming from. The counter rotation from Anubis is coming down this A alleyway, and they're getting grenaded absolutely out of this. They're going to jump out 7. Awesome. Awesome picks up a double. FaZe gets another, and GV, they make it a good round to start this off.
10-9, and GV starts leading out. Snox wasn't even on the bomb site. He was on the flank, and he didn't do anything. So 4 players in the bomb site held it down perfectly. The nade is going to take away half HP from Kreese. Unfortunately for Slayer, he's going to have to back up after seeing the traces of the players coming through. Snare in the phase box. Shout for his own voice, but it looks like he's going to whip that shot. Snox is going to come around the corner, take out Slayer. And now Snare is at risk too. Make that a double for Snox and already be at heavy risk. Awesome's going to take down Desert to make things even worse. The bomb now being planted. Som and Doom has to make it work. Som does find one, but he does go down at the end of the day. Doom on the flank here, but can he get 4 kills?
It's going to be hard. Actually, he could just defuse the bomb while no one else is looking. Why did he fire there? He might have actually got it, but FaZe is good, and that's 2 in a row for GV. 2 more rounds, and they win the whole of CFSI 2023 Split 2 EUMENA division.
You got your words right, my man. Now GV looking only so strong. He's going to lead out 2 rounds, and like you said, like Simon said, you only need 4 rounds, and GV already has picked up 2. Anubis yet to pick up a round.
Quick push through the offices in 7. Shoots through the box. Doom is up there as well as Slayer gets 7. FaZe and Creeds, they pick up some important kills as Dipsy gets FaZe. Snox gets Dipsy, and it's a 3v2. Hussam does get picked off, and Snare is the last man standing. The C4 is down. He's got 35 seconds to nail this one. He misses that first shot. He's going to have to come around the corner. Awesome is waiting patiently within the smoke. AK pointed forwards. And he gets him. All right. So, Awesome does get him eventually. Okay.
I thought you were getting a heart attack.
Dude.
But looks like GV Esports has the match point to themselves. 12 rounds deep. All they need is 1 more round.
Yeah, but can they get it? Anubis are just pretty good when they're on this blacklist side. So 1 away from GV winning, I think, their first CFSI split, right? I think it's their first.
Yeah. But if Anubis is able to make it all back up, win 3 deep without losing or dropping any round, then we go into the golden round. But looks like we are ready to kick right it back at the second half. Could be the marking of the end of Anubis' tournament life here. Let's kick it right back in. 7 early on with the arm of his own. Is going to look right down towards the middle. FaZe has it too. Awesome has one too. GV's going to go for that triple arm setup and see what they can do. But for now, they're going to be switching guns. It's going to be Dipsy giving that arm back to Snare. Snare is the armor for the team. But for now, FaZe is already pushed up pretty deep outside of A here. And that buys that information for GV to have their rotation in towards B. Nades being thrown left and right. Snare takes a bunch. Snare goes down to the armor. FaZe to open all the things up, and all of a sudden, GV 1 kill closer to closing the map out in their favor. Minute 40 left onto the clock, and Anubis trying to go deep in towards B long. The C4 is following, but the site is defended well by Creeds, well by 7. Let's see if they want to push this or not, because we do have a couple players kind of lingering behind. 1 player kind of lingering behind, but looks like Anubis wants to send it towards Catwalk Underpass. They're going to be sending it, and Kreese spots them out.
Yes, he does, and it's all go. They're trying to push. They are under flash right now. A 7 starts spraying. Snox gets Doom. Slayer gets 7 though, and from Underpass, Snox gets Dipsy. It's all popping off. They're going to have to run out. They're going to have to disengage. Slayer is still up. Hussam is still up, and he's against Awesome, FaZe, and Snox. It's a 2v3 situation. Awesome on the hunt right now. Through the smoke. Can he get it? Awesome gets Hussam, but Slayer gets Snox, and FaZe takes down Slayer. GV, they close it out. The last 4 games of overtime, and just like that, they win CFSI 2023 EUMENA split number 2.
GV Esports, they make the game look so easy, but it's not that easy, guys who are tuning in right now. They were beaten hard last time, but this time around, they will pay back the dividends. Double that as they steal away that #1. No, not steal it. They absolutely deserve it. They take that #1 spot. But this highlight reel, Anubis absolutely tried hard. But at the end of the day, it's going to be GV coming on top.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of extra power in the tank for GV at the end. As soon as we got into those extra rounds, they just knocked it up a gear. 4 in a row, round 19, 20, 21, and 22 was theirs. Anubis, they played phenomenally. A 3-0 doesn't do justice to how good Anubis have been as an opponent to GV for this tournament. I mean, the first one went all the way, the second one got close to doing it, and this one went into extra time. I mean, Anubis, they have to feel good.
And this time around, definitely gonna ask more questions this time. Absolutely, but looks like the highlight reel is on still. So good, and that retake just flying through. But at the end of the day, the round went towards GV, and for now, looks like that may be the hit coming through.
I mean, how would you be feeling as GV right now? Because that was a super, super close match.
I can't wait to see the stats right now.
Yeah, it's going to tell a story of two teams who've been back to back the whole way through. And I mean, look at it. Everyone on this is hovering around that 1 point. And that just, like, 1.0 basically says it was an even match the whole way through.
Nobody really had the upper edge until we kick things into overtime. 13-9 is going to be map number 3 as we are waiting to get the official final results of the whole match. The stats are insane on these players. Definitely got to pay some respect to all of them, not just GV, but also to the side of Anubis.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get to CFSI. And not only does it take a lot to get to CFSI, it takes a little bit more to get to the finals. 10-8, 10-6, 13-9 final scores. And Anubis have put up a mammoth fight.
Now the question is, who is going to take that MVP? Because every single one on that team really performed well.
Snox deserves it. 100%.
100%.
1.4.
Not just 1.43. But he clutched time to time. He had the kill. He hit the crucial kills
Every time.
every time.
It's been a fantastic CFSI 2023 EUMENA Split 2. But my goodness, what a way to finish it all, and what convincing fashion to do it.
I can't wait to interview this guy. Let's bring Snox up on the board for an interview. There we go. We finally get to see the man. Hey, dude, absolutely a big shout out and big congratulations on winning the tournament. How does it feel, first of all, to win it, and especially against teams like Anubis and 3BL?
It just feels great.
It has to feel great, of course.
I think there's an issue with the mic.
There's a sound issue.
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello? Yes?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I think you cut off a little bit there. We could see your mouth moving, but nothing was going.
I said we are just so happy that game was so exhausting, and we're just happy.
Yeah, I mean, the first split of CFSI this year was kind of heartbreaking. You went out in 4th place. What happened between then and now that has caused you to go from last place in CFSI to the champions?
I think like this tournament, every one of us was just on point. Everyone was hitting their shots. On the last tournament, it was really rough, especially for me. I had a really poor individual performance, but I'm so happy that I stepped up for my team, and we did it.
So in map number 2, Black Widow, at one point, like, this is not the question only for you, but for your whole team, right? First half, you guys lost 5 rounds in a row, right? But then you guys were able to bounce back and take 4 rounds straight. When you guys lost that 5th round, what was going through your TeamSpeak or Discord or whatever comms you're using?
You know, no matter what's the score, we can always bring a good comeback, even if it's like 8-0 for the enemy team. We keep our mentality up, and we just know that we can win, no matter what's the score.
Okay, one last question then. What are you going to do after this? You've won CFSI. What's next on the radar for you?
So we will fly to Vietnam soon for the CFS summer, and we want to see how we can perform against the international teams, and we will do our best. And of course, CFS at the end of the year. That's our main goal.
That is going to be a tough task, but based on your performances tonight, we might be able to see you on the top of the leaderboard for CFS Summer as well. But thanks for the interview, Snuffs. Absolutely well-deserved MVP, and congratulations to your whole team for winning this split. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
But this is the playoffs bracket wrapped up in front of our eyes. And it's going to be GV Esports knocking everyone out. And I think they keep their clean sheet to themselves. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then 3-0.
They have not dropped a single map all tournament. They have played amazing. We should have asked about that. Why didn't you bring that up? unKnights did go down first, 1-2. Anubis then went 2-0, and then GV finish it off 3-0. But 3-0 is flattering the performance of GV and kind of diminishes the performance of Anubis, who put up an epic fight.
But at the end of the day, the last team to be surviving and the last team to be smiling and taking all the money home is going to be GV Esports. Absolutely big congratulations for them. But it looks like we are done with this tournament. Thanks for watching CFSI 2023 EUMENA's Division Split number 2. This was brought to you by Smallgate, but we are going to be back with more tournaments for your pleasure. We're going to be back in Vietnam for CFS Summer, so please come back whenever the next stream is on. Thank you. This was Bench, and it was Simon.
Peace.